Ancient Roman surgical practices, heavily influenced by Greek medical knowledge, advanced significantly during the Roman Empire. Renowned Roman physicians like Galen and Celsus, through their seminal works such as De Medicina, provided comprehensive accounts of various surgical techniques that are remarkably modern in their scope. These techniques spanned a wide array of procedures, including oral and cosmetic surgery, the use of sutures and ligatures for wound closures, and many more. Despite these advancements, surgery in ancient Rome was considered a last resort due to the high risk of infection and the absence of effective anesthesia, which made surgical procedures exceedingly painful and often fatal. The bravery and necessity required to undergo surgery in these ancient times cannot be overstated, with many procedures being undertaken only in life-threatening circumstances. Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. If you're coming back, it's good to see you. And if you're brand new here, it's good to meet you. I'm the ASMR historian, doing exactly what I should be doing. And today's topic is surgery in ancient Rome, a rather gruesome and macabre topic indeed, but one that no doubt my audience will enjoy listening to. Relax now, sit back, or busy yourself with a meaningful task. Let's get started on our video for today. The Roman surgical toolkit was sophisticated and specialized, including instruments recognizable to modern physicians today. These tools included specula for internal examinations, catheters for draining fluids, enemas for cleansing, bone levers and osteotomes for handling bone fractures, and many, many more, some extremely advanced for their time. After all, this was the Roman Empire. This extensive array of instruments enabled Roman surgeons to perform complex procedures with a degree of precision that would not be surpassed for many centuries. Roman medical and surgical practices were significantly influenced by Greek knowledge, a testament to the cultural exchange between these ancient civilizations. Many Roman surgeons were, in fact, of Greek origin, having their training done in Greece, bringing with them advanced medical techniques and knowledge. In the 2nd century AD, Galen, a Greek physician working in Rome, played a pivotal role in advancing Roman surgical practices by amalgamating Greek and Roman medical knowledge. His contributions laid the foundational principles that would influence medicine for centuries. Aulus Cornelius Celsus, a Roman encyclopedist, made significant contributions to medical literature with his work De Medicina. This text covered a wide range of surgical operations, including, you may be surprised, tonsillectomies and even cataract surgery, showcasing the breadth of Roman surgical practice. Soranus of Ephesus, another influential figure, introduced technologies such as the birthing chair which does exactly what it sounds like it should do, highlighting the innovation in Roman medical technology, especially in the field of obstetrics. The allure of success and wealth drew many surgeons to ancient Rome, the New York City of its day that all the foreigners wanted to come to seek their fortune. Well, the many different medical professionals from all over the known world created a competitive and diverse medical landscape. Of course, the education varied, with some doctors learning through private courses, family members, or self-teaching, often in the famed city of Alexandria, quite known for its medical knowledge. However, this openness also led to the prevalence of charlatans and malpractice, as there weren't any strict regulations, or really regulations at all, on who could practice medicine. This lack of oversight made the public quite wary of doctors. Even though higher quality surgeons were available, but you know how it is. They were busy serving the upper classes of people. Now back to Celsus. His description of the ideal surgeon emphasizes not only technical skill but also the importance of empathy and compassion, qualities that are still valued in modern medicine. Of course, you had to be very empathetic and compassionate while you were tying your patient down to the chair, making sure he couldn't thrash around too much while you cut his tonsils out. Definitely requires a steady hand and nerves of steel, of course. Well, despite these advanced perspectives, surgery in ancient Rome was obviously fraught with danger, largely due to that effective absence of anesthesia and of antiseptics, making not only the surgery very dangerous, but often the recovery was even more fraught with danger. Think about the infections, and imagine the smell. Consequently, surgical procedures were often limited to treating superficial lacerations or performing amputations. That being said, an amputation without any anesthesia. Yeah, I think I'd rather just take the self-checkout line, if that was what I had to do. This historical overview of Roman medical practices reveals a complex interplay between innovation and tradition, advancement and risk, highlighting the enduring legacy of ancient medical knowledge in the shaping of medicine in the future. Now, question for you. What is a surgeon without his tools? Of course, there was a plethora of tools that the ancient Roman surgeons had in their arsenal. So let's talk about a few of them. What did they actually have? Was it just a big knife and something to cauterize the wound? Well, let's find out. The surgical practices were complex and varied, employing a wide range of specialized instruments to treat different medical conditions. From simple lacerations to intricate procedures, even involving the skull and bones. cupping vessels. These were essential tools in Roman surgery, used for creating suction on the skin to draw out pus, blood, and harmful substances from the body. Made from bronze or animal horns, these devices facilitated bloodletting and other healing practices by applying heat to generate suction before placing them over an infected area. Chisels and respiratories. Utilized in bone surgeries, chisels were instrumental procedures on teeth and bones, including amputations, and even neurosurgery. And may I remind you, that's more of the skull variety of neurosurgery, not rewiring people's brains. Respiratories, with their blade fixed at a right angle to a shaft, were used to scrape bones clean of any diseased tissue, or to prepare them for healing, showcasing the Romans' advanced understanding of skeletal anatomy. Drills and levers. Surgical drills, designed with mechanisms to prevent excessive penetration, were critical for operations involving the skull, such as removing diseased bone portions or foreign objects lodged within them. Bone levers, resembling modern-day pry tools, were used for aligning fractures and even extracting teeth, illustrating the Romans' precision in handling bone injuries. If you think the dentist is scary in 2024, try doing it in 24. Saws and trephines. Of course, saws allowed surgeons to take the direct approach and cut through bone, particularly for amputating limbs infected by gangrene, while trephines, circular saws, were specifically designed for cranial surgeries, demonstrating the Romans' capabilities to address complex injuries. Forceps. In various forms, forceps were versatile tools in the Roman surgical kit. Bone forceps were employed to remove small bone fragments, while specialized forceps like tumor vulsulums and pharyngeal forceps were used for removing tumors and foreign objects from the body, respectively. The development of forceps for specific purposes, such as extracting teeth or removing polyps from the nose, highlights the nuanced understanding of different surgical needs. Scalpels. With detachable steel blades and intricately designed handles, scalpels were used for a wide range of surgical procedures, from amputations to the removal of polyps, highlighting the precision already developed in these times. Specula. Used in gynecological and rectal examinations, specula were made from materials like silver and designed to dilate bodily openings for examination. Here's an interesting one. The spoon of Diocles. This specialized instrument, designed for removing arrowheads specifically, demonstrates the Roman surgeons' need to think on their feet for specific injuries. Indeed, the design is rather interesting. Catheters. Used for treating urinary tract issues, catheters were adapted to the patient's gender and size, indicating a personalized approach. Strigils, commonly used for bodily hygiene, particularly by athletes rather. Strigils were designed to scrape off dirt and sweat. Now, you may not think that this is a medical tool, but it showcases the connection that the Romans had made between dirt and getting sick. Of course, they didn't know about things like germs and bacteria, but I think they had some idea of keeping yourself clean would generally lead to less medical issues. Of course, the last thing that was in the doctor's toolkit was knives and needles, typically used for excising tumors, performing lithotomies, and treating various other conditions. Indeed, there was a large group of tools in the bag of the Roman physician. Now, if you're not already cringing from all of this, we're going to go on and talk about some of the techniques involved within the ancient Roman medicinal practice. So, please bear with me and have a strong stomach. I'm first going to begin with saying that some words I will have to omit because of YouTube, you know. Let us begin first with fetus removal. In ancient Rome, fetus removal was a complex and risky procedure, often avoided in favor of less invasive methods. The majority of fetus removals were carried out using herbal remedies or drugs, which were preferred due to the high risk associated with surgical intervention. When a surgery was necessary, it involved penetrating the uterus with surgical instruments. Obviously a very dangerous procedure that frequently resulted in death of both the child and the mother. Soranus of Ephesus, a prominent physician of the era, documented several methods for inducing fetus removal, including purging, heavy lifting, and the introduction of olive oil into the uterus. These practices highlight the lengths to which Roman women might go to terminate, reflecting the limited options available and the significant risks involved. Amputation was a drastic but necessary treatment for gangrene, showcasing the Romans' willingness to undertake severe measures to protect their life. Surgeons employed tools like blunt dissectors for exposing vessels during various medicinal procedures, not just amputations. These instruments were also used in treatments for headaches and ophthalmia, indicating a sophisticated understanding of surgical techniques and anatomy. Procedures often began with preparatory steps, such as shaving the patient's hair and applying a warm headband to the neck, followed by detailed planning, including marking vessels with ink. Surgeons and their assistants would then perform the incisions and use hooks and dissectors to expose the vessels, demonstrating a methodical approach to the surgery. Oh, and when I say assistants, well, you needed two of them to hold the person down while you are sawing their leg off. Very easy to get second thoughts once the blade begins to penetrate the skin. Well, slightly less invasive is bloodletting, which is also known as phlebotomy for those trivia people. It was pretty prevalent in ancient Rome, and it was utilized to balance the humors in the body, a concept integral to Roman medical theories, going back to Galenic medicine. Surgeons employed a specialized tool called the phlebotome, or catius, for making precise incisions to release blood from a specific part of the body, believing that this could relieve various ailments or diseases. Alternative methods for drawing blood included using heated cloths to induce bleeding through the mouth or applying leeches directly to the skin. Ear scoops could also be employed to obstruct blood flow in a vein, facilitating the controlled release of blood with a phlebotome. Well, as bad as it sounds, I think I would be opting for the leech option. That's not as bad. Next one, of course, is the caesarean section, a surgical procedure to deliver a child through incisions in the abdomen or the uterus. It was known in ancient Rome, but rarely performed due to the obvious high risk of mortality for the mother. This operation was most of the time conducted posthumously to save the child in cases where the mother had just died during childbirth. The mythological origin of the god Asclepius and the historical account of Julius Caesar's birth through caesarean sections highlighted the cultural significance of this procedure in the Roman society through the historical accuracy of Caesar's birth method. Well, that's still a subject of debate. Cataract surgery in ancient Rome, which is as horrifying as it sounds, was documented as early as 29 CE. It involved the removal of cataracts to restore vision. Celsus provided a detailed description of the procedure, which included using a needle to push the cataract beneath the pupil. The surgical technique required great skill and precision, with the surgeon operating on the left eye with their right hand and vice versa. Post-op care was also just as critical, involving the application of soothing medicaments and a strict regimen of water intake and abstaining from solid food to reduce inflammation. Now, this actually showcases a remarkable understanding of post-surgical care and the importance of patient recovery. So the Roman surgeons get a few points for that one. These surgical practices demonstrate the advanced medical knowledge and techniques developed in ancient Rome, and they reflect a sophisticated approach to healthcare and surgery that considered both the procedural and aftercare aspects essential for patient treatment. So where did they get all these ideas from? Well, they didn't just make them up themselves. It's part of a very long tradition. The foundation of modern cosmetic surgery can be traced back to the advanced medical practices of the ancient Greco-Roman world, where surgeons demonstrated remarkable skill in repairing facial injuries and deformities. Now, Roman medical texts, particularly the aforementioned De Medicina by Celsus, detail sophisticated techniques for rhinoplasty. That's nose reconstruction, by the way, which involved grafting tissue to repair or reshape the nose. Such early accounts of reconstructive surgery highlight the historical depth of human attempts to restore physical appearance and function. Of course, you weren't putting your hand up for an elective cosmetic surgery back then like we do in our modern day. Once again, it was always a last resort. What about treatment for burns? Of course, the Great Fire of Rome happened. Maybe you'd have a lot of customers from that one. Well, treatment for burns in ancient Rome utilized natural remedies, such as vinegar, ashes, cork, bran, or honey, reflecting a deep understanding of the healing properties of these substances. Now, I don't know about the vinegar, or the ashes, the cork, or the bran, but I will jump in and say that honey, raw honey, the one you get from the old man who lives on the corner, who has beehives of his own, now that is very, very useful. If you ever have some rash on your skin, honey can act as a antibacterial agent, albeit rather sticky. If you do have chapped lips as well, you can also apply some honey. Just try not to lick it off before it works. Now, skin grafting techniques were also employed to treat severe burns and other skin injuries. This certainly marks the early endeavors into the complex field of tissue repair and even transplantation. Galen, another towering figure in Roman medicine, alongside Celsus, described methods for cheek reconstruction to address facial traumas. The work of these two men lays a foundational understanding of facial anatomy and surgical restoration, principles that continue to underpin modern plastic surgery, albeit nowadays we know quite a lot more. Now, if you were any Roman man or a Greek man who liked going to the gym, perhaps you would find yourself with a hernia. Not a very good condition at all. Perhaps you need to lift weights that are more to your specific skillty. But you could take a visit to the doctor. Hernia repairs in ancient Rome were conducted with a combination of surgical intervention and mechanical devices, like trusses and bandages. Techniques varied from making incisions in the scrotum for direct repair to using compression methods to reduce hernia size. And in more severe cases, castration was considered a viable treatment, although I'm guessing that most people would just cross their fingers and hope it would fix itself. The Romans also developed specific approaches for treating umbilical hernias, employing methods to manipulate the hernia back into the abdominal cavity before securing it, demonstrating an innovative approach to abdominal surgery. Yeah, I'll take the second one, thank you. Lithotomy, that's the surgical removal of bladder stones, was another area of Roman surgical expertise. The procedure was ideally performed on younger patients due to the anatomical challenges presented by the mature prostate. Surgical techniques included making incisions through the bladder to the perineum and using specialized tools to extract the stones. Well, that sure shows a lot of Roman ability to address complex urological conditions. And believe it or not, they even had some forms of neurosurgery, albeit it was just for treating skull fractures. And they did that with the aim of minimizing bone removal, as suggested by Celsus in De Medicina, or perhaps elevating and removing fragments, as Galen advocated. The use of drills, chisels, and trepans to relieve cranial pressure and treat headaches evidences the Romans' pioneering efforts in neurosurgery. So think about it. You get a bump on the head, a fracture, or perhaps even a terrible break of the skull. They could fix it for you, if you dared. So, all of these historical surgical practices, they're pretty impressive for the time, don't you think? It illustrates the Romans' significant contributions to the evolution of medicine, and it laid the groundwork for many techniques and principles that continue to influence modern surgery. And by groundwork, I mean they were certainly on the ground floor of medicine. But hey, you've got to start somewhere, don't you? Well, in ancient Rome, the field of dentistry, much like other medical practices, wasn't really distinctly separated into the specialized professions that we see today. There wasn't anything like a dentist you would go to. You would just go to the doctor, the general practitioner. It is possible that dental procedures were performed just by medical practitioners, or indeed specialists who might have also practiced in related fields, such as barbery. Tooth extraction, a common dental procedure, required a very delicate and careful approach to minimize the inherent risks. The practice involved techniques such as gently rocking the tooth back and forth until it could be removed by hand, or making incisions in the gum and bone to facilitate extraction. I can see you cringing in your chair just as I talk about it. Celsus, a notable medical writer, advised on the careful extraction of teeth, emphasized the importance of preserving the surrounding bone, and recommending against the extraction of children's teeth, unless necessary for the growth of adult teeth. Now, beyond dentistry, ancient Roman surgeons employed a variety of techniques and substances to manage pain and treat various medical conditions. Dioscorides, for example, utilized mandragora officinarum as an anesthetic, while other substances like opium, henbane, wine, belladonna, and alcohol were used for their analgesic properties. Treatment of anal fistulas involved the insertion of probes through the anus, with a linen thread used to encircle and tighten around the skin near the fistula, facilitating the healing. Surgeons developed sophisticated methods for handling abdominal injuries, such as suturing the large intestine and managing care of the protruding intestines in stab wound victims. This included examining the intestine's color and general condition, hydrating them if necessary, and ensuring the wound was wide enough for safe reinsertion and suturing. Projectile removal, when you get shot by an arrow, and abscess treatment were other areas of Roman surgical expertise. Surgeons would begin by enlarging the wound to remove projectiles with forceps and make linear incisions to drain abscesses, followed by disinfection with honey. See, I told you the honey was the way to go. Of course, you would have to just hope that the infection would not come after this, and unfortunately, most of the time it would, meaning that you went through the entire procedure, the painful and horrific event, the worst afternoon of your life, only to be taken out by a staph infection some weeks later. Bad luck. Now, the use of tongue depressors, or spatholomies, for managing oral abscesses and the strategic opening of abscesses with probes or specialized knives further demonstrates the Romans' advanced approach to surgery and patient care. These practices once again reflect a comprehensive medical knowledge. Not bad for the people of the time, but with a lot to learn. So there you have it. Will you be running off to the ancient Roman doctor anytime soon, listener? Perhaps you would rather try and wait it out and see if things would get better for you. But take some reflection on all of this. Think about how parts of the world that were not so advanced by the time, how they would deal with things. Places that barely had the concept of a doctor or medical knowledge. Perhaps it would have been even more gruesome for these people. And think about our modern day. Do you think perhaps that there is things that we are doing right now in the medical sphere that in 100 years' time, 500 years' time, we will look back and think, how were we so ignorant? Often I think of diseases like cancer, which no doubt many of us have been touched by. This horrible, insidious disease that cuts so many lives short. We must subject people to this chemotherapy for a chance at survival. A therapy that quite often feels like it's dragging people through hell, making people just as sick, for the chance that they may live another few years before the cancer simply comes back, just as malevolent as it was before. Do you think, perhaps, in years' time, we will look back upon this the same way we look at lobotomies? What will we learn to deal with these insidious diseases that will make what we view in our modern age as so normal and necessary as so backward and barbaric? Among all of the horrors that the future may hold for us, perhaps there's a light and a hope in terms of the medical advancements. Of course, we'll have to make sure that the medicine companies aren't holding anything back for the sake of their profits. But once again, what will we find out in 100 years' time? Thanks again for watching, everybody. On that note, I will wish you all the best in whatever struggle you are facing. It's been good, and I'll see you in the next video. Good night, everybody. Between 58 and 50 BC, Julius Caesar's military campaigns, known as the Gallic Wars, saw the Roman Republic clash with various tribes across what is now modern-day France, Belgium, Germany, and Switzerland. This aggressive expansion, led by Caesar, was ostensibly to protect Roman borders and pay off his debts, but it is widely viewed by historians as a strategic move simply to bolster his political career. Despite the formidable collective strength of the Gallic, Germanic, and Brittonic tribes, their internal divisions ultimately facilitated a Roman victory, highlighted by the pivotal Battle of Alesia in 52 BC. Caesar's conquests not only expanded Roman territory, but also had laid the groundwork for his rise to power, culminating in the end of the Roman Republic and the birth of the Roman Empire. Hello everyone, and welcome to the channel. If you are a returning viewer, it's good to have you back, and if you're new, it's good to have you here. If you'd like to support the channel, I've opened a Patreon, where you can find all of my videos ad-free and of the highest quality. Or if you would like to help me in the algorithm, leave a like, comment, and if you feel so inclined, subscribe to the channel. Now, without further ado, on to today's video. The Gallic Wars. The Gallic Wars, fought between Julius Caesar and the many tribes of Gaul, were underpinned by a complex tapestry of political and military dynamics that stretched far beyond mere conquest. The tribes of Gaul, part of the sophisticated Latin culture, were not the barbarians as often depicted by Roman narratives, but were instead wealthy, culturally rich societies with burgeoning urban centers that facilitated trade with Rome, including the exchange of iron, grain, and slaves for Roman luxuries, like wine, as the Gauls had developed quite a taste for it. Despite their previous alliances with Rome, the Gauls' warrior culture, characterized by individual valor and a lack of the disciplined military structure that defined Roman legions, set the stage for conflict. The Gallic military structure, with its superior cavalry and longer swords, clashed with the Romans' strategic innovations, such as the transition from the maniple to the more cohesive cohort system, which bolstered Roman morale and overall combat effectiveness. The logistical challenge faced by the Romans, including the management of extensive baggage trains necessary for their campaigns, underscored the practical difficulties of sustaining prolonged military operations in foreign territories. Despite these challenges, the memory of the Gallic sackings of Rome several hundred years earlier and previous incursions into Italian territory only served to fuel Roman determination and justify the aggressive stance against the Gauls. This backdrop of mutual respect and historical enmity, coupled with Caesar's ambitions, set the stage for a series of campaigns that would not only reshape the power dynamics in the region, but also leave a permanent mark on the history of Roman military strategy and expansion. Julius Caesar, a figure on the rise in Roman politics and military, found himself deeply indebted following his tenure as consul in 59 BC, an office that, while prestigious, had placed him under significant financial strain. Basically, he was flat broke. In a bid to secure Rome's geopolitical interests and also his own financial recovery, Caesar engaged in strategic alliances and payments, notably to Ariovistus, the king of the Suebi, that was a Germanic tribe. Leveraging his position within the First Triumvirate, a powerful political alliance with Crassus and Pompey, Caesar secured the governorship of Cisalpine Gaul and Illyricum through the Lex Vatinia. The unexpected death of Metellus Celer, the governor of Transalpine Gaul, further expanded Caesar's jurisdiction, effectively granting him control over a crucial region at the heart of Rome's Gallic engagements. With an unprecedented 5-year term as proconsul, Caesar was well placed to launch extensive campaigns without the disruption of annual command changes. Commanding 4 veteran legions with whom he had personal history from his time in Hispania Ulteria, Caesar was not only familiar with his forces, but also possessed the authority to raise additional troops if the need arose for it. And of course, the need was going to arise. His strategic assignments in northern Italy, a region dense with Roman citizens, facilitated his recruitment efforts for legionary service. Although burdened by a debt, Caesar's military ambitions were not initially focused on Gaul. He had considered a campaign in the Dacian kingdom in the Balkans. However, the opportunistic migration of Gallic tribes in 58 BC provided Caesar with a casus belli, a pretext for war, redirecting his focus towards Gaul and setting the stage for a series of confrontations that would not only aim to alleviate his financial difficulties, but also significantly alter the course of what we know as the Roman Gallic history. The commencement of the Gallic War was marked by Caesar's campaign against the Helvetii, a confederation of Gallic tribes residing in the Swiss plateau. These tribes, part of the advanced Latin culture, and known for their wealth and urbanized settlements, faced pressures from Germanic tribes, prompting plans for a mass migration to the Santon region of modern France. Their intended path, however, would lead them through territories that were allied to Rome, raising concerns among neighboring tribes, and of course Romans themselves, who preferred the Gauls as neighbors over the Germanic tribes. In 58 BC, the Helvetii initiated their migration by burning their villages and stores, a drastic measure to prevent any possibility of retreat. Upon reaching the boundaries of Transalpine Gaul, they sought Caesar's permission to cross through Roman territory. Caesar, who was then the governor of the region, entertained their request, using the time to muster his forces, before ultimately denying them passage. The Helvetii then opted to skirt Roman lands by moving north, which, while temporarily alleviating the immediate threat to Rome, prompted Caesar to pursue them, initiating hostilities without a real direct provocation. You see how Caesar was not as honorable as many people tend to believe he was. At least not very honorable to non-Romans. Well, you see, this action was emblematic of what some historians call an aggressive war of expansion, driven solely by Caesar's desire for political advancement. Certainly seems that way, doesn't it? Caesar's strategic delay allowed him to raise additional legions and auxiliaries, assembling a force of 24 to 30,000 troops. He intercepted the Helvetii at the Saône River, exploiting their vulnerable position during the river crossing to launch a surprise attack on those who had yet to cross. Following this initial encounter, Caesar meticulously pursued the Helvetii, avoiding direct engagement while waiting for an opportune moment to strike. The decisive Battle of Bibracte ensued, a grueling conflict where the Romans, utilizing tactical advantage of higher ground, faced a complex battle against the Helvetii and their new allies, the Boii and Tulingi. Despite being completely surrounded, a critical maneuver by Roman forces allowed them to confront the enemy on two fronts, leading to a significant victory for the Romans, characterized by the annihilation of the Helvetian fighting force and the merciless slaughter of their non-combatants. And when we say non-combatants, we mean civilians. Remember that this was a migration, not just soldiers on the march. So when threatened, of course, all of the fathers and sons kissed their wives and children goodbye and went ahead of the pack to face whatever threat may indeed do them in. After that, of course, the Romans dealt with the civilians in whatever brutal manner they deemed fit, whether that be sold into slavery, which most of the time it was, or simply just slaughtered, depending on the logistical situation. If you could get that many slaves back to Rome, put them in the slave markets and sell them off, well, of course you would. But this requires a lot of effort. But you couldn't just let them go couldn't you? Thus is the horrors of the past. Moving on. In the aftermath, Caesar compelled the small amount of surviving Helvetii to simply return to their homeland, wanting them to serve as a buffer against further Germanic encroachments, take the brunt of the Germans' attacks, while the Romans could prepare. The purported discovery of a census detailing the Helveti's number, later claimed by Caesar to exaggerate their strength for propaganda purposes, underscored the calculated narrative of Caesar's reports. The site of this pivotal battle, Bibracte, not only bore witness to Caesar's military acumen, but also later emerged as a key location during the Gallic uprising led by Vercingetorix in 52 BC. We'll get to that soon. Despite the ultimate Roman victory and the subsequent abandonment of Bibracte, the campaign against the Helvetii encapsulated the broader themes of the Gallic War: the clash of cultures, the strategic and brutal realities of ancient warfare, and the politics driving Rome's expansionist agenda. Following his victory over the Helvetii, Caesar shifted his focus to the Germanic Suebi, remember those guys, led by King Ariovistus, whom the Roman Senate had previously declared a friend and ally in 59 BC. It's funny how the Roman Senate can change their mind. Caesar's need for a legitimate war justification was met when a Gallic delegation, headed by Diviciacus of the Aedui, voiced their grievances against Ariovistus's aggressive conquests and the taking of hostages, seizing this as an opportunity not only to protect Rome's allies, but also extend its dominion. Caesar prepared for conflict. The pretext for war was solidified by the harassment of the Aedui and the Harutes, allies of the Suebi, and reports of a significant Suebi force attempting to cross the Rhine into Gaul. Caesar preempted Ariovistus's plans to capture Vensontio, a major Sequani town, by marching there first. The initial diplomatic engagement between Caesar and Ariovistus, aimed at negotiating peace, broke down when Germanic horsemen decided it would be a good idea to attack Caesar's escort, violating the truce. It was not a very good idea. They should have thought that one through. A subsequent meeting turned sour as Ariovistus imprisoned Caesar's envoys. Well, all this managed to do was make Caesar even angrier. With Ariovistus strategically positioning his camp to cut off Caesar's supplies and communication lines, Caesar responded by constructing a second camp closer to the Suebi position, setting the stage for a direct confrontation. The battle that ensued saw Caesar's tactical prowess in full display, under the command of Caesar's legates, with Publius Crassus leading a pivotal cavalry charge. The Roman forces managed to turn the tide against the Suebi, driving their left flank back and causing the Germanic line to completely collapse. Caesar reported a staggering loss of life among Ariovistus's forces, with the Suebi king and the remnants of his army fleeing back across the Rhine, marking a decisive end to their story and their threat in Rome. See you next time, Germans. The campaign against the Suebi culminated in the battle where Roman discipline and strategy overcame the fierce but less organized Suebi warriors. It underscored Caesar's military acumen and his ambition to dominate Gaul. With the defeat of the Helvetii and the Suebi within a single year, Caesar had not only eliminated two of Rome's greatest threats, but also set the stage for his eventual takeover of Gaul, a feat that would significantly bolster his political and military stature back in Rome. In 57 BC, the ripple effect of Caesar's previous year's victories had set the stage for further conflict. Anticipating Caesar's ambition to conquer all of Gaul, many tribes sought alliances with Rome. While Caesar and his adversaries mobilized for the upcoming campaign. This year of 57 BC, Caesar embarked with a significantly bolstered force, fielding 32,000 to perhaps up to 40,000 men, aiming to confront the Belgae, a tribal confederation in modern-day Belgium. The Belgae had attacked a Roman allied tribe, prompting Caesar to take action. Despite an initial avoidance of direct confrontation by both sides, mainly due to logistical constraints, Caesar's strategic fortifications led the Belgic army to disband without a fight. Caesar's rapid movements became a critical advantage, as he laid siege to the Belgic oppidum of the Suessiones. Despite the Belgae's attempt to counter by sneaking back into the city, the Romans' unfamiliar siege tactics confused and overwhelmed them, leading to a panicked and swift surrender. Now this victory in particular set off a domino effect, with surrounding tribes being so frightened that they simply submitted to Roman power. However, not all were subdued. The Nervi, alongside the Atrebates and the Viromandui, planned an ambush at the river Sambre, resulting in the Battle of Sabis. And this battle nearly ended in disaster for Caesar, due to a tactical oversight and the Nervi's surprise attack. The Romans, caught off guard and with legions unprepared, faced a critical moment. Caesar's personal intervention, rallying his troops by joining the front line himself, alongside the disciplined formation of the Roman legions, managed to turn the tide. Reinforcements, including the timely arrival of the 10th Legion and 2 additional legions, secured a hard-fought Roman victory. This battle underscores both the might of the Roman military machine, but also the peril of underestimating the Gallic tribes, a mistake that they will do their very best to learn from. We'll see how they go with that as we move forward. This campaign's success expanded Roman control, with most Germanic tribes submitting to Rome. Caesar's tactics, while nearly leading to defeat, ultimately reinforced his reputation as a formidable commander. The year concluded with Caesar addressing civil affairs in Transalpine Gaul and wintering his troops among the northern Gaulish tribes, further cementing Roman dominance. The substantial wealth acquired, notably from selling 53,000 Amputations into slavery, one of the smaller tribes, significantly contributed to Caesar's financial recovery and bolstered his political stature in Rome. Evidenced, of course, by an unprecedented 15-day Thanksgiving awarded by the Senate. Wow, 2 weeks off. Nobody gets that from their boss. This campaign not only showcased Caesar's military prowess, but really managed to show everybody that, strategically, he was a bit of a badass. Very impressive. The Gauls' resentment towards the Romans, of course, intensified after being coerced into supplying food for the Roman troops over the winter. Sort of like, well, we've just murdered half of your people. Now we'd like some dinner, please. Set the table. Tensions escalated when the Veneti, a seafaring tribe in northwest Gaul, captured Roman officers sent to requisition grain, setting the stage for a notable confrontation. Anticipating Rome's retaliation, the Veneti, skilled in Atlantic naval warfare, prepared by allying with Armorican tribes, fortifying their settlements, and assembling a rather impressive fleet. Their ships, designed for the tumultuous Atlantic, contrasted sharply with the Roman vessels, which were ill-suited for such conditions, primarily relying on oarsmen instead of sails. Recognizing the necessity of a naval strategy, Caesar commissioned the construction of a new fleet under Decimus Brutus's command, recruiting oarsmen from Gaul's conquered regions. This move, along with the dispatch of legions of cavalry to various parts of Gaul, indicated ongoing unrest and the threat of rebellion. This stood in a stark contrast to Caesar's previous claims of peace, which were, at this point, very well and truly out the window. Now, this campaign against the Veneti showcased the challenges Rome faced in adapting to naval warfare, especially the naval warfare that was required in the Atlantic. After all, when you're marching up to Gaul, you don't really expect a fight on the seas. The Veneti's ability to evacuate their hill forts by sea, and their initial confinement of the Roman fleet to harbor, underscored the difficulties Rome encountered. However, of course, the tide turned when the Roman fleet, leveraging its newly constructed ships, engaged the Veneti off the coast of Brittany. Despite the Veneti's numerical superiority and the robust construction of their ships, the Romans capitalized on a simple yet effective technological advantage. They had grappling hooks. Pretty cool, huh? These hooks not only disabled the Veneti's sails, but also facilitated boarding actions, allowing the Roman soldiers to overpower the Gauls, sword to sword. Well, if the sailors even had swords to fight back. Well, they probably would have been using spears if we want to get technical, but okay. The defeat of the Veneti led to their surrender, with Caesar executing the tribal elders and enslaving the population, demonstrating the harsh consequences of opposing Rome. This victory over the Veneti allowed Caesar to shift focus to other coastal tribes. Of course, now they had the new boats and the cool grappling hooks. Nobody was going to see that coming. All of this signaled his relentless pursuit of dominance over Gaul, and showcased a great amount of adaptability, along with the usual Roman ruthlessness. Following Caesar's victories over the Veneti, his attention turned to pacifying regions under his control. Sabinus, stationed in Normandy, faced a coalition of tribes including the Lexovi, Coriosolites, and the Venelli. Their ill-fated attempt to assault Sabinus's fortified position left them vulnerable, resulting in their defeat and subsequent surrender. Sabinus's strategic acumen secured Roman dominance over the region of Normandy. Meanwhile, Publius Crassus encountered significant resistance in Aquitania, where tribes had adopted guerrilla tactics learned from their previous conflicts. The rebels, including the Vocates, Tarasates, adeptly targeted Roman supply lines and avoided direct engagement. However, Crassus devised a cunning plan to outmaneuver them, surprising the Gallic encampment and inflicting a decisive blow that led to their surrender. With Aquitania subdued, Roman control extended over southwest Gaul. Meanwhile, Publius Crassus encountered significant resistance in Aquitania, where tribes had adopted guerrilla tactics learned from their previous conflicts. The rebels, including the Vocates and the Tarasates, adeptly targeted Roman supply lines and avoided direct engagement. However, Crassus devised a cunning plan to outmaneuver them, surprising the Gallic encampment and inflicting a decisive blow that led to their surrender. With Aquitania subdued, Rome could add southwest Gaul under its sphere of control. Parallel to this, Caesar's attempts to subdue coastal tribes had met a few challenges. Despite Roman superiority in conventional warfare, the elusive tribes exploited their knowledge of the terrain to avoid direct confrontation. Hindered by adverse weather conditions, Caesar's forces resorted to raiding, unable to decisively engage the invasive tribes. Recognizing the limitations of continued pursuit, Caesar chose to withdraw for the winter, albeit with unresolved conflicts that would influence future campaigns. Amidst military endeavors, Caesar's political acumen remained evident. The Lucca Conference, a pivotal gathering where he secured political concessions in exchange for extending his governorship, underscored his skill in coalition building. Furthermore, Caesar's audacious feats in 55 BC Notably, the unprecedented crossing of the Rhine and the inaugural Roman expedition to Britain were driven by a quest for prestige and publicity. Despite minimal territorial gains, these endeavors showcased his leadership and made him very popular back in Rome. Widespread acclaim. The meticulous documentation of these exploits in Caesar's Commentari de Bello Gallico, or Commentaries on the Gallic War, cemented his heroic image and bolstered his political standing. But remember, this was written from the Roman perspective, so it tended to make the Romans look like they were just absolutely wrecking the Gauls. Yeah, it was a little one-sided. But please do yourself a favor and go and buy the book. Don't buy it off Amazon. Go to a bookstore, support the small businesses. Well, do whatever you want. Just buy the damn book. So upon his triumphant return, Caesar was hailed as a hero and accorded a remarkable 20-day Thanksgiving. Last time it was just 14. This was an unprecedented honor that underscored even more about his growing influence in Roman politics. Thus, while the campaigns of 55 BC posed formidable challenges, Caesar's strategic prowess, partnered with his political savvy, ensured continued momentum towards his ambitions in Gaul and beyond. The next year, in 54 BC, Caesar's approach towards Britain was far more comprehensive and ultimately successful than his initial expedition the year before. Over the winter, new ships were built, and Caesar embarked on this campaign with a formidable force consisting of 5 legions and 20,000 cavalry. Leaving the rest of his army in Gaul to maintain order, Caesar set sail for Britain. Notably, he brought along a significant number of Gallic chiefs, whom he considered untrustworthy, indicating that his conquest of Gaul was not yet complete, as evidenced by the late-year revolts in the region. I think that's a little funny, actually. He brings them all along with him so they won't mess anything up while he's gone. They can't launch rebellions if they're sleeping in the same room as him. My goodness. Well, upon landing in Britain, Caesar encountered little resistance initially. However, the Britons, led by Cassivellaunus, the king of the Catuvillani, employed those guerrilla tactics to avoid direct confrontation. While despite their superior mobility, the Britons suffered a significant defeat when they attacked a Roman foraging party and were repelled with heavy losses. Following this setback, many tribes surrendered and offered tribute to Caesar. The Romans eventually made a direct assault on Cassivellaunus's stronghold, compelling him to surrender and agree to a payment of grain, slaves, and an annual tribute to Rome. Despite Britain's lack of significant wealth, Caesar's invasion marked a significant achievement, as the Britons were effectively brought under Roman subjugation. Meanwhile, back on the continent, Caesar faced challenges as Gallic unrest erupted due to failed harvests. People seem to get cranky when they're hungry, right? The Eburones, led by Ambiorix, rebelled against Roman authority and ambushed a legion and 5 cohorts commanded by Sabinus and Lucius Cota. Exploiting Sabinus's credulity, Ambiorix convinced him to abandon his camp, leading to a disastrous ambush in which both Sabinus and Cota were killed. This defeat ignited further rebellion among the Nervi, Amputations, and their allies, who got together one afternoon and besieged the camp of Quintus Cicero. Cicero, recognizing the gravity of the situation, fortified his camp and attempted to send a message to Caesar for assistance. Enduring a relentless siege, Caesar's legion faced overwhelming odds until Caesar, upon receiving the distress call, swiftly marched to relieve the siege. Overcoming significant challenges, including hostile terrain and enemy resistance, the forces of Caesar successfully rescued Cicero's besieged legion, albeit at a significant casualty rate. Cicero was lauded by Caesars for his resilience and bravery in the face of adversity, and this cemented his reputation as a skilled commander and leader. Overall, the events of 54 BC underscored Caesar's strategic acumen and military prowess, as he successfully navigated both challenges in Britain and Gaul. It was a pretty good year, despite all of the losses in that rebellion. Well, at least everyone who was considered an important guy, a main character, well, at least they got to live on another day. Now, it couldn't be all good news. The winter uprising of 54 BC dealt a significant blow to the Romans, resulting in the loss of 1 legion entirely and nearly destroying another. Womp womp. This debacle exposed the vulnerability of Roman control over Gaul, prompting Caesar to launch a campaign aimed at a complete subjugation of the region and preempting future resistance. Certainly had an axe to grind now. Despite being down to 7 legions, Caesar bolstered his forces by recruiting 2 more legions and borrowing one from Pompey. This brought his army to between 40 and 50,000 men. Not a bad number. Launching his brutal campaign early, before the weather had fully warmed, Caesar had adopted a non-traditional strategy focused on demoralizing populations and attacking civilians. And they probably wouldn't have expected an attack so early, as Romans always waited for the winter to be over. Starting early certainly caught a lot of people off guard. He targeted the Nervi initially, employing tactics such as raiding, burning villages, and plundering of livestock. They also captured countless prisoners. The relentless onslaught quickly broke the spirit of the Nervi, and within a very short time, they just surrendered to the Romans. With the onset of the full campaign season, Caesar executed a surprise attack on the Senones, catching them off guard and compelling their surrender. He then turned his attention to the Menapi, employing the same strategy of relentless raiding, which proved equally effective. They surrendered too, just like pretty much everybody else. Meanwhile, Caesar's lieutenant Titus Labienus faced a formidable challenge in the lands of the Treveri, who had received promises of aid from Germanic tribes. With a relatively small force at his disposal, Labienus cleverly baited the Treveri into attacking on his terms, feigning a withdrawal, and then engaging them when they were exhausted from ascending a hill. The swift defeat of the Treveri led to their surrender, as well as a widespread capitulation among other tribes within Belgium, including the Eburones under the leader Ambiorix. Seeking retribution against the German tribes for their support for the Gauls, Caesar led his legions across the Rhine once more, constructing a bridge solely for this purpose. However, logistical challenges forced him to withdraw, avoiding engagement with the formidable Suebi. Nonetheless, Caesar's retaliatory campaign inflicted widespread surrender and devastation across northern Gaul, with entire regions completely steamrolled by Roman forces. Better luck next year. As the year drew to a close, Caesar stationed 6 legions in strategic locations to prevent a repeat of the previous winter's uprising. Despite his efforts to secure control through garrisons, the brutality of Caesar's actions throughout the year made it clear that another uprising could not entirely be prevented by military presence alone. In 52 BC, and this is where it gets pretty interesting, the Gallic tribes faced existential concerns that culminated in a widespread revolt against Roman rule. A scenario that had long been feared by Roman authorities had finally come true. The harsh campaigns of the previous year had left the Gauls fearful for their prosperity, and Caesar's announcement that Gaul was now being treated as a Roman province, subject to Roman laws and religion, well, that was just not on, and it heightened their apprehensions significantly. Of particular concern was the potential destruction of the Gallic Holy Land, overseen by the Carnutes, where the Druids convened annually to mediate between the tribes. The threat to their sacred territory served as a rallying point, finally uniting the Gauls under the charismatic leadership of Vercingetorix, the king of the Arverni tribe. Upon hearing news of the revolt, Caesar hastily returned to Gaul from Rome, aiming to quell the uprising before it spread any further. He first moved to defend Provence, and then advanced to Agadincum to confront the Gallic forces. Caesar's strategic maneuvering included capturing several oppida for food, forcing Vercingetorix to withdraw from his siege of the Boii capital. Recognizing Rome's supply shortages due to the winter conditions, Vercingetorix adopted a strategy of starvation, avoiding direct confrontation and instead raiding foraging parties and supply trains. As the stalemate continued, Caesar besieged the oppidum of Avaricum, where Vercingetorix had taken refuge. Despite initial reluctance, Vercingetorix defended Avaricum at the urging of the betrayals Cubi. The Gauls fiercely resisted Caesar's siege efforts, but ultimately the Romans breached the walls and captured the settlement, inflicting heavy casualties. The defeated Avaricum failed to fracture the Gallic coalition, however, and Vercingetorix rallied them. Quite a charismatic leader, this Vercingetorix. I have made a whole video on him if you want to go and have a look. It's an older one though. Vercingetorix retreated to Gergovia, his tribe's capital, to mount a proper defense against Caesar's forces. In the ensuing Battle of Gergovia, Caesar's assault on the settlement ended in a clear defeat for the Romans. Despite Caesar's claim of ordering a retreat, the battle resulted in significant Roman casualties and quite a boost to Vercingetorix's cause, attracting more Gallic tribes to join the rebellion. Of course, when you start beating the Romans, people sort of get a morale boost, don't they? Word was spreading that the unbeatable army could be beaten. Well, as for the Romans, despite the setbacks, they managed to enlist support from numerous Germanic tribes. Of course, this is all very complex. They had people in all different pockets of the region, some joining the rebellion, others remaining loyal to the Romans, mostly out of fear or perhaps economics. Well, after the victory at Gergovia, Vercingetorix made the strategic decision to defend the Mandubi oppidum of Alesia, marking the beginning of the famous siege of Alesia. With an estimated force of 70,000 to 100,000 warriors at his disposal, Vercingetorix intended to use the city of Alesia as a trap to ensnare the Romans in a pincer attack while awaiting reinforcements. Meanwhile, Caesar, recognizing that a direct assault on the Gauls was no longer a feasible option after the setback at Gergovia, he rather opted for a siege strategy to slowly but surely starve out the defenders. Despite the intensity of Roman siege preparations, including the construction of impressive fortifications covering some 25 miles, Vercingetorix's call for a relieving army was quickly answered. The Gauls then launched coordinated attacks from both within and outside the settlement, but the Roman defenses held firm. Although modern archaeology suggests that Caesar's descriptions of the siege works may have been exaggerated, it is evident that the Romans employed sophisticated defensive measures, leveraging the terrain to their advantage. As the siege wore on, it became very apparent to the Gauls that they could not overcome the Roman fortifications. The relieving army, unable to break the Roman lines, gradually just dispersed, leaving the Roman defenders isolated. Recognizing the futility of further resistance, Vercingetorix chose to surrender to Caesar. He did this on the proviso that if he was going to surrender, perhaps his people would gain some mercy. Either way, this effectively signaled the end of the Gallic revolt. Caesar, having decisively crushed the rebellion, deployed his legions to winter across the lands of the defeated tribes to prevent any resurgence of resistance. But I think most of the Gauls were pretty down on the idea by this point. He also dispatched troops to protect the Remi, staunch allies of Rome throughout the campaign. However, small pockets of resistance did persist, indicating that Caesar's full pacification of southwest Gaul was not quite complete. In the spring of 51 BC, Caesar's legions campaigned among the Belgic tribes to quell any potential uprisings, ultimately restoring peace to the region. However, in southwest Gaul, two chiefs named Drapes and Lucterius remained openly hostile to Roman authority, fortifying the formidable Cadurci opium of Uxellodinum. Gaius Caninus Rebilus led the siege of Ulexinondum, employing a strategic focus on building a series of camps, a circumvallation, and also disrupting Gallic access to things like water and other supplies. Roman engineers dug tunnels to divert the spring that fed the city. Despite the Gauls' attempts to burn down the Roman siege works, when the Gauls, unaware of the Roman actions, saw the spring dry up, they actually interpreted it as a sign from the gods, and subsequently surrendered. Caesar, instead of ordering a massacre, chose to set an example by cutting off the hands of the defenders. Need a hand? Following the victory at Uxellodinum, Caesar's legions were once again wintered in Gaul, encountering minimal unrest, as all the tribes had surrendered to Roman authority. Therefore, very little campaigning took place in 50 BC. The conclusion of the Gallic Wars marked a monumental achievement for Caesar, who had conquered all of Gaul and part of Britain within the space of 8 years. His victories brought him immense wealth and legendary status. The Gallic Wars not only laid the groundwork for Caesar's subsequent civil war and dictatorship, but also had profound implications for the Roman Republic's eventual downfall and the rise of the empire. Despite the lack of a clear end date for the Gallic Wars, Caesar's conquest of Gaul ushered in almost 5 centuries of Roman rule in the region. Gaul was not formally incorporated into the Roman Empire during Caesar's time, and subsequent rebellions did occur. However, Gaul did eventually become a Roman province, or at least separate provinces, under Emperor Augustus in 27 BC. Roman rule had significant cultural and historical impacts, introducing Latin, the language of the Romans, which evolved into Old French, influencing the modern French language. Furthermore, Caesar's conquest of Gaul paved the way for further Roman expansion into northwestern Europe, including parts of Germania, but they didn't get too far across the Rhine. Roman hegemony in Gaul endured, with few interruptions, until the crossing of the Rhine in 406 AD marked the beginning of significant changes. Well, those Germans eventually got their own back on Rome, but that is a topic for another video. Thank you once again for joining me. A little bit longer this one, wasn't it? But it's a topic that deserves our attention and demands my work. If you like the channel, like the video and subscribe and leave your comments down below. And if you really like the channel, go check me out on Patreon. I wish you all the best. Thank you once again for listening. I'll see you in the next video. Good night, everybody. The Roman conquest of Britain marked a significant chapter in the history of the island, altering its political, cultural, and social landscape. Initiated in 43 AD under Emperor Claudius, the conquest was a gradual process that culminated in the establishment of Roman control over most of the southern half of Britain, comprising modern-day England and Wales by the year 87 AD. The conquest was characterized by military campaigns, strategic alliances, and diplomatic negotiations, as the Roman forces sought to subdue the indigenous Celtic Britons and establish the Roman authority. Key figures such as Claudius, Vespasian, and Gnaeus Julius Agricola played instrumental roles in the expansion of Roman influence, and that is exactly what we will talk about today. Hello everyone and welcome back to ASMR Historian. I'm going to take you back now to the ancient Roman times, as the soldiers of the Roman army push further north into the great unknown, that final frontier. Before we continue, if you're new here, consider subscribing to the channel. And if you'd like to enjoy ad-free viewing, go over to the Patreon and have a look at what's on offer. It's a pretty good deal. Otherwise, like and leave a comment down below for the algorithm is just as good. Well, without further ado, let's get into the Roman conquest of Britain. During the century following Julius Caesar's expeditions to Britain in 55 and 54 BC. The island maintained diplomatic and trade relations with the Roman Empire. This period saw a growing Roman economic and cultural influence, particularly in the southern regions of Britain. Between 55 BC and the 40s AD, the arrangement established by Caesar, which involved tribute payments, the exchange of hostages, and the establishment of client states, persisted largely unchanged. Augustus, the first Roman emperor, made preparations for invasions of Britain in 34, 27, and 25 BC. However, these plans were hindered by revolts in other parts of the empire, leading to the cancellation of the first, second, and third invasions. Well, the second was technically called off due to indications that the Britons were willing to negotiate. Records from Augustus's reign indicate that two British kings, Novelianus and Tincomarus, sought refuge in Rome as supplicants. Additionally, Strabo's Geographica, written during this era, suggests that Britain contributed significant revenue to Rome through customs and duties, surpassing the potential tax revenue that you would get from direct conquest. In other words, they were already making enough money as it was. Why would they ruin it? This period of political and diplomatic engagement laid the groundwork for the eventual Roman conquest of Britain, shaping the relationship between the island and the empire in the lead-up to Claudius's successful campaign in AD 43. In the 40s AD, political tensions were mounting with Britain. The Catuvellani tribe had risen to prominence, displacing the Trinovantes as the dominant kingdom in southeastern Britain. They seized control of Camalodunum, which is modern-day Colchester, the former capital of the Trinovantes. Meanwhile, the Atrebates tribe, with their capital at Caleva Atrebatum, modern-day Silchester, maintained friendly trade and diplomatic relations with Rome under the kingship of Verica. However, Caratacus of the Catuvellani eventually conquered the entire Atrebates kingdom around AD 40, leading to Verica's expulsion from Britain. During this period, there were indications that Rome under Emperor Caligula considered a campaign against the Britons. According to accounts in Suetonius's The 12 Caesars, Caligula had reportedly assembled troops in battle formation along the English Channel. That's the space of water that separates France from England. I'm sure you know that. However, instead of engaging in military action, he ordered his soldiers to collect seashells, referring to them as plunder from the ocean due to the capital and the palace. I know, it all sounds quite silly, but Caligula was not known for his sanity. There is some ambiguity in the historical record whether Caligula's instructions were to collect seashells or huts, as the term musculi could also be interpreted as soldiers' slang for engineers' huts. Well, nevertheless, this event potentially served to prepare troops and facilities that would later facilitate Claudius's invasion of Britain 3 years later. For instance, Caligula had commissioned the construction of a lighthouse at Bologna, which is modern-day Boulogne-sur-Mer, which means Boulogne on the sea, known as the Tour d'Order. This structure provided a prototype for the lighthouse built shortly after at Dubris, modern-day Dover. A perfect place to build a lighthouse, by the way, which played a strategic role in Claudius's successful invasion of Britain. It seems like such a small body of water, the English Channel, but going across in boats with their 2,000-year-old technology would perhaps make the task a little bit more daunting. That being said, there are plenty of people who have swam the English Channel. Not my idea of a good time, by the way. In 43 AD, possibly utilizing troops previously assembled by Caligula in 40 AD, Emperor Claudius launched his invasion of Britain. The invasion force was placed under the overall command of Aulus Plautinus, a distinguished senator. One of the pretexts for this invasion was to reinstate Verica, remember him, the exiled king of the Atrebatus tribe. Of course, if Rome wanted to invade somewhere, any excuse would do. Now, the exact number of legions that were sent on the invasion remains unclear. The only legion directly to have joined in was the Legio II Augusta, commanded by the future Emperor Vespasian. However, other legions are believed to have been involved as well. The 9th Hispania and the 15th Gemina, later known as Martia Victrix, and the 20th, later known as Valeria Victrix, are known to have served during the Boudiccan revolt of 60 to 61. We'll get to that a little later, suggesting their presence since the initial invasion. Nonetheless, the Roman army was, as always, flexible, with cohorts and auxiliary units being deployed and moved around as needed. Apart from Aulus Plautius and Vespasian, 3 other individuals of appropriate rank were sent to command legions, and they are mentioned in the historical sources as being involved in the invasion. Cassius Dio refers to Gnaeus Hosidius Geta, likely the commander of the 9th Hispania, and Titus Flavius Sabinus the Younger, the brother of Vespasian, also in command. Eutropius mentions Gnaeus Sentius Saturninus, although his seniority as a former consul might have made him too high-ranking for a subordinate role in the invasion, suggesting that he might have joined Claudius a little later on. The main invasion force under Aulus Plautius is believed to have crossed in 3 divisions. While the port of departure is often presumed to have been near Bologna, near modern-day Boulogne, the main landing site at Rutapie, near modern-day Richburg on the east coast near Kent. The exact locations are still uncertain. Hopefully, later on we will find a bunch of Roman cutlery under the sands on the beach, and we can confirm this. Dio does not specify the port of departure, and although Suetonius mentions that a secondary force under Claudius sailed from Bologna, it doesn't necessarily mean that the entire invasion force did so. So let's not get carried away, shall we? Richborough had a sizable natural harbour that would have been suitable for such an operation, and archaeological evidence indicates Roman military activity in the area around the expected time of the invasion. However, Dio's account suggests that the Romans sailed from east to west, while a journey from Bologna to Richborough would have been in the south to north direction. Other historians have proposed an alternative route, suggesting a sailing from Bologna to the Salent, with a landing near Noviomagus, which is modern-day Chichester, or perhaps Southampton, which was within the territory formerly ruled by the exiled king Verica. Now, the British resistance, led by Togodumnus and Caratacus, sons of the late king of the Catuvellauni, Cunobeline, put up a formidable fight against the Romans. They didn't just let the Romans walk in and push them around. A significant British force confronted the Romans at a river crossing believed to be near Rochester on the River Medway. The Battle of Medway lasted for around 2 days, during which Gnaeus Hosidius Geta, a Roman commander, was nearly captured, but, luckily for him, managed to turn the tide of the battle, decisively in favor of the Romans. Good job, Geta. Definitely the man of the hour. Geta's heroics earned him the honor of a Roman triumph, by the way, and you don't get one of them from sitting in the back seats, don't you? Additionally, at least one division of auxiliary Batavian troops crossed the river separately, further complicating the British defense. Despite their initial resistance, the British forces were gradually pushed back to the Thames. That's the river that runs through London today, the most famous river in England. The Romans pursued them across the river, resulting in some Roman casualties in the marshes of Essex, where the Romans utilized an existing bridge or constructed a temporary one for this purpose. Well, that remains uncertain, but I will say one thing: if there was no bridge, then they would have certainly made one. Nothing stops the Romans crossing a river when they're chasing after an already defeated and frightened enemy. Anyway, following the Battle of the Medway, Togodumnus died shortly after on the banks of the Thames. This left the British resistance very demoralized and weakened them even more. Now Plautius, the Roman commander, halted his advance and requested Claudius to join him for the final push. Although Claudius lacked military expertise, he accompanied the Praetorian cohorts to Britain in AD 43. Accounts vary regarding the surrender of the Britons, with some sources suggesting that Claudius received the surrender of 11 British kings without any losses, while others claim that the surrender occurred without any significant bloodshed. Regardless, it is likely that the Catuvellauni were already on the verge of defeat, allowing Claudius to appear as the conqueror during the march on Camalodunum. After the invasion, Verica may have been restored as the king of the Atrebates, although he would have been quite elderly by then. Alternatively, a new ruler named Cogidubnus emerged as his heir and was appointed king of several territories following the initial stage of the conquest as a reward for his loyalty to Rome. Of course, if you do what the Romans tell you, you get some pretty nice stuff. Following the initial conquest under Claudius, Vespasian led a force westward, gradually subduing tribes and capturing Oppida settlements along the way. The expedition advanced as far as Exeter, which became a strategic base for the Roman legion Legio to Augusta from 55 to 75. Meanwhile, Legio IX Hispana was deployed northwards towards Lincoln, back in those days known as Lindum Colonia, and by about 47 AD, it is likely that an area south of a line extending from the Humber to the Severn estuary fell under Roman control. The alignment of this line with the Romans' road of the Fosse Way has led to historians to speculate about its role as a potential frontier during the early stages of the Roman occupation. However, this exact delineation of the border between Roman and Iron Age Britain at this time, well, it's pretty hard to put your finger on it. It remains fairly uncertain to this day. In late 47 AD, Publius Ostorius Scapula, the newly appointed governor of Britain, initiated a campaign against tribes in modern-day Wales and the Cheshire Gap region. The Silures of southeast Wales proved to be formidable opponents, fiercely defending their border territory. Caratacus, a prominent leader of the Silures, led a guerrilla campaign against Ostorius, but suffered defeat when he finally engaged in a decisive battle. Not so good when he's out in the open, especially against advanced Roman tactics. He then fled to seek refuge among the Brigantes, a Roman client tribe inhabiting the Pennines. However, their queen, Cartimandua, either could not or would not protect him. Why? Well, she had her own allegiance to the Romans, and she ultimately handed him over to the invaders. And you can perhaps guess what happened to him. Following Ostorius' death, Aulus Didius Gallus assumed the governorship of Britain and brought the Welsh borders under control. However, Gallus did not pursue further expansion northward or westward, likely due to concerns expressed by Claudius about the challenges and limited gains associated with engaging in prolonged warfare, especially in the mountainous terrain of upland Britain. Upon Nero's ascension to the throne in 54 AD, he decided to continue the invasion of Britain and appointed Quintus Veranius as governor. Veranius, along with his successor Gaius Suetonius Paulinus, launched a successful campaign across northern Wales. Suetonius Paulinus notably defeated many Druids when he invaded the island of Anglesey in 60 AD, apparently. However, the final occupation of Wales was delayed due to the rebellion of Boudicca, which compelled the Romans to redirect their forces to southeast in 60 or 61 AD. Well, after the suppression of Boudicca's uprising, the warrior queen, subsequent Roman governors continued the conquest by advancing northward. And don't worry, you'll get your Boudicca video very soon. Cartimandua, the queen of the Brigantes, faced rebellion from her husband against Venetius in 69 AD, prompting her to seek Roman assistance. However, the Romans ultimately evacuated Cartimandua, leaving Venutius in power. In 71 AD, Quintius Petilius Ceralius waged a successful war against the Brigantes, earning praise from Tacitus, along with his successor Julius Frontinus. Just before we move on, Tacitus is genuinely seen as reliable, as far as I know, if someone wants to correct me on that. But one thing I will say is, we have some mention in Tacitus's writings about Druids. Remember when I mentioned up in Anglesey? Well, you must remember that all writers, all historians are susceptible to some kind of influence from the higher-ups. Depicting the Druids of Anglesey, how they are depicted in Tacitus's writings, well, it's a little bit one-sided and unfair. I will be making a video on Druids very soon, but I just want to mention that first. Much of the northern conquest may have occurred under the governorships of Vettius Bolanus and Cerealis. Bolanus likely dealt with Venutius and made advances into Scotland, while evidence from carbon dating of Roman fort timbers suggests that construction in Carlisle occurred during Cerealis's governorship. Additionally, Agricola commanded Legion 20 Valera Victrix from 71 to 73, contributing to the western thrust alongside Cerealis, who led Legio 9 Hispana in the east. The Legio II Adiutrix sailed from Chester to surprise the enemy, further aiding the Roman advance. The western push started from Lancaster and followed the Lune and Eden River valleys, with evidence of Roman occupations at Ravenglass, Blennerhassett, Beckfoot, and Maryport. Between 72 and 73 AD, part of Cerealis' force crossed Stainmore Pass to join Agricola, establishing campaign camps along the way. They moved towards Carlisle, where a fort was established in 72 or around 73 AD. Julius Frontinus succeeded Cerealis as governor in 74. He resumed the conquest of Wales, eventually subduing the Silures around 76 AD and establishing a new base at Caerleon for Legio II Augusta in 75. Frontinus was also establishing smaller forts for auxiliary units, and likely founded the fort at Pumsaint in the West Wales to exploit gold deposits at Dolaucothi. He left his post in 78 AD and later served as water commissioner in Rome. Now Agricola, returning as the new governor of Britain, completed the conquest of Wales in 78 by defeating the Ordovices, who had previously destroyed a Roman cavalry unit stationed in their territory. Well, fair enough, it was their territory, and the Romans weren't invited. Do remember this. With his knowledge of the terrain from prior military service in Britain, Agricola swiftly got his revenge on the Ordovices, and then invaded Anglesey, compelling its inhabitants to ask for mercy and seek peace. Well, he was on a bit of a roll at this point. In the following year, Agricola turned his attention to the Brigantes of northern England and the Selgovae along the southern coast of Scotland. Using overwhelming military force, he established Roman control over these regions. Tacitus reports that Agricola addressed discontent among previously conquered Britons through a combination of force and diplomacy in 79 AD. He then marched to the Firth of Tay in 80 AD, possibly stopping at the Firth of Forth that same year. I know, they're all quite interesting English names. You must bear with us. Agricola returned south in 81 AD to consolidate his gains in the newly conquered territories and suppress rebellions. In 82 AD, Agricola sailed to either the shores of Argyll or Kintyre, possibly both. Over the next 2 years, he campaigned northward along Scotland's eastern and northern coasts, using both land and naval forces. Agricola achieved significant victories against the northern British peoples, culminating in the Battle of Mons Graupius, where he defeated the forces led by Caligula. To secure the Roman occupation, Agricola constructed a network of military roads and forts throughout Scotland. Existing forts were reinforced, and new ones were established, particularly along the Highland line in northeastern Scotland. Agricola also fortified the line of communication and supply along the southeastern Scotland and northeastern England, including Deer Street. In the southernmost Caledonia, territories were heavily planted with forts, completing a military enclosure of south-central Scotland. While Agricola's actions against the Selgovae were aggressive, there isn't really any evidence with other tribes, such as the Novante, Votidandi, and the Damonii. Well, in AD 84, Agricola was recalled, and he returned to Rome. Recent archaeological discoveries, such as a marching camp dating to the 1st century AD found in Ayrshire, provide insights into the strategic locations chosen by the Romans during Agricola's conquest. These findings, including clay-domed ovens and fire pits, shed light on the logistical aspects of Roman military operations in Britain during this tumultuous period. After Agricola, the successors in Britain were not explicitly named in surviving sources. However, it does appear that they were unable, or perhaps unwilling, to further extend Roman control into the far north of Scotland. The fortress at Inchtuthil was dismantled before completion, and other fortifications along the Gask Ridge in Perthshire, intended to consolidate Roman presence in Scotland after the Battle of Mons Graupius, were abandoned within a few years. Now, all of this suggests that the costs of maintaining a prolonged military campaign in the region outweighed any potential economic or political benefits, leading to a decision to leave the Caledonian tribes largely autonomous under nominal Roman submission. By AD 87, imperial ambitions in Scotland and Ireland had somewhat waned, leading to the withdrawal of the 20th Legion. The Romans then focused on consolidating their presence along the Staingate Road, which ran between Carlisle and Gorebridge. Carlisle then became the administrative centre, with a direct commissioner overseeing the region. Between 87 and 117, efforts were aimed primarily at consolidation, with only a few sites north of Staingate Line maintained. There is no evidence of significant military engagements resulting in the retreat from various tribes. Now, modifications to the Staingate Line began in the mid-90s AD, with reductions in the size of forts and the addition of fortlets and watchtowers between them. In addition to the Staingate Line, forts were established along the Stolway coast at Beckford, Maryport, and Borough Walls. Also, there were a few as far down as Moresby. Other forts, such as Beckford, may have been built in the late 1st century. Troutbeck Fort may have been established during the reign of Emperor Trajan, that's from 98 to 117, while forts like Ambleside were strategically positioned to take advantage of shipborne supply routes in the Lake District. Roads were also constructed during this period, connecting forts such as Ambleside to Old Penrith and Brougham. Under the reign of Emperor Hadrian, from 117 to 138, the Roman occupation in Britain was retracted to a more defensible frontier in the area between the River Tyne and the Solway Firth. This retreat was marked by the construction of Hadrian's Wall, which began around 122 AD and still remains a site to be visited to this very day. Upon the ascension of Antoninus Pius, he sought to expand the empire's boundaries, contrary to the policies of his predecessor, who wanted to take a more defensive stance. After defeating the Brigantes in AD 139, Antoninus ordered Quintus Lollius Urbicus, the Roman governor of Britannia, to march north of Hadrian's Wall and conquer the Caledonian lowlands. Urbicus mobilized 3 legions from various parts of Britain and moved them north of the wall between 139 and 140. The initial targets of Urbicus's campaign were the Selgovae and the Ottadini tribes, located northwest of Hadrian's Wall in present-day Dumfriesshire. The Romans, skilled in warfare in hilly terrain, quickly seized on strategic points and fortified these positions, including hill forts previously built by the Caledonians. Notable among these engagements was the battle at Burnswalk Hill, strategically positioned to control the western route further into Caledonia. By 142 AD, the Romans had pacified the region and successfully pushed the frontier north to the River Clyde River Forth area, where the Antonine Wall was constructed. However, the Antonine Wall was abandoned in 162, and the Romans retreated to Hadrian's Wall, which proved to be a much stronger defensive line. Despite these setbacks, Roman troops ventured into the north of modern Scotland on several occasions. There is evidence of numerous Roman marching camps in Scotland, indicating multiple attempts to subdue the region. These efforts underscore the Romans' persistent but ultimately unsuccessful endeavors to fully capture northern Britain. The most significant later expedition into northern Britain occurred in 209, led by Emperor Septimius Severus. Claiming provocation by the Mate tribe, Severus campaigned against the Caledonian Confederacy, a coalition of Brittonic and Pictic tribes in the north. He marshaled the 3 legions of the British garrison, reinforced the newly formed Parthica Legion, along with 9,000 imperial guards and auxiliary forces. These forces were supplied by fleets from the British, Rhine, and the Danube regions. According to Dio Cassius, Severus inflicted severe damage on the native tribes, but suffered significant losses due to guerrilla war tactics. How many losses? Well, Cassius estimates around 50,000 of his own men. That's a lot of casualties. Eventually, he withdrew back to Hadrian's Wall, where he repaired and strengthened the fortifications extensively, leading later Roman authors to credit him with the construction of the wall. During negotiations for a truce to facilitate the Roman retreat, Severus's wife, Julia Domna, criticized the morals of the Caledonian women. That's not very nice, isn't it? In response to this, the wife of a Caledonian chief retorted that their women consorted openly with honorable men, unlike Roman women who engaged in secret liaisons with disreputable men. Ooh. You go, girl. This exchange is the first recorded utterance confidently attributed to a native of Scotland. Not bad. Severus died at York while planning further campaigns, and his plans were abandoned by his son Caracalla. In 306, Emperor Constantius undertook a campaign into northern Britain, reaching the far north and winning a major battle before returning south. His son, Constantine, later known as Constantine the Great, accompanied him and campaigned against the Picts beyond Hadrian's Wall. Subsequent Roman expeditions into Scotland were limited to scouting missions, trade contacts, negotiations for truces, and the spread of Christianity. The extent of Roman interaction with Hibernia, that's modern-day Ireland, remains a subject of debate among archaeologists. Perhaps we'll never know. But what I do know is that if you like the video and subscribe to the channel, then you will have my gratitude for some time to come. No guarantees on how long that will be, but I will be quite happy to see you joining the channel. For today, we are done. That's it, the Roman conquest of Britain, explained in the most simple terms that I can. I hope you've enjoyed the video. Really. I will see you next time. Good luck. You're gonna do well today. I just know it. Good night, everyone. See you next time. In the heart of the ancient Teutoburg forest, history bore witness to a cataclysmic clash that would echo through the ages. It was here, on a fateful day in 9 AD, that the Roman legions led by Varus met their match in a cunning and relentless foe. Arrayed against them stood an alliance of Germanic tribes, united under the leadership of the indomitable Arminius. He, once a trusted officer within the Roman ranks, had mastered the art of deception, having imbibed the knowledge of Roman tactics and strategy. With meticulous planning and unwavering resolve, he lured Varus and his legions into a deadly trap, ensnaring them in the dense thickets of the forest. The Varian disaster, as it came to be known in the annals of Roman history, marked a turning point of unparalleled significance, shattering the illusion of invincibility that had long surrounded the Roman legions. Hello everyone, welcome to ASMR Historian. I am your host. If you'd like to support the channel, why not consider looking at my Patreon, where all the videos are ad-free. Otherwise, you can support the channel by helping me in the algorithm by subscribing, liking, and leaving your comments down below. Without further ado, let's begin our video for today, the battle and the legacy of Teutoburg Forest. Let's start from the beginning and set the scene so we can understand what led to this catastrophic event. In the wake of Julius Caesar's Gallic conquests, the Roman Republic stood as a formidable force in the 1st century BC, extending its dominion over vast territories in Western Europe. However, amidst the triumphs of Caesar's campaigns, the Germanic tribes across the Rhine posed a persistent challenge to Roman expansion. Despite Caesar's forays into Germania, notably crossing the Rhine on 2 occasions, the elusive nature of the German warriors and their guerrilla tactics stymied Roman efforts to assert dominance in the region. Following the turmoil of Caesar's assassination in 44, and the subsequent power struggles in Rome, attention shifted away from continental Europe, leaving the Gauls vulnerable to internal strife and external threats. It was not until the rise of Octavian, later known as Augustus, and the establishment of the Roman Empire in 27 BC, that Gaul once again became a focal point of Roman attention. Augustus's reorganization of Gaul into smaller provinces highlighted the strategic significance of the Rhine as a buffer against Germanic incursions. Although Rome's precise policy towards the Germanic tribes still remains ambiguous. The Roman defeat in the Lullian disaster of 16 BC served as a sobering reminder of the challenges posed by the Germanic tribes. In response, Augustus embarked on a concerted effort to subdue the restless frontier, appointing his stepson Drusus as the new governor of Gaul. Drusus then launched a series of successful campaigns against the Germanic tribes from 11 to 9 BC, earning a string of victories despite facing formidable obstacles. However, Drusus's sudden death in 9 BC all but halted Roman expansion into Germanic territory, leaving his brother, Tiberius, to inherit the mantle of command. Tiberius continued his brother's efforts to consolidate Roman control in Germany, confronting local uprisings and extending Roman influence up to the Elbe River. Despite these achievements, Tiberius's fall from favor and subsequent voluntary exile in 6 BC marked a turning point in Roman policy towards Germania. He was succeeded by Lucius Domitius Anubarus, who subdued further uprisings and became the first Roman general to cross the Elbe River. As the new century approached, Rome's relations with the Germanic tribes remained complex, characterized by a delicate balance of diplomacy and, when needed, military force. In the early days of 6 AD, the Roman Empire mobilized a formidable force under the command of Saturninus and consul Aemilius Lepidus. This massive army, comprising of 13 legions with their accompanying personnel, totaling around 100,000 men, was deployed against Marabodus, the king of the Marcomanni, a prominent tribe of the Suebi. However, Tiberius, who had been overseeing operations in Germania, was compelled to divert his attention to quell the Bellum Battanianum, also known as the Great Illyrian Revolt that had erupted in the Balkans. Amidst these tumultuous events, Arminius, a trusted advisor to Varus, clandestinely orchestrated a coalition of Germanic tribes, including traditional rivals like Cherusci, Marsi, Chatti, and Bructeri. Despite outward appearances of submission to Roman authority, these tribes seethed with resentment over perceived Roman oppression and brutality. With meticulous planning and patient coordination, Arminius cultivated this simmering discontent, waiting for the opportune moment to strike a decisive blow against Varus and his outnumbered legions. As Varus led his forces from their summer encampments towards winter headquarters near the Rhine, reports of a localized rebellion, engineered by Arminius, reached his ears. Unaware of the broader conspiracy brewing against him, Varus heeded the call to suppress what he believed to be a minor uprising, unwittingly walking into a meticulously laid trap set by his erstwhile ally. Publius Quintilius Varus, the central figure in the Varian disaster, rose through the ranks of the Roman Empire with notable swiftness and distinction. So let's understand a little bit about him first, before we go on. His ascent began when Emperor Augustus appointed him as quaestor in 22 BC, a remarkable achievement, considering the usual age requirement of 30 for such a coveted position. Varus's subsequent military career saw him commanding the 19th Legion in 15th BC and attaining the position of junior consul. His administrative talents were further recognized with appointments as governor of Africa in 8 BC and later of Syria in 7 BC, a prestigious but challenging role amidst the complex political landscape of the Eastern Empire and its chaotic border regions. Well, despite the complexities of governing Syria, Varus demonstrated his capability by effectively addressing the succession crisis following the death of Herod the Great in 4 BC. However, contemporary accounts offer divergent assessments of his governance, with Josephus portraying Varus favorably, while Patroclus implies corruption during his tenure. Varus's marriage to the emperor's great niece solidified his position within the imperial circle, leading to his eventual appointment to command in Germania in 7 AD. Varus's reputation extended far beyond the borders of the empire, characterized by both fear among the populace and respect from the Roman Senate. Commanding several legions along the Rhine, Varus wielded significant military authority. These legions, formerly under the leadership of Saturninus, were stationed at Castrum Mogontiacum, while Varus's nephew Asprenas likely led the other two legions in winter quarters. Varus's initial command in Germania comprised a formidable force, consisting of 5 legions alongside auxiliaries. During the early imperial period, each legion boasted approximately 4,800 men, supported by 120 light escort or scouting cavalry. With engineers, officers, and non-combatant servants included, a legion typically totaled around 5,000 fighting men. Varus's command of approximately 25,000 soldiers, excluding auxiliaries, constituted about 20% of the Roman frontline army. Now, however, despite the exact number of troops under Varus's command during the Battle of Teutoburg Forest remains uncertain, with estimates ranging from 20 to 30,000. At the time of the battle, only 3 legions, totaling approximately 50,000 men, remained under Varus's leadership, accompanied by 9 small auxiliary units comprising of about 4,500. Winter attrition, including casualties and illness, likely diminished the legion's strength. It was a German winter too, wasn't an Italian winter. 2 different things. While some historians, like Cassius Dio, suggest a significant civilian presence in the camp, others find this improbable due to recent military reforms that discouraged legionaries from bringing their families. It seems pretty obvious to me why you would not want to bring your family to the front line of the Germanic rebellions. But it was a different time back then. Well, despite variations in troop numbers, the main Roman army maintained a high level of professionalism and was outfitted with standardized weapons and armor by the state. This equipment typically included a gladius short sword, a large shield, a pilum javelin, a helmet, a mail shirt, and segmented armor. Conversely, auxiliary units relied on equipment and fighting styles reflective of their homelands, placing them on par with the Germanic troops that they encountered. Now, on to Arminius. We're going to learn a little bit about the other main character in this story. Arminius, hailing from the Cherusci tribe, emerged as the leader of the Germanic coalition. His unique background positioned him well to comprehend Roman tactics and strategy. Captured by the Romans at a young age after Drusus's victory over his tribe in 8 BC, Arminius received an aristocratic education in Rome, eventually joining the Roman cavalry and commanding auxiliaries by 4 AD. Pretty impressive, don't you think? Despite his Roman affiliations, Arminius maintained ties to his beloved homeland in Germania. Well, you can take the boy out of Germania, but not the Germania out of the boy. Two pivotal events shaped Arminius's perception of Roman capabilities. A Cherusci ambush against Drusus in 11 BC, and Drusus's subsequent victory over the Cherusci in 8 BC. From these encounters, Arminius gleaned a crucial lesson. While the Romans could be defeated, their tactical adaptability and discipline posed formidable challenges. It was not going to be easy. The size of Arminius's forces remains a major matter of conjecture due to the absence of written records. Estimates vary widely, with historians proposing figures ranging from 17,000 all the way up to 100,000 troops. Despite their varied origins, these Germanic warriors possessed combat experience, albeit lacking the standardized equipment of the Roman legions. While some fighters wielded heavy spears and javelins, many relied on basic shields and hunting weapons, with armor a rare commodity, acquired primarily from defeated Romans or through service as Roman auxiliaries. Well, with all this, the stage was set for a straightforward campaign as winter loosened its grip in 9 AD. Varus was unaware of the impending betrayal, and he meticulously planned the expedition. The rendezvous point was Vetera, situated in present-day Xanten, Germany. From there, the Roman forces would traverse the Rhine, replenishing garrisons along the route as they advanced into Cherusci territory. Their objective: to establish a summer encampment within what was believed to be pacified Cherusci lands, laying the groundwork for further operations in the region. Little did Varus know that he had already fallen into a trap. Arminius, his trusted confidant, had orchestrated this cunning deception. Under the guise of cooperation, Arminius manipulated Varus into positioning the Roman army within the heart of Cherusci territory, offering a strategic advantage to the German tribes. Pretty clever, huh? Arminius needs to get more credit, I think. As the Romans embarked on their return journey to winter quarters, they would be vulnerable to ambush in terrain that favored Arminius. The timing of Arminius's betrayal remains a little mysterious, whether seeded during his years as a Roman hostage or solidified during his service alongside Varus in Germania. No one really knows. Nonetheless, by early 9 AD, Arminius had initiated a web of deceit, rallying Germanic chieftains to his clandestine cause. You know, he's winning me over. I like this Arminius. Can you imagine? You are taken away from everything you've known and loved, brought into what everybody tells you is civilization, told to forget who you are, become the enemy, fight with the Romans against your own people, And they think that you're just going to accept this? You've got to be joking. Certainly Arminius knows how to bide his time and get payback. There's a saying in Mandarin that I like. 君子报仇，10年不晚. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too long to wait. Hell yeah. Anyway, let's get back to it. Anticipating the inevitable Roman reprisal, Arminius sought to unite disparate tribes, bracing for what could potentially evolve into a prolonged conflict against the formidable Roman war machine. The time had come. As the Roman army emerged from winter hibernation in March, they dutifully executed Varus's strategy, albeit amidst logistical hurdles and a notable lack of vigilance. The precise location of the summer encampment remains obscured by the veil of time, likely nestled near or around modern-day Minden in Germany. Historical accounts depict Varus's summer demeanor as more administrative than martial, focusing on diplomatic engagements rather than military maneuvers. However, some historians scrutinize these narratives, citing biases from within his own chronicles, particularly Paterculus's contentious portrayal of Varus. Nevertheless, for these legionaries, the season unfolded in a routine blend of drills and infrastructure projects, fortifying roads and defenses. Meanwhile, Arminius strategically embedded within Rome ranks alongside his auxiliaries, patiently awaiting his moment to strike. In July, he set his plan into motion, instigating raids on Roman outposts while subtly engineering divisions from within the Roman forces. Exploiting the Roman commander's trust, Arminius orchestrated betrayals within the ranks, leveraging his insider status to sow chaos. Despite a momentary tip-off by Arminius's own father-in-law, Augustus, Varus dismissed the warning, his judgment clouded by personal animosities and political intrigue. Don't trust the in-laws, no matter what you do. As late summer gave way to September, mounting unrest became the principal concern for Varus and his advisors. Sensing the narrow window of opportunity, some counselors cautioned against attempting to quell the rebellion, while also securing a safe return to winter quarters. Such a retreat along the familiar route would likely evade any concerted German resistance. However, in a daring move, Arminius proposed an alternative course, a campaign against the Angrivari. By traversing their territory, the Romans could both shorten their homeward journey and suppress the uprising. Varus, perhaps emboldened by the prospect of action after a pretty monotonous summer, opted to heed Arminius's counsel. On the dawn of September 7th, 9 AD, the Roman legions rallied for departure. Their ranks swelled with anticipation. Coinciding with the third payday of the year, the distribution of coins among the troops would later serve as a poignant marker for archaeologists discovering the battlefield. Buoyed by his promises of sanctioned looting during the Angrivari campaign, morale was surging within the ranks. Everyone was looking forward to having a big old party. That evening, Arminius bid farewell to Varus, under the pretext of mustering Cherusci auxiliaries, pledging to rejoin the main force in a matter of days. "Don't worry, Varus, I'll be back soon." Unbeknownst to Varus, this encounter marked their final meeting. With the departure of Arminius, a significant portion of the Roman contingent was lost, severely impeding their reconnaissance capabilities. Meanwhile, Arminius hastened northward to rally the Angrivari and Bructeri tribes to his cause. As the morning of September 8 dawned, the Roman legions broke camp and resumed their march through the dense forest, their progress hindered by the thick foliage that stretched out for miles and miles. Arminius, orchestrating the unfolding tragedy, orchestrated a series of coordinated attacks by his Bructeri allies, targeting the Roman column along its extended length. The onslaught, launched in the late morning, had the objective of exhausting the Romans and inflicting maximum damage to their supplies as javelins rained down on the beleaguered troops. With the Roman line stretched perilously thin over a distance of 15 to 20 kilometers, the Germanic warriors, armed with a variety of weapons including swords, long lances, and narrow-bladed short spears, quietly encircled the entire army. The skirmish was fierce, but brief, the attackers swiftly withdrawing after achieving their objectives, likely accompanied by the embedded Cherusci spies. That's right. There were many people marching with the Romans, waiting for the signal. Well, once they all ran away, the spies went with them. As if by a cruel twist of fate, a torrential downpour added to the Romans' woes, halting their advance. Varus, recognizing the gravity of the situation, ordered the construction of a fortified camp and convened a war council. Though casualty reports indicated relatively light losses, the vulnerability of the baggage trains, and not to mention the scout cavalry, was clearly evident. Under the cover of night, the Romans attempted a desperate escape, only to stumble into yet another trap set by Arminius near Calchris Hill. The terrain, with its narrow strip of open ground flanked by woods and swampland, offered very little respite. The Germanic alliance, exploiting the natural barriers and fortified positions, launched relentless waves of assaults on the disoriented Roman forces. Amidst the chaos, Varus drew his last breath, choosing to take his own life rather than face capture or defeat. other Roman commanders, including Prefectus Caonius and Prefectus Aegius, met similar fates, either falling in battle or succumbing to the culminated despair of their doomed cause. The aftermath of the Battle of Teutoburg Forest was nothing short of catastrophic for the Roman forces, with casualties estimated to be between 15,000 to 20,000. Many Roman officers, faced with that grim reality of defeat, chose to fall on their swords in accordance with Roman tradition. It was the style at the time. Tacitus grimly recounts how some officers met a grisly fate, becoming sacrificial victims in the indigenous religious ceremonies of the Germanic forces, their bodies cooked in pots, and their bones used for rituals for many years later. Others were subjected to ransom, while some common soldiers were likely enslaved by their victorious foes. Roman accounts paint a vivid picture of the utter devastation suffered by the legions, with archaeological findings at Calchris revealing approximately 6,000 pieces of Roman equipment, compared to just a single clearly Germanic artifact, indicating the severity of the Roman losses. It was not simply a loss for the Romans. It was a red-ass beatdown that they will never forget. However, the absence of substantial German relics can be attributed to their practice of removing the bodies of their fallen comrades from the battlefield and burying them along with their battle gear. So maybe the Romans did manage to take a few of them out. Moreover, many Germanic soldiers, possibly numbering in the thousands, had deserted and donned Roman armor, further complicating the identifications of combatants in archaeological excavations. And do remember that, as we had already mentioned, the Germanic forces, if they were wearing armor, well, it was probably Roman armor. So from previous skirmishes, they may have geared up in Roman attire. I'm sure that was rather confusing for the Romans, trying to figure out who was one of theirs. In the wake of their triumph, the Germanic coalition swiftly swept through all Roman forts, garrisons, and cities east of the Rhine, asserting their dominance over the region. The remaining Roman legions in Germania, led by Varus's nephew, Lucius Nonius Asprenas, focused their efforts on fortifying positions along the Rhine to stem further incursions. Despite facing prolonged sieges, forts like Aliso, in present-day Haltern am See, managed to hold out for several weeks, if not months. Ultimately, the garrison under Lucius Caedicius, reinforced by survivors from the Teutoburg forest, successfully broke through the encirclement and reached the safety of the Rhine. Their valiant resistance brought enough time for Nonius Asprenas to organize the Roman defense along the Rhine with 2 legions, supported by the arrival of Tiberius with a fresh army. Together, They thwarted Arminius's ambitions of crossing the Rhine and launching an invasion into Gaul. The Battle of the Teutoburg Forest sent shockwaves throughout the Roman Empire, leaving Emperor Augustus profoundly shaken, literally shaking. According to the accounts of the Roman historian Suetonius in the 12 Caesars, Augustus was so distraught upon hearing of the defeat that he was seen in a panicked state, pacing back and forth, repeatedly shouting, "Quintilius Varus, give me back my legions." The loss was a devastating blow, not only militarily, but also symbolically, marking the abrupt end of the triumphant Roman expansion that had characterized the period following the end of the Civil War 4 decades earlier. Of course, word was getting around, too, that the Romans were not as tough as perhaps thought. Well, they were still pretty tough. It took a while for them to fall, but eventually they did. We'll get to that in another video soon. In the aftermath of the disaster, the Roman Empire underwent a significant re-evaluation of its military strategy. Tiberius, Augustus's stepson, assumed effective control and began preparations for the continuation of the war effort. Legions 17, 18, and 19, which had suffered such catastrophic losses, were never reconstituted. Womp womp. A stark departure from the Roman practice of re-establishing legions even after a defeat. Maybe they thought the name was bad luck. Instead, Legio II Augusta and 20 Valeria Victrix, along with 13th Gemina, were dispatched to the Rhine to replace the lost legions and reinforce the frontier defenses, getting ready for the next fight. And there is always a next fight. For what is our history, besides the continued tapestry of conflicts and atrocities? More to come, of course. Well, what can we learn from all of this? I suppose, if anything, we can look at it from the German perspective first. How long can we plan for revenge? Is it ever too late to take it back? And what about the Roman perspective? How close should we keep our friends? Are they really friends, or are they simply enemies in disguise? Perhaps we can all look at our own circle of friends and try to examine very closely if there is an Arminius hiding. Well, thank you very much for listening. I really had fun recording that. I thought that was a great story, if I do say so myself. If you enjoyed it, how about you subscribe to the channel? I'm trying to push to 3,000 this month. Ooh, glorious day that I receive the 5,000. So tell your friends about me. Otherwise, continue to enjoy the historical content that I'm pushing out with the utmost enjoyment. I'm the ASMR historian. It's been a pleasure. See you in the next video, and good night. From the 1st to the 4th century AD, Christians endured sporadic persecution across the Roman Empire, clashing with the entrenched pagan practices of the time. As Christianity spread, it colluded with the imperial cult of ancient Rome and sparked ideological conflicts. Rejecting rituals like offering sacrifices to deified emperors, Christians faced accusations of treason and introducing a foreign cult. Hello everyone, welcome to ASMR Historian. If you're new here, it's good to see you, and if you're coming back, welcome back again for another video. If you'd like to support the channel, I've opened up Patreon memberships, where all videos are ad-free and 1080p quality. Also, helping me out in the algorithm with a like, comment, and subscribe does more than you could imagine. Well, without further ado, let's get on to today's video: Christian persecution in the Roman Empire. At the onset of the Roman Empire, spanning from 27 BC to 476 AD, religious practices were predominantly polytheistic and localized. Each city revered its own pantheon of gods and goddesses, initially borrowed from Greek mythology, but adapted to suit Roman culture and sensibilities. These city-centric religious frameworks, known as polis religions, were deeply intertwined with the political and civic identity of the populace. Religious expression wasn't just confined to personal belief, but rather constituted communal ritualistic practices, overseen primarily by public officials, notably the Senate. The fusion of religion with politics would become a defining characteristic of Roman life during this era. However, as the 1st century BC unfolded, support for traditional Roman polytheism began to dwindle little by little, viewed as increasingly hollow and ineffective by contemporary writers and historians. A myriad of factors, both internal and external, contributed to this decline, including the ravages of war, the influx of foreign cultures, and the politicization of religious institutions. This gradual erosion of traditional religious fervor left a void in the spiritual lives of many Romans, paving the way for the emergence of alternative forms of spirituality. In response to this vacuum, various alternative religious movements gained traction, including the imperial cult, mystery cults, imported Eastern religions, and of course, Christianity. While the Roman Empire exhibited a degree of cultural permeability, allowing foreigners to integrate, its approach was a little bit nuanced when it came to religious tolerance. While some foreign gods were assimilated into the Roman pantheon, adherence to ancestral customs played a crucial role in determining acceptance within the Roman society. This apparent openness to foreign beliefs was, however, tempered by instances of intolerance, particularly towards practices perceived as deviating from the established norms. Suspicion and suppression were often directed towards certain religious groups, such as the followers of Dionysus and the practitioners of Bacchanalia, associated with secretive and nocturnal rituals. The state's response to perceived religious threats followed a pattern of suppression, evidenced by periodic expulsions and crackdowns on various religious groups, including Jews, devotees of the Egyptian gods, and of course Christians. The discussion surrounding the reasons behind Roman persecution of Christians gained momentum in 1890, sparking 2 decades of controversy and the emergence of 3 main theories. The first theory, predominantly held by French and Belgian scholars, posited that the existence of a general imperial decree, either attributed to Nero or Domitian, expressly prohibited the practice of Christian religion. This theory, evolving into a common law perspective, drew heavily from Tertullian's accounts, suggesting that Nero's older resolution against new religions was applied to Christians based on the principle that introducing a new superstition without state authorization was indeed a capital offense. While this theory offered an explanation for persecution in Rome, its applicability to the provinces remained elusive, prompting the need for a secondary theory. The second theory, originating with German scholars and widely recognized among English readers, proposed coercion as the primary motive behind Roman persecution. According to this perspective, Roman governors punished Christians to maintain social order, viewing the Christian faith as an alien cult that threatened traditional Roman religion and societal norms. This view portrayed persecution as a direct police action, devoid of formal trial procedures, aimed at suppressing notable dissenters and maintaining the established order. The third school of thought suggested that Christians were targeted for specific criminal offenses, including murder, incest, magic, illegal assembly, infanticide, and even treason. This theory, often combined with the coercion theory, attributed all Christian persecution to a single criminal charge, particularly treason, or perhaps illegal assembly, stemming from their refusal to worship the divinity of the Roman emperor. Well, despite the existence of malicious rumors, this theory lacked substantial verification compared to the other two, according to later scholarship. In this ideological struggle, ordinary Christians lived under constant threat of denunciation and potential capital charges. One modern scholar, Joseph Bryant, highlights the difficulty Christians faced in hiding their faith or conforming to Roman norms, as renunciation of the world was integral to their entire belief system. It was either one or the other. their exacting moral standards, which included avoiding associations with those deemed under the influence of the evil one, made daily life as a Christian quite a test of courage. Participation in civic festivals, games, and performances, which often honored pagan deities, posed significant risks for Christians. Certain occupations and activities, such as military service, idol manufacturing, and cultural pursuits that affirmed polytheistic beliefs, were simply deemed incompatible with Christian principles. Even personal adornment and grooming practices were scrutinized by Christian moralists and ecclesiastical officials. In Rome, loyalty to the state was demonstrated through participation in the rites of state religion, always had been, which Christians did not and could not adhere to, marking them as members of an illicit and subversive religion. It's no wonder a few eyebrows were raised. The privatization of religion further fueled suspicion and persecution, as Christians moved their religious activities away from public spaces, meeting clandestinely in homes and shops. Nighttime gatherings and rumors of outrageous crimes, including cannibalism, by the way, further fueled distrust among the pagan population accustomed to religion as a pretty public affair. People even began spreading rumors that there were Christian PDF files. Right. Early Christian communities stood out for their remarkable inclusivity across social strata, surpassing even the Roman voluntary associations in this regard. The groups formed by Paul the Apostle exhibited significant heterogeneity, with women playing a notable greater role compared to contemporary Jewish or pagan communities. Emphasizing love for others, including enemies, Christians of all backgrounds referred to each other as brother and sister. This openness stemmed from the early Christian belief in spreading their message to both Jews and Gentiles, aiming to convert them to a new way of life in line with their gospel teachings. However, opponents of Christianity viewed this inclusivity as a disruptive threat to traditional social order. After all, the whole love for enemies thing, well, how's that gonna go when you're in a war? After all, we're Romans, and everybody else is not Roman. How can we love that? Now, we can't make a video about Rome without talking about Edward Gibbon, right? The great, in retrospect, historian. Read his work, Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. I know it's about 10,000 pages long, but it's the most concise work that we have. Edward Gibbon observed that Christian converts' tendency to renounce their familial and national ties, coupled with their predictions of impending disasters, aroused apprehension among their pagan neighbors. By embracing Christianity, converts were seen as breaking the sacred customs, disregarding their country's religious traditions, and rejecting their ancestral beliefs. All of these accusations were, of course, considered to be unforgivable offenses. cardinal sin, if you'll excuse the wording. Moreover, many pagans believed that neglecting to honor the established pagan gods would lead to calamities, natural disasters, defeats in wars, that sort of thing. Tertullian, a Christian apologist, lamented the widespread perception that Christians were responsible for every disaster inflicted by the gods. Natural disasters, such as floods or droughts, were often attributed to the presence of Christians, leading to calls for their persecution, including them being thrown to lions and other wild animals in spectacles for everybody to watch. This perception underscored the deep-seated animosity towards Christianity among a growing segment of Roman society, fueled by not only fears of the Senate, but divine retribution for abandoning traditional pagan practices. Think about it. You've got the god of war, the god of the agriculture, the god of everything, don't you? Well, if a segment of the population started ignoring them and even outright denying them, well, that would of course make the god angry, wouldn't it? And what are you going to do with this group of people in your society that are angering your gods? Well, you can't just let them do it, can't you? That would leave you open to all sorts of trouble. Now, Roman religion played a pivotal role in defining what it meant to be a Roman. Refusal by Christians to participate in the rituals honoring the Roman gods was perceived as a direct challenge to the cultural and political essence of Rome itself. Eusebius, as cited in later modern historical works, highlights the conviction among pagans that their actions were righteous, contrasting them with the perceived impiety of Christians. The polytheistic worldview of the Romans made it difficult for them to comprehend the refusal to worship state gods, even if it were only in a symbolic manner. Christians were constantly compelled to defend their beliefs. Despite their efforts to rationalize their stance and appeal to philosophy, they found themselves rather unable to reconcile participation in Roman religious practices with their allegiance to their own faith. This tension led to widespread prejudice against Christians, to the extent that simply confessing to being Christian was sufficient grounds for execution. Now, scholarly opinions, of course, are going to vary regarding the legal foundation for the persecution of Christians in the early centuries AD. Some historians tend to emphasize the ambiguity surrounding the legal justifications for these actions. Some even identify Trajan's era as the earliest instance of formal legal measures against Christians, suggesting a rather significant shift in their treatment. You must remember that in the very, very early days of Christianity, it was more of a localized cult, like any religion sort of starts off to be. Very few people believed in it. But then, of course, when the apostles went over to different parts of the world and began to proselytize, they began to gain more followers. Well, on the question of precedence, some scholars attribute the killing of Christians to Nero, despite the absence of explicit Roman laws against them. Others argue that while no specific law targeted Christians before Nero, there was a precedent for suppressing foreign superstitions in general, rooted in the belief that ancestral gods were the cornerstone of Roman law. So it's not just that they were targeting Christians, especially, but they were really just targeting anybody who was a threat to the status quo. Like any other religion or civilization of the time, they would be generally not too accepting towards people coming in with new ideas that threatens the established norms. Of course, it's also been suggested that the mass executions under Emperor Nero kind of established a precedent, leading to Christians being subject to capital punishment simply for their affiliation. Basically, they became the punching bag, the people to blame for all of the problems. And it was fun to hate on them for a lot of Romans, if we're going to use the most simplistic terms. Furthermore, Christians were typically prosecuted under a special law introduced during Nero's reign, supported by Tertullian and Nero's resolution against any new religions. Of course, the bigger the empire gets, you must remember it borders other regions. And other regions have their own customs, their own cultures, and of course, their own religions. Well, the Romans didn't want any of that. They were simply there for the tax revenue and whatever other resources they could get from these new regions. But those trade routes always have fostered great conversations between peoples. Now, Trajan's correspondence with Pliny indicates that Christians were being executed for their faith long before AD 110, although at this time there was no empire-wide Roman law that criminalized Christianity especially. So it's also been underscored that the discretionary powers of governors in prosecuting Christians, well, they were simply that, discretionary. Anybody could look at a certain group of people causing trouble within their region and take whatever action they thought was appropriate. In the Roman legal system, bringing a case against a Christian typically required only a prosecutor, a charge of Christianity, and a governor who was willing to proceed with the case. Due to the system's focus on property rights, criminal and public law had quite a few gaps, leading to the use of special investigations known as cognition extra ordinem. Provincial governors had the authority to conduct trials in this manner, allowing for a broad range of outcomes, mainly based on their personal opinions and instinct. Now, during cognition extra ordinem, an accuser called a delator presented the case before the governor, who acted as both the judge and the jury. The outcome of the trial often depended on the governor's discretion, with very little legal guidance available. Now, before Decius's anti-Christian policies, there wasn't any wide-ranging edict to tell people what to do with this group, and Trajan's response to Pliny basically served as a precedent, indicating that the mere identification as a Christian, that was enough grounds for punishment. The trials of the Christians varied widely, with some following Pliny's formula of offering a chance to recant and prove loyalty to the Roman gods and the emperor. Some governors, particularly in Africa, helped accused Christians secure acquittals or refused to bring them to trial. Overall, governors were more interested in making apostates rather than martyrs. Of course, at least you get the chance to recant your ways. We can see this a lot in our modern religious framework, of course. If somebody is having a crisis of faith and is going to leave the Christian church, well, usually an intervention is held where people try and convince them to do otherwise. Of course, these days in the Christian faith, they don't get executed. That's one good thing, I suppose. During the Great Persecution, governors received direct edicts from the emperor to destroy Christian churches and texts. They forbid Christian worship and arrested the Christian clergy. Despite these orders, the enforcements, of course, varied, with some governors claiming to shed no Christian blood, and others simply turning a blind eye to evasions of the edict. When governors were appointed to provinces, their foremost task was to maintain order and stability. To achieve this, they prioritized keeping the populace content. Keep everybody happy, no rebellions, no problems. Throw in a few gladiatorial matches and everybody's quite satiated. Therefore, when unrest against Christians emerged, governors sought to appease it to prevent riots or violence. In the Roman Empire, political leaders also served as public cult leaders, and Roman religion emphasized public ceremonies and sacrifices rather than individual, personal beliefs. Honoring tradition, known as pietas, was crucial for social and political well-being. Consequently, the Romans protected the cults practiced by communities under their rule, viewing it as essential to uphold ancestral traditions. Now, in the early days, it was pretty hard to tell the Christians apart from the Jews. Many of the Romans simply couldn't tell the difference, because they saw Jesus as a Jewish prophet. So they thought, well, this is just a different kind of Jew, right? Well, wrong. The distinction between Christianity and Judaism became more pronounced over time. Christians were exempt from paying the Jewish tax after Nerva's modification in 96, and this, at least in a legal sense, solidified their separate identity from the Jews. Of course, the Christians themselves knew they were completely separate, but everybody else had to catch on to that idea over time. Now, Roman disdain for Christianity stemmed partly from the perception that was growing at this time that it was, in general, a detriment to society, for the aforementioned reasons. Once Christianity was no longer viewed as a subset of Judaism, it was simply deemed a superstition, which had massive implications for Roman society. Superstitio was seen as completely corrosive, causing individuals to lose their humanity. While the persecution of superstitious sects was not uncommon in Roman history, the level of persecution against Christians varied depending on the perceived threat that they posed. Christian beliefs and practices were viewed with suspicion by many Roman officials, given their worship of a convicted criminal. That's right. Refusal to swear by the emperor's genius, and criticism of Rome in their religious texts. You must remember that Jesus was found guilty by the Romans and executed by the Romans. So the Christians taking this person on as their main role model, that was definitely a slap in the face to the established order. And this is really where the false accusations, such as the incest libel, really began to kick off. And at every turn, these accusations were used to discredit the Christians. Not just that, but they were also used as an excuse to justify the persecution. You can't just take people out into the streets and beat them for no reason. Of course, the Christians, while they were being persecuted, had very little recourse to speak out. They couldn't really defend themselves too much. Well, the early Christian persecution began rather sporadically and locally, with the first organized persecution with government approval, beginning by Nero in AD 64, following the Great Fire of Rome, which the Christians also got blamed for. This persecution was, however, confined to the city of Rome. But over time, the persecution continued intermittently, with mob violence becoming increasingly common, possibly even fueled by rival sects within Christianity, as they were fighting amongst each other as well. In the mid-2nd century, incidents such as the persecution at Lyon in AD 177 included a massive mob assaulting and gathering up the Christians to be stoned. Additionally, there were instances of elaborate hoaxes perpetuated against Christians, as described by the satirist Lucian. Emperor Decius issued a decree in AD 250, requiring a public sacrifice as a gesture of allegiance to the emperor and the established order. While the decree was not specifically aimed at Christians, they were often targeted due to their refusal to participate. Christians then faced arrest, imprisonment, torture, and then, unfortunately, execution for refusing to comply. Some Christians fled to rural areas, while others obtained certificates called libelli by purchasing them or offering sacrifices to Roman gods, basically a get-out-of-jail-free card. The acceptance of these lapsed Christians was of course a topic of debate within the Christian community. Not a good way to make friends in the church. The persecutions reached their peak under Diocletian and Galerius at the end of the 3rd and beginning of the 4th century. However, the Edict of Serdica, issued by Emperor Galerius in AD 311, officially ended the persecution of Christianity in the Eastern Roman Empire. Western Roman Empire had to catch up a little bit. Constantine the Great subsequently legalized Christianity in AD 313 with the Edict of Milan. It wasn't until the latter part of the 4th century, under Emperor Theodosius I, that Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire. So do remember that. Many people have the misconception that Constantine the Great was the one who did all of the heavy lifting. And yes, he did. But it was Theodosius that really made it the official religion. The debate surrounding the extent and severity of early Christian persecutions traces its origins to historians such as Gibbon and Bowersock. Gibbon's work, the 10,000-page tome Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, along with his other essays, although praised as a masterpiece, has been criticized for certain biases that may have influenced his historical method. Specifically, Gibbon's skepticism towards Christian martyr accounts led him to believe that the numbers and the brutality of persecutions were somewhat exaggerated. Subsequent scholars have expanded on Gibbon's argument, suggesting that the exaggeration was necessary to foster the cult of the martyrs and solidify a distinct Christian identity separate from Roman and Jewish identities. However, Dean and Theology Professor Graydon F. Snyder challenged this notion, arguing that the cult of martyrs did not influence early records, as it did not emerge until after Constantine. Despite Gibbon's skepticism, most modern scholars are less doubtful of the severity of persecutions. One historian of the Diocletian era emphasized that the horrors of persecution were plausible and not to be dismissed lightly. The authenticity of pre-Constantinian accounts of martyrdom remains a subject of debate, of course. These accounts, categorized into 3 groups, range from official records and direct testimonies to later hagiographic fantasies. Now, what about Eusebius? Well, while some question the reliability of Eusebius due to his biases and errors, many of his claims are considered dependable due to his meticulous use of original sources. For example, Eusebius's citation of Melito's Apology and Justin's Apologies corroborates imperial letters that attest to the criminalization of Christianity during Marcus Aurelius's reign. The classification of early Christian martyrs has sparked significant debate, particularly regarding the voluntariness of martyrdom and the accuracy of estimating the total number of martyrs during the Great Persecution. Now, G.E.M. Croy categorizes early Christian martyrs into 3 groups based on their actions leading to persecution: volunteers for martyrdom, those whose behavior attracted persecution, and those pursued by authorities without any overt act on their part. However, his broad definition of voluntary martyrdom has been criticized by other scholars, who argue that the voluntariness was not as prevalent as St. Grass suggests. Now, Bowersock proposes that voluntary martyrdom became widespread by the end of the 2nd century, prompting church authorities to distinguish between solicited martyrdom and persecution-induced martyrdom. Candida Moss challenges the notion of voluntary martyrdom as a distinct category in early Christianity, suggesting that such distinctions only emerged in later centuries. Another modern observer, Paul Middleton, supports the validity of voluntary martyrdom as a subset of early Christian martyrdom, citing examples from early Christian texts. He suggests that while voluntary martyrdom was criticized in later Christianity, volunteers were also valorized as martyrs in the earliest Christian traditions. Now, the estimation of the total number of martyrs during the Great Persecution has also been a point of contention. St. Croix's estimate relies on Eusebius's account of martyrs in Palestine, but scholars from our modern era, like Timothy Barnes, dispute the comprehensiveness of Eusebius's intent. Others suggest that additional martyr narratives not mentioned by Eusebius may also exist, complicating efforts at arriving at a precise figure. Now, Gibbon's approach to estimating the number of martyrs has also been criticized for its dependence on assumptions about population distribution and accuracy. Subsequent estimates have varied widely, with Anglican historian W.C. Frond estimating 3,000 to 3,500 martyrs, while others suggest that over 24,000 martyrs suffered under Diocletian. Well, despite attempts to quantify martyrdom, scholars caution against relying solely on numbers to understand the sufferings of early Christians, emphasizing the limitations of statistical data in capturing the full impact of persecution on the Christian community. Well, there you have it. A somewhat brief introduction to Christian persecutions under the ancient Roman regime. I will be making more videos deeper into specific persecutions under specific emperors at a later date. Probably soon. We shall see. But until then, I would like to thank my patron, the first one of the Mega Chad tier, the Stark Factory, out there doing what he does best. Thank you very much to Stark Factory for supporting the channel. If you would like to support the channel, then why don't you head over to my Patreon, where all the videos are ad-free. Imagine that. What a glorious thing to behold. Otherwise, continue to enjoy the content on YouTube. It's been a pleasure to be with you once again, and I'll see you in the next video. Good night, everyone. From its inception until the reign of Emperor Constantine, Christianity found itself on the fringes of Roman legal and societal acceptance. During its first 200 years, Christians were viewed with suspicion and disdain, not only by Roman authorities, but also by the general populace. They were seen as members of a clandestine group, using secret codes for communication, and preferring to remain outside the public gaze. The initial persecutions were not so much the result of imperial decrees, but rather the outcome of public outrage and mob action. Hello everyone and welcome. If you're new to the channel, welcome. It's good to have you here. And if you're returning, it's good to have you back. If you'd like to support the channel, take a look at my Patreon, where all the videos are ad-free. Or help me out in the algorithm with a like, comment, and subscribe. Well, let's get on with today's video, specifically the Diocletian persecution of Christians, all the way back in the ancient Roman Empire. Christians occupied a peculiar position in Roman society. They were neither fully Roman in their customs, nor entirely foreign. The refusal to participate in public festivals, the imperial cult, or to hold public office, coupled with their critique of ancient traditions, positioned them at odds with the fabric of Roman life, which was deeply intertwined with its religious practices. This divergence led to familial rifts, as illustrated by stories of pagan spouses denouncing their Christian partners, and children being disowned for their new faith. Despite the widespread distaste and occasional violence directed towards Christians, the Roman emperors of the first 2 centuries did not enact comprehensive laws targeting the religion. Local officials were typically the ones executing persecutions, which were sporadic and, at this point, very much localized, hence posing limited threat to Christianity's survival. However, Christians lived with a constant fear of state reprisal, which significantly shaped their collective identity. The 3rd century, however, marked a shift. Emperors began to take a more active role in persecuting Christians, moving beyond merely reacting to public sentiment. Christianity itself was evolving, with adherents now coming from wealthier and more influential segments of society. The official stance hardened, with emperors like Septimius Severus forbidding conversions and others like Decius requiring public acts of allegiance to pagan gods. This all, of course, culminated in a widespread persecution and even martyrdom among many Christians in the empire. Decius's efforts to undermine Christianity through forced apostasy had a significant impact, leading to mass renunciation of faith in some areas. However, his death in battle left his campaign unfinished, allowing the Christian Church to somewhat recover. This pattern of persecution was briefly revised under Emperor Valerian, who escalated the penalties to exile, forced labor in the mines, or even death. Yet, this too was halted when Valerian was captured in battle, and his son Gallienus called an end to the persecutions, granting the Church a period of relative peace and stability, at least from the government. The accession of Diocletian to the imperial throne on November 20th, 284, marks a significant turn towards the revival of traditional Roman religious practices. Unlike his predecessor, Aurelian, who sought to introduce a new deity into the Roman pantheon, Diocletian cast his gaze backward, favoring the veneration of the original ancient Olympian gods. His reign was characterized by a deliberate effort to breathe new life into the age-old traditions of Roman worship. The panegyrist of Maximian, Diocletian's co-emperor, lauded their efforts, noting how they adorned the empire with altars, statues, temples, and offerings dedicated to these deities, thereby reinforcing the sanctity and power of the gods through their own devout example. Diocletian's religious policies were inclusive, yet selective, striving for a unity in worship across the empire, without demanding exclusive allegiance to any single deity, such as Jupiter or Hercules. His construction of temples to various gods, including Serapis and Sol, illustrated his broad approach to revival. Nonetheless, his favor leaned towards deities believed to safeguard the empire as a whole, rather than provincial gods, signaling a shift towards a more centralized form of religious observance. Embracing the title of Restorer, Diocletian positioned himself and his tetrarchic government as harbingers of a new golden age, echoing the stability and values of Rome's illustrious past. His administration embarked on wide-ranging reforms, affecting coinage, taxation, architecture, and society, all underpinned by a staunchly traditionalist, albeit authoritarian, ideology. This era of reform also sought to weave the empire's moral and religious fabric even more tightly, aiming for a uniformity that left little room for religious minorities. Despite these sweeping changes, the empire's long-standing religious communities, such as the Jews, maintained a degree of toleration, thanks in part to the ancient origins of their faith. Christians, however, found themselves in a more precarious position, their faith being relatively new and rather distinct from Judaism, lacked the same foundation for tolerance. The evolving Christian identity, increasingly detached from its Jewish roots, underscored this distinction, and it placed Christians at odds with Diocletian's vision of religious and moral conformity. The Tetrarchy's zeal for moral reform extended beyond religious persecution. An edict issued in 295 sought to regulate personal conduct, emphasizing the supremacy of Roman law and the imperative of leading a pious, peaceful, and chaste life under imperial rule. This legal and moral crusade underscored the emperor's belief in the divine favor resting upon those who upheld the sanctity of Roman law and tradition. In this context, the enforcement of religious conformity was seen not just as a legal duty, but as a divine mandate, reflecting the intertwined nature of religion, law, and imperial authority in Diocletian's Rome. In the decades that followed, the peace established by Emperor Gallienus in 260, the Christian communities within the Roman Empire experienced a remarkable period of growth and expansion, particularly in the eastern regions. The transformation of Christianity from a faith practiced by a relatively small group to one boasting a membership of around 6 million by the year 300, a tenth of the empire's population, signifies a profound shift in the religious landscape of ancient Rome. Now, this growth was not just confined to urban centers. Christianity began to spread into rural areas where it had previously been sparse. The construction of larger and more conspicuous churches, such as the one in Nicomedia, prominently located near the imperial palace, by the way, attests to both the numerical growth and the increasing prosperity of Christian communities. This expansion and the visible affluence of Christian communities likely contributed to a decline in the popularity of traditional deities, particularly in regions like North Africa and Egypt. Of course, the post-Gallienus era saw Christians attaining high ranks within the Roman government, a testament to the faith's growing integration into the fabric of Roman society. Even Diocletian, known for his later persecution of Christians, appointed followers to the faith of significant positions, and there are suggestions that his family may have been sympathetic to Christianity. This period of relative peace and increasing acceptance contrasted sharply with the earlier centuries of suspicion and persecution, indicating a significant shift in societal attitudes. However, not all were pleased with Christianity's burgeoning influence. Intellectuals and members of the establishment, like Porphyry of Tyre and Socianus Heracles, expressed strong opposition to the faith, critiquing its principles and comparing its figurehead, namely Jesus Christ, unfavorably with figures like Apollonius of Tyana. Porphyry, in particular, evolved from offering restrained criticism to penning extensive work directly attacking Christian doctrines and practices. These criticisms reflect a broader cultural and intellectual resistance to Christianity, which was grounded in a defense of traditional Roman values and cultural practices. The pagan priesthood also viewed the rise of Christianity as a threat to the traditional cults, believing that the Christian presence impeded their religious ceremonies and even diminished the efficacy of oracles and sacrifices. This sentiment was mirrored in the financial concerns expressed by individuals involved in providing pagan religious services, who lamented the decline in traditional practice and the dwindling financial support for pagan rituals. The tension between growing Christian communities and the proponents of traditional Roman religion underscores a period of significant cultural transformation. This era of expansion for Christianity, juxtaposed with the resistance from traditionalist elements, set the stage for the complex dynamics of faith, power, and identity that would continue to evolve in the years leading up to and following the reign of Diocletian. In the aftermath of their victories in the Persian Wars, Co-emperors Diocletian and Galerius made their way to Syrian Antioch in 299, embarking on a series of religious rituals aimed at divining the future. Their efforts, however, were stymied by an unexpected interference. The haruspices, or diviners, tasked with interpreting omens from animal sacrifices, encountered an unexplained inability to read the signs, despite multiple attempts. The chief haruspices eventually concluded that the presence of certain Christians within the imperial retinue, who made the sign of the cross during the rituals, disrupted the divinatory process. Well, this led to a swift and stern reaction from Diocletian, who demanded that all members of the court partake in a sacrifice to rectify this situation. Furthermore, a directive was sent throughout the military, presenting soldiers with a stark choice: perform the sacrifice or face the consequences. Which consequences? Well, they included discharge from service, loss of rank, and the forfeiture of pensions and savings. Interestingly, these measures, while severe in their impact on careers and livelihoods, did not result in bloodshed among the Christian members of the imperial household, suggesting a level of restraint or perhaps an adherence to a policy of intolerance rather than outright violence. I suppose one would have to remember that those eastern regions had quite a lot of Christians in them, and when you have a large group of people, well, you don't really want to annoy them. Rebellions can break out pretty easily in the borders of the empire. The historical accounts of these events by Christian writers like Lactantius or Eusebius offer varying perspectives. Lactantius portrays the incident as a pivotal moment of confrontation with the imperial court, while Eusebius presents it as a part of a broader military purge, with implications for the careers and lives of Christian soldiers. Now, central to the narratives is the figure of Galerius, who emerges as a fervent advocate for the persecution of Christians, driven by both personal conviction and political ambition. His desire to elevate his status within the imperial hierarchy, combined with the influence on his devoutly pagan mother, Romula, painted him as a key proponent of anti-Christian measures. This portrayal is also supported by Christian sources, which highlight his role in initiating and benefiting from the purge, in contrast to Diocletian's more complex stance, characterized by a blend of religious conservatism and a tendency towards tolerance. The dynamic between Diocletian and Galerius, influenced by their individual beliefs, personal histories, and political aspirations, underscores a nuanced take in this, setting the stage for a period of increased persecution, which would shape the imperial attitudes towards the Christians. Following the initial wave of persecutions, the political and religious climate within the Roman Empire seemed to somewhat stabilize for a time. Diocletian, having settled in Antioch for 3 years, undertook measures to maintain the empire's stability, including instituting a grain dole in Alexandria during a brief visit to Egypt. It was during this relatively calm period that a new target of imperial ire emerged, the followers of the prophet Mani. The Manichaeans, accused of introducing foreign and destructive doctrines into the Roman realm, caught Diocletian's attention. His response, articulated in the Edict de Maleficus et Manichaeus on March 31st, 302, was severe and unequivocal. This edict condemned the Manichaeans for their recent and alien sect, portraying them as a threat not only to traditional religious orders, but also to the societal and political stability of the empire. Diocletian's directive was merciless, ordering the execution of the sect's leaders and the burning of their texts, with harsh penalties extended to any followers who resisted. The tension between Diocletian's conservative religious policies and the growing Christian community escalated in Antioch in the autumn of 302. An incident involving a Christian deacon named Romanus, who publicly challenged the legitimacy of pagan sacrifices, prompted a harsh response. Although initially sentenced to be burned alive, Romanus was ultimately executed by having his tongue removed, a punishment that Diocletian believed to fit the crime of disrupting sacred rites. This event further highlights the emperor's resolve to counter any challenges to traditional religious practices. As Diocletian and Galerius debated the empire's stance towards Christians, their discussions revealed a deepening rift over how to best address the perceived threat posed by this religious minority. While Diocletian advocated for barring Christians from public service as a sufficient measure, Galerius posed for a more extreme solution: their complete eradication. The consultation of the oracle of Apollo at Didyma, intended to resolve this dispute, well, it only deepened the crisis. The oracle's inability to speak, attributed to the presence of the just interpreted of Christians, ultimately persuaded Diocletian to embark on a path of universal persecution. This period marked a significant escalation in the empire's efforts to maintain religious uniformity and imperial authority. The move towards universal persecution, prompted by divinatory practices and influenced by the anti-Christian sentiment of Diocletian's closest advisors, was about to begin. In a pivotal moment that marked the escalation of Christian persecution under Diocletian, the Christian church at Nicomedia faced destruction on February 23rd, 303, a day symbolically chosen to coincide with the Feast of Terminalia, dedicated to Terminus, the god of boundaries. This act was not merely symbolic, but a declaration of intent to terminate Christianity within the empire. The following day saw the promulgation of Diocletian's edict against the Christians, a legislative move aimed to squarely at the senior echelons of the Christian clergy and the material foundations of the Christian faith. The edict commanded the cessation of Christian gatherings, the obliteration of Christian scriptures and liturgical texts, and the demolition of Christian places of worship throughout the entire empire. While despite the severe restrictions, efforts to retain Christian scriptures persisted. with believers trying to save what they could of the sacred texts. The distinction between canonical and apocryphal texts began to blur as Christians faced the agonizing decision of whether to surrender the scriptures or surrender their lives. The edict also stripped Christians of all legal rights, effectively excluding them from civil redress and exposing them to judicial torture. It demoted Christian members of the senatorial and equestrian classes, decurions, veterans, and soldiers, while Christian imperial freedmen faced re-enslavement. Diocletian's intent for the edict to be executed without bloodshed stood in contrast to Galerius's more draconian vision of enforcing compliance through the threat of burning alive. Despite Diocletian's wishes, the nature of the persecution varied locally, with some judges resorting to capital punishment. The method of burning alive, as recommended by Galerius, became disturbingly common in the East. The first martyr under this edict was Eutychus, who protested the persecution by tearing down and destroying the edict's proclamation in Nicomedia, an act of defiance for which he was tortured and brutally executed for. The edict spread swiftly across the empire, taking effect in Palestine by the spring and reaching North Africa by early summer. While Constantius Chlorus chose not to enforce this edict in Gaul and Britain, the eastern provinces experienced a systematic and harsh implementation. Despite the initial intensity, the enforcement of persecutions began to diminish with the changes in imperial leadership, culminating in cessation of official hostilities towards Christians with the rise of Maxentius in 306. This period of persecution deeply impacted the Christian community, testing the resilience and faith of its members in the face of Rome's power. The summer of 303 marked that pivotal moment, with the publication of a second edict, necessitated by the emperor's dissatisfaction of the first edict's enforcement, or perhaps unaware of its implementation. This new decree mandated the arrest and incarceration of all Christian clergy, leading to an overflow in the already limited capacity of the Roman prison system. The edict was so effective that it displaced common criminals who were released to make room for the burgeoning number of detained religious figures. As the 20th century of Diocletian's reign, the 20th anniversary, rather, of Diocletian's reign approached in November of 303, a third edict was introduced, offering imprisoned clergymen amnesty on the condition that they perform sacrifices to the pagan gods. This edict aimed not only to alleviate the strain on the prison system, but also to sow discord within the Christian community by highlighting instances of apostasy among its leaders. While some clergy yielded to the demand under duress, others complied willingly. Yet the integrity of many remained intact despite the coercion, leading to manipulative claims of compliance by prison wardens eager to empty their cells. I'm sure a few would have put their hand up to make some sacrifices. I guess that a Roman prison is not the most enjoyable place to be. In 304, a final edict, the fourth and final one, demanded universal participation in pagan sacrifice, extending the obligation to every segment of society, including women and children. And if you weren't going to comply, well, you would face execution. The edict's implementation, however, varied significantly across the empire, with regions under the rule of Constantius largely spared from its mandates, and its enforcement waning following Maximian's abdication in 305. However, in the east, the edict's decrees persisted until the landmark Edict of Milan in 313, which heralded a new era of religious tolerance under the joint rule of Constantine and Licinius. Yes, I will make a video about Constantine very soon, don't worry. This sequence of edicts under Diocletian's rule represents one of the most symptomatic attempts to curb the spread of Christianity within the Roman Empire. The escalation from targeted restrictions against Christian practices to a sweeping demand for public sacrifice illustrates the intensity of the Roman administration's effort to reaffirm traditional pagan worship as the cornerstone of Roman identity and authority. Yet the varied enforcement and eventual cessations of these persecutions, while they reflect the more complex interplay of politics that would ultimately lead to Christianity's ascendance as a dominant force within the empire. The resignation of Diocletian and Maximian on May 1st, 305, marked a new pivotal moment in Roman history, ushering in a new era of leadership under Constantius and Galerius as the senior emperors, with Severus and Maximius stepping into the roles of junior emperors. This shift, orchestrated under the influence of Galerius, according to Lactantius, signified not only a change in personnel, but also a continuation and intensification of policies against Christians in the eastern parts of the empire. The legacy of Diocletian's rule, particularly his efforts to eradicate Christianity, seemed, at the moment of his resignation, to have been effective. The churches laid in ruins. The ecclesiastical hierarchy was shattered, and the Christian presence within the army and civil bureaucracy was all but purged. However, the Diocletianic dream of a Christianity-free empire began to unravel almost as quickly as the new tetrarchy took power. In the east, Galerius and Maximus doubled down on the persecution, issuing edicts that demanded universal sacrifice from the population. Yet it was in the west where the most significant challenges to their authority and policies emerged. The exclusion of Constantine and Maxentius from the succession plan sowed seeds of discontent and rivalry, setting the stage for a dramatic reversal in the empire's approach to Christianity. Constantine, ascending to power in the west following his father's death, took immediate steps to cease the persecution of Christians and restore their rights and properties, positioning himself as a protector and benefactor of the Christian faith. Meanwhile, Maxentius, seizing control of Rome, extended toleration towards Christians within his territories, further eroding the foundations of the persecutions established by Diocletian and Galerius. These developments signaled not just a shift in the empire's religious policy, but they also highlighted deep fractures within the tetrarchy as a system of governance. The actions of Constantine and Maxentius, driven by both political pragmatism and personal conviction, laid the groundwork for the eventual acceptance of Christianity within the empire, moving it from the fringes of society into the heart of imperial power. In the twilight of his reign and life, Galerius issued the Edict of Serdica in 311, a decree that would etch his name into the annals of history with a gesture of tolerance that contrasted sharply with the preceding years of intense persecution. From his deathbed, Galerius sought to mend the fabric of an empire torn by religious strife, granting Christians the freedom to practice their faith openly and to re-establish their places of worship, provided that their gatherings remained orderly. This edict, preserved by Lactantius and translated by Eusebius, reflected a begrudging acknowledgement of Christianity's resilience and a strategic retreat from the empire-wide efforts to extinguish the Christian faith. Galerius's proclamation, however, did not represent a wholehearted embrace of Christianity. Rather, it was an interesting exercise in pragmatism, rooted in the desire for stability and the recognition of the futility of further persecutions. By allowing Christians to pray for the health of the emperor and the security of the state, Galerius aimed to integrate them into the societal and political fabric of the empire, and somehow leverage their faith for the common good. The significance of this edict lies not just in its immediate effect, halting the persecution of Christians in the East, but also in its broader implications for the relationship between the Roman state and Christianity. While some early and late historians have debated the importance of the edict, with views ranging from skepticism to recognition of its pivotal role, the consensus is that it marked a turning point, acknowledging the persistence of Christianity and paving the way for its eventual dominance within the empire. However, the peace that Galerius sought to secure was short-lived, at least in some quarters of the empire, notably under Maximinus, who resumed persecution within months of the edict's issuance. This resurgence of hostilities underscored the uneven path towards religious tolerance, a path that would not find a more definitive expression until the Edict of Milan in 313. Convened by Licinius and Constantine, this agreement extended the freedoms granted by Galerius to a universal peace, allowing open and free observance of all religions across the empire, thereby cementing the principle of religious tolerance that Galerius had tentatively introduced. The Edict of Milan, therefore, did not emerge in a vacuum, but was a culmination of a series of legislative and philosophical shifts that began with Galerius's Edict of Serdica. By formally recognizing the rights of Christians and all religions to worship freely, These edicts collectively contributed to the transformation of the Roman Empire from a polity defined by a religious uniformity to one characterized by a certain degree of religious pluralism, setting the stage for the ascendance of Christianity as a central element of Roman and later European identity. Thank you very much for listening today. It's been a pleasure. What an interesting topic we've had the joy of speaking about today. Well, I would like to say thank you to my Mega Chad patron Stark Factory for continuing to support the channel on the Patreon. If you would like to support the channel, then how about you head over to Patreon and take a look. All the videos are available ad-free, and you know I upload twice a day. At least at the time of watching this video. We'll see how long I can keep that up for. Thank you once again for listening. Look after each other, look after yourself, sleep well, and have a great day. Good night, everyone. Slavery in ancient Rome was a multifaceted institution deeply ingrained in society and the economy. The labor force comprised of a spectrum of roles, from unskilled workers to educated professionals, all held in bondage under the pervasive system of ownership. While those toiling in fields, mines, and mills faced grueling conditions and limited prospects, a privileged class of skilled slaves held positions as artisans, educators, and even administrators, among other more clean roles. The prospect of manumission or freedom was a defining aspect of Roman slavery, offering a pathway to citizenship and integration into society. Hello everyone and welcome back. Today I'm going to talk a little about slavery in ancient Rome. There is a few videos coming up on this topic, considering how deep and multifaceted it is, so I advise you to keep a lookout for them. Well, without further ado, let us begin. In the Roman world, distinctions between free labor and slavery were all a little bit blurry, with both groups often performing very similar tasks. Elite Romans, particularly landowners, viewed both slavery and wage labor as means of securing a workforce, emphasizing ownership and control over individuals. Under Roman law, slaves were treated as property, devoid of legal rights, subject to the whims of their owners. Brutal forms of punishment, including corporal chastisement and even summary execution, were unfortunately commonplace, highlighting the precarious existence of those held in bondage. Also, just before we continue on a topic like this, I don't want anybody in the comments saying how terrible the Romans were. Somebody said something in the comments the other day. He said, we must be detached academics. And I absolutely adore those two words, detached academic. We can't be here with our modern morality, with everything we know now, judging the ancient people. So, now that that is the way, let's continue in a detached fashion. The origins of Roman slavery varied, encompassing war captives, kidnapped individuals, and those born into servitude. Military conquests provided a steady influx of slaves, and there were plenty of conquests, while piracy and just outright abduction posed risks to free individuals all across the Mediterranean. Despite legal measures to curb debt slavery, economic hardship drove some to unwillingly enter contractual servitude. The slave trade, largely unregulated and lucrative, thrived within the expansive borders of the Roman Empire. Slavery transcended racial and ethnic boundaries in ancient Rome, with individuals from diverse backgrounds susceptible to enslavement. Communities across the empire, including Jews and Christians, participated in the institution equally. Even modest households commonly possessed a small number of slaves, illustrating the widespread nature of the institution across Roman society. While slave rebellions, epitomized by Spartacus's uprising in the Third Servile War, video on that as well, occurred sporadically, individual escape was a more persistent form of resistance in the imperial era. Fugitive slave hunting emerged as a primary method of maintaining control, reflecting more of the pervasive enforcement of slavery within the society. Moral discussions surrounding slavery focused on the treatment of slaves. Unfortunately, abolitionist sentiments were virtually non-existent. Inscriptions, art, and writings provide glimpses into the perspectives of slaves and freed persons, offering insights into their lived experiences. Despite efforts to understand the complexities of Roman slavery, a definitive portrayal remains quite elusive, due to the diversity of roles and statuses among slaves and freed men. From Rome's earliest historical period, domestic slavery was a fundamental aspect of familial and societal structures. The concept of familia encompassed all dependents of a household, particularly slaves, who played integral roles in daily life. The pater familias, or head of the household, held absolute authority over all members, of course including slaves, with the power of life and death entrusted to him. This patriarchal control over the household was deeply ingrained in Roman society and dates back to legendary times. So, unlike their Greek neighbors, Rome boasted a pretty diverse population that integrated former slaves as citizens. Well, manumitted slaves were granted Roman citizenship. That was a freed slave, reflecting Rome's heterogeneous composition and inclusive approach to citizenship. By the way, don't get carried away. This doesn't look like a Netflix documentary. This is more of a thing where we have integrated Gauls, Germanics, Etruscans. Of course, there may have been a few Africans around, but like I said, this is no Hollywood movie. Moving on. The myths surrounding Rome's founding, such as the legend of Romulus and Servius Tullius, underscore the role of former slaves and freed men in the city's emergence and development, portraying them as integral contributors to Rome's strength and cultural fabric. After all, the Romans tended to have the attitude that they themselves could one day become slaves. Who knows how the tides could turn? So they lived with this in mind. Legal and religious frameworks pertaining to slavery emerged in Rome's earliest institutions, evident in the 12 Tables. That's the earliest Roman legal code. Provisions regarding manumission and the status of freed men highlighted the significant demographic of former slaves and their legal rights within the society. Legal scholars like Gaius and Ulpian delineated slavery as a concept recognized by ius gentium, the customary international law governing relations between nations and individuals. The practice of slavery in Rome was intertwined with warfare, of course, where victorious nations had what was effectively the right to enslave defeated populations. No such Geneva Convention in those days. Defensive wars, such as those fought against the Etruscans, that's the Italians of the day, mainly in Tuscany. Remember that Rome was a city-state first, before it was a republic or an empire. These wars fought against the Etruscans also contributed to the influx of slaves, meeting the growing demand for labor in agriculture and, of course, other sectors. Well, you wouldn't want to be working the fields all day, but it's slightly better than being in the mine, or being in the quarry, or who knows what other terrible jobs you could be stuck with. Rome gradually evolved into what we may say is a slave society, particularly following the Punic Wars. That was when they were fighting Carthage, the other empire. Well, we use that term broadly. Perhaps the empire that never was. Well, this war in particular saw a dramatic increase in the number of enslaved individuals. Of course, the Romans won that war. And when they did, well, there were a lot more Carthaginians and their subjects in Rome, just not in the positions that they wanted to be in. By the 2nd century AD, slavery had become deeply entrenched in Roman society, and I mean very deeply. with the majority of the free citizens of Rome having ancestors who were once slaves. The possibility of manumission offered a pathway to freedom for some, but slavery remained a pervasive institution, shaping the social and economic landscape of ancient Rome. Yes, you had this opportunity of freedom, but it was a very dim light at the end of a very long and very dark tunnel. Good luck finding your way all the way to the end of that. Most people were better off just trying to run away. Just do your best to run as fast as you possibly can. Because if they find you, well, you're going to wish you had never made that choice. In early Rome, debt slavery was permitted under the harsh terms outlined in the 12 Tables, leaving free-born Romans vulnerable to enslavement due to financial hardship. However, a law enacted in the 4th century BC curtailed creditors' abilities to enslave defaulting debtors through private actions, although legal judgments could still compel debtors to work off their debts. Primary lawful means of enslaving a freeborn citizen recognized during the Republican era was through military defeat and capture under the ius gentium. Now back to the Punic War, because it's very important if we want to talk about the impact of slaves on Rome. During the Second Punic War, there were 3 all up. Carthaginian leader Hannibal Barca enslaved numerous war captives, presenting a significant challenge to Rome. Remember, the Romans themselves could become slaves too, if they were the ones on the receiving end of a defeat. Following defeats at battles such as Lake Trasimene and Cannae, which were complete disasters for the Romans, Hannibal sought to ransom the prisoners of war. But the Roman Senate, after quite heavy deliberation, decided to simply not pay the ransom. Instead, they sent a message emphasizing the importance of victory or death in battle. I'm sure the Roman soldiers were a little bit crestfallen upon receiving this news. Consequently, these captives remained enslaved, with some sold to Greeks, until their eventual recovery by Flaminius during the Second Macedonian War. This conflict, while increasing the number of slaves in Roman society, also exposed a significant portion of Roman citizens to the risk of enslavement. You give a little, you get a little. Throughout the later Republic and into the imperial period, thousands of Roman soldiers, citizens, and their slaves in the eastern territories fell captive to powers like the Parthians and the Sasanian Empire. The defeat of Marcus Crassus at the Battle of Carrhae in 53 BC resulted in the capture of 10,000 survivors by the Parthians, who marched them to Margiana in Bactria. That's all the way out in Afghanistan sort of area. Well, what happened to them? Unfortunately, their fate is unknown. So perhaps you'd like to imagine what would happen to a Roman slave being taken by the Bactrians. Don't give yourself nightmares. Despite the loss of Roman military standards at Carrhae being a point of concern for the Roman authorities, there was considerably less official attention given to the liberation of Roman prisoners. Poets like Horace, writing decades after the battle, depicted these captives as married to barbarian women and serving in the Parthian army, reflecting their dishonored status and the challenges of restoring them to Rome. But remember, this may be complete bollocks, and the reason why is because a poet like Horace may have had an intent to make the Senate look a little less mean, a little less cruel, for not doing their best to take these prisoners back. You imagine, if you are the wife of a Roman soldier who is being captured, and you're begging the Senate to pay the ransom. The Senate cannot or refuses to pay. You start petitioning. Bring my husband home. He's the best husband. He's great. Well, perhaps somebody cooks up a story. Actually, your husband has already remarried. He's with this new barbarian woman, and he's even fighting for the enemy. Do you really want him back? Well, perhaps people were tricked, but this is just my own personal conjecture. We don't really have any sources that it was a lie, but one can imagine how it may have been politically motivated. Moving on. Valerian made history among the emperors, not in the way that he wanted to. You see, he made history by being the first Roman emperor to be captured after his defeat by Shapur I at the Battle of Edessa in AD 260. According to accounts from, albeit hostile Christian sources, the aging emperor endured a harrowing ordeal, treated as a slave, and subjected to various humiliations. Inscriptions and reliefs found at the Zoroastrian site of Naqsh-e-Rostam in southwest Iran commemorate Shapur's victories over the Romans, depicting emperors in subjugation and Roman legionaries paying tribute. Shapur's inscriptions proudly note that the Roman captives he enslaved hailed from all corners of the empire. Now, a Roman who became enslaved in war faced significant legal and social consequences. Losing his citizen rights at home, he forfeited his right to own property, dissolved his marriage, and if he held the position of head of a household, his legal authority over his dependents was all but suspended. Upon his release from slavery, his citizen status might be reinstated, along with his property and authority, but his marriage required a new agreement of consent from both parties to be re-established. The loss of citizenship stemmed from submission to an enemy sovereign state, distinguishing captives of war from those seized illegally by bandits or pirates, who retained their citizen status and could not be ransomed or freed without compromise. The process for reintegrating war captives, known as post-liminium, involved their return after passing out of Roman jurisdiction and recrossing their own threshold. However, not all captives were eligible for reintegration. Treaties might permit the enemy to retain some as slaves of the enemy. You just hope that you're not on the receiving end of that agreement. Ransoms could be paid to redeem captives individually or collectively, with individuals ransomed by someone outside of their family required to repay the amount before regaining full rights. An investigative procedure established under Emperor Hadrian determined whether returned soldiers had been captured or surrendered willingly, with traitors, deserters, and those who had failed to attempt escape deemed ineligible for restoration of citizenship under the aforementioned system of post-liminium. This post-liminium law also applied to enemy seizure of movable property, allowing military support slaves to be taken by the enemy to be returned to their Roman owners and restored to their former slave status. Imagine being called movable property. Not the best nickname. Thus, post-liminium served as a mechanism for reintegration and restoration of rights for both war captives and seized property, underpinning the legal framework of Rome's dealing with enemy captives and confiscated possessions. In ancient Roman law, the concept of liberty, or the absence of servitude, was central to the definition of a slave. Cicero emphasized that true liberty did not lie in having a just master, but rather in having no master at all. While the common Latin term for slave was servus in Roman law, a slave as property was referred to as a mancipium, a term indicating possession, control, and of course, subordination. Agricultural slaves, certain farmland and even livestock, fell under the category of res mancipi, requiring a formal legal process for ownership transfer. The exclusive right to trade in res mancipi was a privilege reserved for Roman citizens only, distinguishing them from free non-citizen residents. At the pinnacle of Roman society was the Roman citizen who owned property, the pater familias, or head of the household. Within the domus, or household, the pater familias wielded significant power as the master, exercising control over both his free family members and the slaves of the household. This authority, known as vitae necis potestas, granted him the power of life and death over all members of the household, except his wife. Despite some legal protections, slaves lacked legal personhood and were essentially perpetual minors. They could not enter into contracts initiate lawsuits, or provide testimony in court, unless under torture. While some legal reforms in the imperial period aimed to mitigate the harsh treatment of slaves, such as penalties for unjust killings, and the right to complain against mistreatment, slaves still faced significant limitations and, of course, significant abuses. For example, even though they gained some standing to complain about mistreatment, their inability to file lawsuits or testify without torture hindered their ability to seek justice. So there was really not much point. The rights they were given were rather hollow and pointless. Very unfortunate for the slaves. Moreover, laws under Constantine II targeted specific religious groups, such as Jews, restricting their ownership of Christian slaves and attempts to convert them to Judaism. Overall, while there were incremental improvements in the legal treatment of slaves over time, while they were still slaves, they remained vulnerable to exploitation and abuse, lacking the fundamental rights and protections enjoyed by their free Roman citizen counterparts. In Roman law, slaves were devoid of kinship ties and legal personhood, unable to enter into recognized forms of marriage or exercise patriarchal authority. Now, despite these limitations, slaves born into a household, or those in privileged positions, could form enduring unions known as contubernia, which were similar to marriages, but they could do this only within the same household. So if there was another slave in the household that had caught your eye, well, perhaps you could enter a union. Think about what a commitment ceremony is, as opposed to a marriage. It's kind of just pledging a little bit underneath what an actual marriage is in the eyes of the law. Now, while these unions were not legally recognized, these relationships often involved the rearing of children and were sometimes approved by the slave's owner, with the intention of marrying upon manumission. The master held the legal right to separate or sell family members, but evidence suggests that larger households and rural estates sometimes supported the formation of family units within slave populations. Roman jurists generally favored keeping slave families intact, and protections for them were incorporated into Roman law. Masters often included slave families in estate bequests, with provision for their continued unity even after the master's death. Augustus implemented laws regarding marriage and sexual morality, permitting legal unions between freed women and freeborn men of lower rank, and legitimizing their offspring. Freed women were obliged to marry their manumitting owners, becoming both their wives and clients. And while they could not divorce without their patron's consent, Roman women, including freed women, could initiate divorce under other circumstances. Now, despite being legally considered as property, Roman slaves could be allowed to hold and manage property, known as peculium, which they could use as if it was their own. This practice likely originated in agricultural settings, where slaves were given small parcels of land to cultivate for their sustenance. Over time, peculium evolved to include monetary allowances and profits from business activities conducted by slaves. It served as a means of encouraging agency among slaves and fostering an amount of self-sufficiency. The peculium also enabled slaves to save some earnings with the hope of purchasing their freedom, a chance at manumission. While there was a risk of the master reclaiming these earnings, imperial-era protections allowed for the enforcement of manumission agreements between slaves and their masters. With business savvy, some freedmen amassed considerable wealth, highlighting the potential for economic advancement, even among the most downtrodden of the population. Manumission, the legal act of releasing a slave from their master's control, was a significant milestone for slaves seeking freedom. The term manumissio literally translates to releasing from the hand, symbolizing the liberation of the slave from bondage. Similarly, the release of a minor child from their father's legal authority, known as emancipatio, paralleled the processes of manumission for slaves. Slaves within the emperor's household were often freed between the ages of 30 to 35, although this should not be considered standard for all slaves, and it wasn't that good considering the life expectancy of the day. Young women of reproductive age also had a much higher chance of being manumitted, enabling them to marry and have legitimate children. However, manumission was not solely determined by age or length of service. Instead, it often resulted from negotiations between the master and the slave. There were 3 legally binding forms of manumission: by the rod, by the census, and by the terms of the owner's will, all ratified by the state. Manumission by the rod involved a fictitious trial before a magistrate, where a Roman citizen declared the slave free, and the magistrate confirmed it. Manumission by the census occurred when a slave was entered into the official roll of citizens during census taking. And finally, manumission by the owner's will could be conditional, such as requiring service or payment before or after the freedom. Informal manumission also occurred through methods such as a letter of intent or proclamation among friends. However, during the Republic, informal manumission did not grant citizenship, though Augustus later clarified the status of informally freed slaves. Laws like the Lex Fufia Caninia and subsequent legislation regulated manumission, limiting the number of slaves that could be freed through a master's will and setting age restrictions on manumission. by the early 4th century AD, things were about to change. As Christianity spread in the Roman Empire, slaves could be freed through a church ritual officiated by a bishop or priest. Constantine I issued edicts authorizing manumission within churches, allowing clergy to free their slaves with naught but a simple declaration. Subsequent laws, such as the Novella 142 of Justinian, further empowered bishops to grant freedom over slaves. Once legally manumitted by a Roman citizen, a male slave gained not only passive freedom from ownership, but also active political freedom, known as libertas, which included the right to vote. This transformed the slave into a libertus in relation to their former master, who then became their patron. Freedmen and patrons had reciprocal obligations within the traditional patronage system, and freedmen could also establish connections with other patrons. The legal responsibilities of freedmen were outlined in various laws and edicts. For instance, an edict in 118 BC specified that if a freedman were only legally responsible for services or projects agreed upon or sworn to in advance, and they could not be compelled to pay money. Furthermore, the Lex Alia Sentia of AD 4 allowed a patron to take his freedom to court for failing to fulfill the agreed-upon obligations, but the penalties did not include re-enslavement. As a social class, freed slaves were known as libertini, although latter writers used the term libertus and libertinus interchangeably. Libertini were not entitled to hold certain prestigious offices of Rome or achieve senatorial rank, but they could hold local offices in provinces and colonies. Limitations on freedmen did not extend to their sons, by the way. Now, during the early imperial period, some freedmen actually managed to wield considerable power, particularly those within the emperor's household. However, their influence was curtailed by laws enacted by emperors like Hadrian. Despite this, many of them found their success, such as Lucius Arlenus Demetrius and Lucius Arlenus Artedemorus, who established a profitable cloak dealership. Gotta do business somehow. Everybody needs a good cloak. Some freedmen accumulated significant wealth, really went on the grind. Another example was the owners of the House of the Vetii in Pompeii. Though you must remember that they may still face social stigma from the traditional aristocracy. However, not all freedmen enjoyed the same rights and privileges. Those categorized as dediticia held no rights even after being freed, as they were considered a potential threat to society due to their previous treatment by their masters. Dedictii were excluded from the universal grant of Roman citizenship made by Caracalla in AD 12. Well, what do you think? Do you think the laws might have at least offered some credence to the slaves? After all, they have to have something. One could perhaps argue that slavery in Roman times was a lot more humane than the slavery of the transatlantic slave trade. And of course a lot more humane than the Barbary pirates and the Arab slave trades. Well, we're not here to argue about that and add up the worst possible parts of slavery. We can all just agree that it was in general pretty awful. But what is not awful is clicking that like button and the subscribe button. I don't know if you heard the school bell in the background, but that's a good place to end it on. Well, good night, everybody. I'll see you in the next video. During the period of Roman imperial expansion, the Roman economy underwent significant transformations due to the increase in wealth among the elite and the substantial growth of slavery. Wealthy landowners in Italy purchased multitudes of slaves to work on their vast estates, resulting in a boom in land investment and also agricultural production. According to some, Rome's military conquests and the influx of vast wealth and slaves into Italy had effects comparable to widespread and rapid technological innovation. Hello everyone and welcome. If it's your first time to the channel, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's a pleasure to have you back here with me. If you'd like to support the channel, the best thing you can do is leave a comment, like the video and subscribe. This certainly helps the algorithm. And if you would like to go above and beyond, feel free to follow the link in the comments to my Patreon, where all videos are ad-free. Without further ado, let's get on to our video for today. The slave economy of Rome. Scholars hold differing views on how Roman slavery fits within the theories of labor markets in the broader economy. Some, like the economic historian Peter Demin, argue that Rome had a functioning labor market with a unified labor force, in which slavery played its own crucial role. In this perspective, both free and enslaved workers could earn wages, and wages fluctuated in response to labor shortages. This dynamic labor market allowed for mobility and incentivized skilled slaves to make their own way through life, contributing to market dynamism and economic growth. What the Roman jurist Papinian referred to as the regular daily traffic in slaves was a pervasive aspect of life throughout the Roman Empire, extending across borders and involving every part of its vast territory. Despite its widespread nature, the slave trade was only lightly regulated by law. Slave markets were present in most cities of the empire, with Ephesus emerging as a major center, at least outside of Rome itself. However, within Italy, Rome stood out as the largest market, with slave traders prominently operating next to the Temple of Castor at the Forum Romanum. Puteoli likely ranked as the second busiest market, while trading also found its place in Brundisium, Capua, and Pompeii. Aquileia, situated across the Alps, served also as an important hub for importing slaves into Italy. Most likely, slaves run in Gallic conquests, and perhaps kidnapped Germanic peoples. The rise and subsequent fall of Delos serves as a poignant illustration of the volatility and disruptions inherent in the slave trade during the Roman era. In the eastern Mediterranean, the policing efforts of the Ptolemaic Kingdom of Egypt and Rhodes had managed to somewhat curtail piratical kidnapping and illegal slave trading. However, Rome's burgeoning trade activity and expanding dominance in the region, especially following their victories against Carthage in the Punic Wars, brought about significant changes. While Rhodes had long maintained its reputation as a bastion of law and order, the arrival of Italian entrepreneurs, if we may call them that, in the latter part of the 3rd century posed a challenge to its regulatory barriers. Delos, situated strategically, became a preferred destination for these new traders. In 166 BC, the Romans dealt a severe blow to Rhodes by declaring Delos a free port, eliminating the need for merchants to pay customs taxes. Consequently, Delos experienced a surge in the piratical slave trade, with little scrutiny over the source or even the status of the captives. While exaggerated figures like Strabo's claim of 10,000 slaves traded daily may be hyperbolic, there is no denying that slaves became the primary commodity in Delos. Many of these slaves traded in Delos eventually found themselves working in the vast agricultural operations of Sicily's latifundia. These same slaves would later play pivotal roles in the slave rebellions of 135 and 104 BC. Can you really blame them? However, as Rome established more sophisticated training centers in the east, Delos lost its status as a free port. Subsequently, the city suffered devastating sackings during the Mithridatic Wars in 88 and in 69 BC, and it never really recovered. Other cities, such as Mytilene, possibly absorbed some of Delos's former trade. Possibly. Ultimately, Delos's slave economy, artificially inflated by Roman policies, faltered, contributing to the persistence of piracy in the region, which continued to plague Rome for centuries to come. The eastern regions of the Roman Empire served as significant sources of slaves. The prominent trade centers facilitating the exchange of human labor. Ephesus, situated in Lydia, Caria, Phrygia, Galatia, and Cappadocia, emerged as a hub for this trade. Legendary figures like Aesop, the Phrygian fabulist, were said to have been sold in Ephesus. Other cities like Pergamum and Acmonia in Phrygia likely saw regular and substantial slave trading activities due to their prosperity. Apamea in Phrygia, according at least to the accounts of Strabo, rivaled Ephesus in trade importance, serving as a crucial hub for imports from Italy and Greece, and exporting slaves as its primary commodity. Although evidence is scant, markets likely existed in regions like Syria and Judea as well. Looking towards the North Aegean, Amphipolis stood out as a potential center for Thracian slave trading, as evidenced by a monumental memorial dedicated to a slave trader found in the area. Byzantium played its own role in the Black Sea slave trade, with slaves from Bithynia, Pontus, and Paphlagonia likely being traded in cities along the Propontis. These regions formed a complex network of slave markets, facilitating the flow of human chattel across borders and contributing significantly to the Roman economy. The discovery of Roman coin hoards dating back to the 60s BC in Dacia, that's modern-day Romania by the way, has raised intriguing questions about the dynamics of the slave trade in the region. Scholars have interpreted this abundance of coin hoards as evidence that Pompey's successful efforts to suppress piracy led to an increase in the slave trade along the lower Danube basin to meet the growing demand. These hoards become less frequent in the 50s BC, coinciding with Julius Caesar's campaigns in Gaul, which provided a new source of slaves to the market. And they all came with their own funny little mustache. Just to lighten the mood for you a little bit there. However, they resurge in frequency during the 40s and 30s BC. Archaeological excavations into the 21st century have continued to uncover evidence of slave trafficking in parts of the Roman Empire where it had previously been undocumented. And you wouldn't believe where. All the way up to Roman London. That's right. Perhaps a little north of Hadrian's Wall, they were doing a few little raids and bringing back some exotic slaves. Imagine for a moment that you are a Briton, captured by the Romans, sold in London, taken all the way down to Italy, or even Byzantium. Perhaps you would even be taken so far as Alexandria. Who knows what rich Roman family could purchase you, or what fate awaits you. The trade of slaves from regions beyond the Roman borders was not uncommon. Literary sources like Strabo and Tacitus, as well as epigraphical evidence, certainly seem to attest to this practice. For instance, Thracians were known for their readiness to exchange slaves for salt. Now, it is actually extremely important to get as much salt as possible. After all, you have to preserve your food somehow. Historical accounts also mention the exchange of slaves for goods like wine in pre-conquest Gaul. And if you haven't seen my video about pre-conquest Gaul, well, you probably don't know how much of a taste for wine the Gauls actually had, especially Italian wine. Apparently, it was their favorite. Scholars like Walter Schiedel have suggested that slaves, or enslavable, were traded across borders from various regions, including present-day Ireland, Scotland, eastern Germany, southern Russia, the Caucasus, the Arabian Peninsula, and parts of Africa, referred to as the Sudan. So, it's probably Sudan, right? Parthian Empire in the east likely absorbed much of the supply from these regions. Slaves traded on the market were referred to as emptisi, meaning purchased ones. They were distinct from the home-reared slaves born within the familia. If you watched my other video on how Roman slaves came to be, then you'll know that slaves born to slaves were automatically slaves themselves. Talk about inheriting mum and dad's family business, right? Well, emptisi were typically acquired for everyday tasks or labor, but some fetched high prices if they possessed specialized skills or exceptional qualities, such as beauty. I'll spare you the explanation of why. Most of the slaves traded on the market were in their teens and 20s. In Diocletian's edict on price controls in 301 AD, a maximum price for a skilled slave aged 16 to 40 years old was established, with their value set at to double that of an unskilled slave. Actual pricing would vary on factors such as time and place, of course. Real pricing evidence is scarce, unfortunately, primarily known from papyri documents preserved in Roman Egypt, where the practice of slavery may not reflect conditions in Italy or the wider empire. From the mid-1st century BC, the Edict of the Aediles, who oversaw market transactions, included provisions aimed at protecting the buyers of slaves. Sellers were required to disclose any diseases or any other defects at the time of sale. Information about the slave would be written on a tablet hung from their neck, or announced it by the auctioneer at the time of the sale. Prospective buyers were allowed to inspect the slave, ask questions, and even request them to be undressed to ensure there were no concealed defects. How humiliating. My God. Ugh. Special markings or signs might indicate the warranty status or the origins of the slave. A rare depiction of a slave auction on a funeral monument from the same period as the Edict of Diocletian shows a male slave standing on a pedestal-like structure, with an auctioneer and a potential buyer nearby. This monument, set up by a familia or former slaves, suggests either a depiction of their own history or a prideful portrayal of successful and honest business dealings. If defects were fraudulently concealed, a 6-month return policy required the dealer to take back the slave and issue a full refund, or at least offer a partial refund during an extended warranty of 12 months. Roman jurists carefully defined what constituted a defect, distinguishing between issues like missing teeth, which were not really considered defects, since healthy infants typically lacked teeth. Although slaves were legally considered property, they were not regarded as mere merchandise, and those who sold them were not classified as merchants or traders, but rather as sellers. The Latin word for slave trader was venalicus or venalicarius, derived from venalis, meaning something that can be bought, particularly as a substantive referring to a human being for sale. Another term was mango, with the plural mangones, not the fruit, by the way, although calling them mangoes sounds like some kind of in-joke insult. Perhaps we can call them mangoes from now on. Well, this word mangones is likely of Greek origin, and carried the connotations of a trickster or a dealer in bodies. Slave traders were often depicted as dishonest and engaged in deceptive practices, although moral judgments were typically focused on defrauding customers rather than the concern for the welfare of the slaves. Think about the stereotype of a used car salesman. I'm sure we've all met one of them. Remember the dad of Matilda? Danny DeVito, yeah. That sort of thing. We may think of that when we think of a Roman slave trader. So slimy. Ugh. While the senatorial class generally viewed commerce as beneath them, there was widespread rhetoric condemning slave traders in Latin literature. Notably, while slaves feature prominently in the comedies of Plautus, major characters who are slave traders are notably absent. The identities and social standing of professional slave traders are not extensively documented in ancient sources. They likely formed trade organizations, possibly to lobby for legislation and raise investment capital. Most known slave traders were Roman citizens, with many being freedmen. Some slave traders, like Tyrannius Flaccus, had prominent social connections, with figures like Mark Antony relying on them for the procurement of good and strong slaves. A few slave traders openly identified themselves as such in their epitaphs, indicating a level of comfort with their occupation. But only a few of them did this. It makes you wonder if the other ones were perhaps gauging in some introspection towards the end of their lives. Inscriptions recognizing them as benefactors suggest that they were prosperous and locally prominent. The Genius Venalici, a guardian spirit associated with the slave market, was honored in these inscriptions, reflecting the normalization of the slave trade as a typical commercial enterprise. Slaves were also sold by individuals whose primary livelihoods lay in other professions, and by merchants dealing primarily in other goods. In late antiquity, Galatians protected by powerful patrons became prominent in the North African slave trade. Elite owners generally acquired slaves through intermediaries, although some, like the future Emperor Vespasian, may have directly engaged in slave trading to restore their fortunes. Yeah, Vespasian most likely did. It sounds like something he would do. During the Roman Republic, the state's revenue from slaveholding was limited, with taxes primarily imposed on manumissions and certain wealthy slave owners. A tax on manumissions, set at 5% of the slave's estimated value, was introduced in 357 BC. By the way, manumissions is kind of like emancipation. It's setting a slave free. You would have known this if you watched my other video on slavery, Did you watch it? Go and watch it after this one. Additionally, in 183 BC, Cato the Elder imposed a sumptuary tax on slaves valued at 10,000 asses or more, calculated at a rate of 3 denarii per 1,000 asses, based on the assessed value 10 times the purchase price. However, an attempt to impose a tax on slave ownership by the triumvirs in 40 BC faced strong opposition and did not materialize. Frankly, most likely because most Roman citizens actually had slaves. It became that cheap to get them that it was very normal. In fact, if you only had one slave, well, you were seen as kind of lower class. The taxation of Roman citizens as purchasers of slaves began under Augustus, some 50 years later in AD 7, with the tax rate set at 2%. It's funny how if it doesn't pass in the first place, they just wait a little while, and when you're not looking, they up the taxes. Well, this tax was estimated to generate significant annual revenues, indicating a large volume of slave sales. Under Nero, the slave sales tax was increased again, and not just a little bit, it was doubled, from 2% all the way to 4%, albeit with misguided attempts to shift the burden to the seller. Of course, what does the seller do when his prices are raised? He passes it on to the consumer. So, yes, it was extremely misguided to do this. Tariffs on the import and export of slaves in Italy and across the empire were collected at harbor customs. For example, in AD 137, customs dues in Palmyra for teenage slaves amounted to 2 to 3% of their value. Similarly, at Zarai and Roman Numidia, the tariff for a slave was equivalent to that of a horse or a mule. How embarrassing. Interestingly, a law of the censures exempted the head of the household, the pater familias, from paying harbor tax in Sicily on slaves brought into Italy for direct employment within the household, reflecting a distinction between slaves integrated into household life and those acquired for profit. But then again, how were you meant to prove either way? You could just say that, oh no, he's not working in the fields. He's actually just doing the cooking. It's just a coincidence that he's 6'5" and full of muscle. But that's okay. I'm sure he'll make a good chef. Slaves in ancient Rome were employed for a wide array of occupations, falling into categories such as household service, urban crafts, imperial or public service, agriculture, and, if you were really unlucky, manual labor, like being thrown down into a mine or working on some terrible quarry. Both free and enslaved labor were utilized across these sectors, with the proportion varying depending on the task and the time period. Legal texts emphasize the protection of slaves' skills from misuse. For example, it was deemed inappropriate to assign tasks that didn't align with a slave's expertise, such as using a stage actor as a bath attendant, or sending a professional athlete to clean latrines. Labor, whether free or enslaved, was genuinely viewed as a form of submission in the ancient world, with wage earning often equated to slavery by the governing class. Ooh, I'm sorry if you're listening on night shift. Hey, Weed Wizard, if you're out there listening on night shift, don't feel too bad, you're making money, okay? Love you, bro. Household slaves performed a multitude of roles, including barber, butler, cook, hairdresser, handmaid, even up to accountants, seamstresses, and physicians. Perhaps even a teacher, but a slave like that is pretty expensive in the first place. Large households often had specialized roles, such as those dedicated to wardrobe upkeep, mirrors, or jewelry. Some wealthy households leased out specialists, or allowed them to run their own shops as part of the peculium. Now in Roman Egypt, apprenticeship contracts preserved in papyri indicate the training required for various skilled occupations. For example, a beautician required a 3-year apprenticeship. Well, the Egyptians were quite into their makeup. Elite households during the imperial era could be supported by hundreds of slaves, with estimates suggesting an average of 100 slaves per domus during Augustus's time. Many of the slaves in Rome served in the houses of the senatorial and equestrian classes. While the living conditions of urban household slaves could vary, and they did, they often enjoyed a higher standard of living, at least when compared to many of the free urban poor, although they still typically lived in crowded conditions, in basement rooms, or in cramped spaces. In the city of Rome, slaves not attached to a domus were often engaged in various trades and manufacturing activities. These occupations included roles such as fullers, engravers, shoemakers, bakers, and even mule drivers. It's important to note that the Roman domus, by the way, sorry, I forgot to mention domus is household, wasn't solely a private residence in the modern sense. Business activities were commonly conducted within the domus, and some of the first floor rooms facing the street might have been used as shops or rented out as commercial spaces. Tends to blur the line between household work and general urban labor, doesn't it? As the work done or goods may be done by enslaved labor from these storefronts, either way, it contributed to the city's economy. So remember when you're going through the port, and they ask you, is this slave working in the house, or is he working in a business? Well, technically, the house is the business. Well, if you're running a little bakery or some kind of takeaway shop, which they did have, by the way, in ancient Rome, lots of fast food available, then I suppose you could get away with blurring that definition. Until the end of the 2nd century BC, skilled labor in Italy, such as pottery design and manufacture, was carried out by free workers. However, by the imperial era, as many as 90% of the workers in these areas may have been slaves, or at least former slaves. There is evidence also of training programs and apprenticeships for slaves, albeit briefly documented. Talented slaves could be identified at a young age and trained in the trades requiring artistry or certain expertise. For example, there are records of young slaves apprenticing as goldsmiths, or perhaps in the textile industry. Apprenticeship contracts from Roman Egypt, as we mentioned before, provide more detailed terms, including provisions for feeding, clothing, and even paying the apprentice. And believe it or not, they also were entitled to holidays and sick days. Believe it or not, they gave the slaves sick days. These contractual arrangements indicate that slaves on a skills track could have had opportunities, bargaining power, and relative social security comparable to, or even exceeding that of free but low-skilled workers who were scratching out a living at subsistence level. The success of freed men in Roman society may have motivated slave owners to invest in the training of skilled slaves, potentially leading to opportunities for the slaves to gain freedom and become successful members of society. Remember, as mentioned in my other Slavery in Ancient Rome video, if you had enough money as a slave, you could work your way out of it. That's right, you could buy your own freedom. That was the laws of manumission. In the city of Rome, the actual city, not the empire as a whole, as the city tended to run a little bit differently, both working people and their slaves typically lived in insulae, which were multi-story buildings with shops on the ground floor and apartments above. These apartments often lacked proper kitchens, typically having only a charcoal brazier for cooking. As a result, food preparation and sale were widespread activities conducted by both free and slave labor at pubs, bars, inns, and food stalls known as taberne, capoane, popine, and thermopolia. However, establishments offering carry-out and dining-in options were primarily establishable and accessible to the lower classes. Fine dining, believe it or not, they also had. It was the feature of wealthy homes that employed enslaved kitchen staff. And if you've ever worked in a kitchen yourself, you will know that it's just like being a slave. I speak from experience. This staff typically included a head chef, a sous chef, and of course his assistants. There were specialized training programs for various culinary tasks, such as poultry carving, which Seneca mentions actually, and carvers who underwent rigorous training to meet the exacting standards of their profession. Now, in terms of architecture, while architects in the Roman world were usually free-born men for hire, or simply just freed men who knew the trade, there were also some high-profile enslaved architects. Examples include Corumbus, who was the slave of Caesar's friend Balbus, and Tychicus, who was owned by the Emperor Domitian. These enslaved architects played significant roles in shaping the built environment of Rome, and sometimes were sent out to other cities in the empire. Farm slaves, probably the most common, known as familia rustica, likely lived in conditions that were more healthful compared to their urban counterparts engaged in trade and manufacturing. In Roman agriculture, it was expected that the majority of the workforce on a farm would consist of slaves. That was just the normal situation. These farm slaves were often compared to speaking versions of the animals they tended. For instance, Cato asked farm workers to dispose of old, sickly slaves in the similar manner to worn-out oxen, highlighting the utilitarian view of slaves as property rather than individuals. Columella even recommended housing slaves next to the animals they cared for. That's pretty mean, isn't it? Imagine the smell. Roman law explicitly equated farm slaves with quadrupeds kept in herds, emphasizing their subordinate status. Of course, once again, the slaves who knew a trade or were doing something else besides farm work, well, they were treated quite a bit better than this. Unlike skilled urban or household slaves, farm slaves were less likely to be granted freedom through manumission. You were kind of stuck. Large farms employing slaves for tasks such as planting and harvesting were not only common in Europe, but also in the Eastern Empire, as referenced in the Christian Gospels. On farms, the ratio of male slaves to female slaves was highly disproportionate, with males possibly making up to as much as 80% of the workforce. Female slaves on farms typically engaged in less back-breaking tasks like spinning and weaving wool, making clothes, and working in the kitchen. The management of farm slaves was overseen by a villicus, who often held the status of a slave himself. A slave driver, basically, just like we see in the systems of the cotton plantations of the southern United States. Now, male slaves who demonstrated loyalty and leadership skills might be granted the privilege to form long-term relationships with female slaves, and even have children. This arrangement, known as contubernia, was especially desirable for the villicus, that slave driver who managed, quote-unquote, managed the farm slaves. I'm sure that many of the female slaves would be trying to partner up with him to get a bit of a better deal. Of course, you wouldn't be making your wife work too hard now, wouldn't you? From the Middle Republic onwards, unruly or unmanageable slaves on farms might be punished by confinement to an ergastulum, which was a work barracks where slaves subjected to chaining were kept. Columella suggested that every farm should have an ergastulum to maintain discipline among the slave workforce. That's right. If you got too out of line, you wouldn't be able to just go home and sleep at the end of the night. No, you would be chained up like some sort of hostage at a bandit camp. Not good. Not good at all. And good luck working on a poor night's sleep. In the Republican era, one of the punishments that slaves feared most was hard labor in chains at various operations such as mills, bakery, or work farms. An early example of this punishment occurred when escaped captives from the war with Hannibal were put in chains and sent to work in a quarry after they rebelled in 198 BC. That ought to teach 'em. In the imperial era, citizens convicted of crimes were not sentenced to prison terms, but were instead sentenced to hard labor and sent to these horrible camps where they would work in mines, quarries, or mills. Those condemned to the mines, known as metallici, by the way, lost their citizenship, forfeited their property to the state, and became slaves as a legal penalty. They were not able to buy their freedom, be sold, or set free. They were expected to live and die in the mines. In the later empire, their status was indicated by a tattoo, which was placed on their forehead. Hard to cover that one up. Tens of thousands of convicts were sentenced to harsh conditions in mines and quarries, with Christians feeling particularly targeted by this punishment. The practice of condemning free inhabitants of the empire to conditions of slavery degraded the citizenship status of the lower classes. Women could also be sentenced to lighter work in the mines, but generally they would be sentenced to other duties, unless it was a particularly strong woman. She wasn't too much use carrying around all of the heavy loads of ore. Don't want to get cancelled. That's just the reality. Convict labor was also utilized in public works, quarrying, mining, and possibly in salt works. In the 3rd and 4th centuries, free people began to be sentenced to hard labor in factories that produced clothing for the military and imperial household. The use of convict labor may have compensated for a declining supply of war captives and the cruelty of the punishment was meant to demonstrate the coercive power of the state. It all sounds pretty terrible, doesn't it? Well, my 46% of listeners who are from the United States, you may want to have a look at your own prison system. Perhaps it's not as bad as this, but I've seen some rather horrifying material. Anyway, and despite the common modern image of galley slaves, the Roman navy did not regularly employ them, except in times of war, where there was a shortage of free oarsmen. A galley slave is one of those poor souls who would be down below the decks of the boat, rowing and rowing and rowing. Difficult job. But think of the gains. While it's likely that merchants occasionally used enslaved oarsmen for shipping, the practice is once again not well documented. A servus publicus populi Romani was a slave owned not by a private individual, but by the Roman people collectively. Now these were public slaves, and they worked in various capacities in temples, public buildings, and especially in the public treasury. Their duties ranged from general tasks such as serving the college of pontiffs and magistrates to more specialized roles like messengers, revenue collection, archives management, waterworks maintenance, firefighting, and other public works. Some highly skilled public slaves even performed office work, such as accounting and secretarial services. Don't you think that's interesting? Now, despite being slaves, public slaves were often entrusted with managerial roles and had the opportunity to earn money for their own use. They received a yearly stipend from the treasury for their services. Moreover, public slaves held testamentary rights that even informally manumitted freedmen did not themselves possess. They could write a will and bequeath up to half of their estate, and they could also receive bequests from others. Due to their opportunities to prove their merit, public slaves had higher chances of manumission, compared to private slaves at least. During the Roman Republic, a public slave could be freed by a magistrate's declaration, with the prior authorization of the Senate, of course. In the imperial era, freedom would be granted by the emperor. It's also worth noting that a public slave acquired their position independently, and it was not passed down to their children. While women did not serve in governmental positions, they were not themselves considered public slaves in the same privileged sense as a male servus publicus. However, women could temporarily come under the possession of the state as captives or confiscated property. If a woman was the quasi-marital partner of a public slave, she could share some of his privileges. Gladiators, entertainers like actors and dancers, and night walkers, as I call them, occupied a social limbo of infamia or disrepute in ancient Rome, regardless of whether they were enslaved or technically free. Like slaves, they lacked certain legal rights and protections, such as the ability to bring a case in court or hold public office. In a legal sense, infamia was an official loss of standing for a freeborn person as a result of their misconduct, which could be imposed by a censor or a praetor as a legal penalty. Individuals deemed infamies faced few legal protections, even if they were Roman citizens not subject to being traded as slaves. They were liable to corporal punishment, and often lived a life not much different from slaves within the same area of employment. However, they did have control over their income, and more freedom to make decisions about their living arrangements. The lack of legal standing for infames stemmed from the perceived morally suspect nature of their work, which involved catering to the desires of others for pleasure. Now, actors were considered subversive because their theaters were venues for free speech, and they could mock politicians from the stage. How dare they? Gladiators, on the other hand, were quite often slaves, although skilled free volunteers also participated. Freeborn gladiators erased the distinction between citizen and slave by taking an oath to subject their bodies to physical abuse, including branding and beatings. Now, women of the night had to be registered, and while it was legal throughout the Roman Empire, it was viewed as worse than slavery by many Romans. Selling a slave against their will to a training camp for gladiators was considered a punishment, and rather poor form. And there were bans on selling slaves to pimps or gladiator management without cause. Legislation under Christian emperors also forbade masters from employing slaves as stage actors against their will, or preventing actors from retiring from the theatre. The Christianization of Rome in the later days played a significant role in the eventual decline, or full-on abolition, of traditional spectacles and games like gladiator matches and public theatrical performances, as the church simply didn't like it. Well, the arbiters of all that is okay for us common folk to see have decided against the public spectacle. Thank you for guiding us. Well, I've reached the end of my talk for this evening. What a horrible, gruesome topic. Think about it, with how many slaves the Romans had. Perhaps one of your ancestors was a slave too. As I said, they were getting slaves from Gaul, Britannia, Germania. Now I assume that quite a few of you have roots from those areas. I certainly do have my roots from Britannia. A long, long line of roots. Thanks again for listening. That's enough for me. I'm tired. Good night, everybody. Take yourself back a few thousand years And imagine you find yourself in that most unpleasant of situations. You've become a slave, and you're in the Roman Empire. Well, what was that like? Do you know? If you don't, you're about to find out. I'm about to tell you how exactly one would find themselves in that most horrible of positions. So if you'd like to join me, I'd invite you to get relaxed, and we can begin our topic on how to become a slave in ancient Rome. In ancient Rome, the path to slavery was multifaceted, reflecting the complexities of Roman society. One common route, of course, was capture in warfare, where individuals from conquered territories were enslaved and subsequently brought back to Rome. But it wasn't just that route. Debt bondage also played a significant role, with free-born citizens sometimes being forced into slavery, or even putting their own hand up to become a slave if they couldn't repay their debts. Children born to slave parents were automatically considered slaves themselves, while criminals could be sentenced to slavery as a kind of punishment. Additionally, illegal practices such as abduction and trafficking contributed to swelling the slave population. Surprisingly, some individuals even chose voluntary enslavement as a last resort to escape poverty. These are the kinds of things we're going to discuss today. This diverse array of circumstances that demonstrates the pervasive nature of slavery in ancient Rome, affecting individuals from various backgrounds and various situations. There was a saying in ancient Rome: slaves are either born or made. In the ancient Roman world, individuals could find themselves enslaved for any number of reasons. So let's start from the beginning. The fear of slavery was palpable and not merely rhetorical, as expressed in Roman literature. A significant portion of the enslaved populations was considered vernae, individuals born to slave mothers within households or on agricultural estates. Some scholars suggest that free individuals selling themselves into slavery may have actually been more common than many literary sources alone suggest. However, determining the relative populations of these causes of enslavement still remains a source of scholarly debate. During the Republican era, that's from around 509 to 27 BC, by the way, warfare stood as arguably the principal source of slaves, marking a notable surge in the Roman slave population during the Middle and Late Republic eras. Battles could yield captives ranging from hundreds all the way to tens of thousands, often being brought wholesale by slave dealers who accompanied Roman legions. Julius Caesar's siege of the walled town of the Aduatuci during the Gallic Wars serves as a stark example of this. take a guess how many slaves they got from that one battle. Have you guessed? Well, I may as well tell you. Caesar reportedly sold the entire population of 53,000 to slave dealers the very same day. And I'm sure for a pretty nice profit as well. Not bad for a day's work. This trend persisted throughout the imperial period, albeit with war captives gradually becoming less pivotal as a source of slavery, especially after the major campaigns of Augustus concluded. Despite this, the so-called Pax Romana, the Roman peace of the 1st and 2nd centuries, continued to yield slaves in notable quantities. The impact of warfare on specific regions is exemplified by the province of Judea during the Jewish-Roman Wars, as from AD 66 to 135, which saw a significant influx of slaves. The Great Jewish Revolt of AD 66 to 70 alone led the enslavement of approximately 97,000 individuals, albeit this was over the course of those 4 to 5 years, with subsequent events such as the actions of the future Emperor Vespasian and his son Titus further contributing to the slave population. The aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt in AD 137 notably once again flooded the Roman market with over 100,000 slaves, resulting in a temporary oversupply and a significant drop in slave prices. This demonstrates how warfare not only fueled the Roman slave economy, but also influenced expansionist actions, with conquests like Britain, Mauritania, and Dacia potentially pursued for their manpower resources. The term servus in Roman culture has an etymology linked to war captivity, suggesting that it originated from the practice of commanders selling captives to spare their lives. This association between enslavement and the preservation of defeated enemies is reflected in Roman mythology, where figures like Romulus were credited with integrating war captives into society through enslavement rather than execution. Julius Caesar's actions during the Gallic Wars provide a historical example of this practice, as survivors were sold sub corona, under the wreath, symbolizing their salvation from death. This cultural belief and connection between defeat in war and enslavement extended beyond the myth and the history, permeating Roman society and shaping many artistic representations. Imperial art often depicted captives, not only in official propaganda but also on household items, like pottery and figurines and lamps, reinforcing the notion that enslavement was a common consequence of military conquest and a symbol of power and triumph. Piracy has long been intertwined with the grim practice of human trafficking. The primary aim of kidnappers was not necessarily immediate enslavement, but rather the simple pursuit of profit. People just trying to make a living, scratch out some kind of work in a very difficult world. Captives were often held for ransom, with their relatives expected to pay hefty sums for their release. Those invested in securing the captive's freedom were often willing to pay more than what the captive might fetch at a slave auction, considering factors such as individual qualities and, of course, social status. However, there were instances where the ransom demands could unfortunately not be met. In such cases, the captive's fate hung in the balance, dependent on whether their owner deemed the ransom amount worthwhile. In scenarios where multiple individuals were taken from the same city, efforts to secure their release could extend to public funds, albeit once again with uncertain outcomes. Desperate captives sometimes resorted to borrowing ransom money from opportunistic lenders, effectively plunging themselves into debt bondage. Selling the kidnapped victim on the open market, well, that was seen as a last resort. You'd get better money from a private sale. The precariousness of travel during ancient times is exemplified by the story of Julius Caesar, who himself fell victim to Cilician pirates in his youth. That's right, he was captured. Recognizing his high value, however, the pirates demanded a substantial ransom of 20 talents. They knew what they had. Well, legend has it that Caesar, displaying his characteristic boldness, insisted that they raise the ransom to 50 talents. Enduring 38 days in captivity, he waited for the ransom to be delivered. Upon his eventual release, Caesar is said to have sought retribution against his captors, subjecting them to the same fate reserved for slaves: crucifixion. That's right. After the ransom was paid, well, he got some guys, went back, and taught them a lesson. It's a pretty Chad move, I will say. Now, within the Jewish community, the redemption of enslaved Jews was often encouraged by rabbis, reflecting a sense of communal responsibility and compassion. However, they also cautioned against paying inflated ransoms, advising that captives should not be redeemed for more than their asserted value. This perspective was rooted in the belief that excessive ransoms could inadvertently incentivize further enslavement by motivating Romans to capture more Jews. Similarly, in the early Christian church, the act of ransoming captives was considered more like an act of charity, with churches dedicating significant resources to redeem Christian prisoners following the empire's conversion to Christianity. During the 2nd century BC, systematic piracy for the purpose of human trafficking reached its zenith, with the city of Sid in Pamphylia that's present-day Turkey, emerging as a notorious hub for this rather unpleasant trade. Pompey the Great was credited with quelling piracy in the Mediterranean in 67, although subsequent actions were taken against Illyrian pirates after the Battle of Actium in 31. Despite efforts to curb piracy during the reigns of Augustus and Tiberius, it, well, just continued to remain a persistent concern. Still does, by the way. You never get rid of the pirates. While large-scale piracy was largely brought under control during the Pax Romana, that's the Roman peace, piratical kidnappings continued to contribute to the Roman slave supply well into the later imperial era, albeit to a lesser extent. Even in the early 5th century AD, figures like Augustine of Hippo lamented the prevalence of widespread kidnapping in regions like North Africa. Notably, the Christian missionary Patricius, later known as Saint Patrick, I'm sure you know him, was himself kidnapped by pirates around AD 400 from Roman Britain, and subsequently enslaved in Ireland, where he eventually achieved sainthood through his missionary work. And apparently he drove all of the snakes out as well. But that's a bit of a story. By the common law of nations, ius gentium, a child born to legally enslaved mother inherited the status of slavery from birth. Known as vernae in Latin, these were slaves born within the household, the domus, or agricultural estate, the villa, of their owners. Now the vernae held a unique position within Roman society, as there existed a stronger social obligation to care for them compared to slaves acquired through other means. Epitaphs often identified them as such, indicating a recognition of their status as being somewhat distinct. In many cases, vernae were the biological children of free males within the household, further complicating their social standing. They did receive preferential treatment, including opportunities for education alongside free-born children, cohabitation as couples, and even the opportunity to have their own children. The prominence of vernae in literary sources suggests their valued role within Roman households, with many serving as intellectual slaves or teachers to the household's children. The use of verna in the epitaphs of freed men implies a sense of pride in their birth within a familia, highlighting the complexity of social relationships within the Roman slave world. Birth as a verna could also have a bit more of an unfortunate and darker aspect, particularly depending on the circumstances of the household into which the child was born. For example, vernae born to enslaved brothel workers, for instance, were often advertised in graffiti from Pompeii, sometimes with details such as a price or the specific services they provided. Shockingly, a significant percentage of vernae attested epigraphically at Pompeii, around 71%, are linked to sexual slavery. suggesting that their upbringing in brothels has viewed as a notable selling point. The highlights a stark contrast in the experiences of Vernet based on the nature of the household in which they were raised. Scholarly opinions vary regarding the demographics of slaves during the imperial period, with some arguing that Vernet consisted the majority or that domestic reproduction was the primary source of slaves. However, modern estimates are subject to interpretation, as they rely on often ambiguous data, including the total number of slaves in Roman society. Children brought into a household for fostering, without formal adoption, were known as alumni, which translates to those who have been nurtured. Despite often being cared for quite lovingly, alumni frequently had an ambiguous legal status. This term encompasses a variety of foster children, including orphans, poor relations, and apprentices, typically between the ages of 9 to around 14, and predominantly found in prosperous urbanized areas. Now, of the documented alumni, only about a quarter can be definitively identified as slaves, suggesting a diverse composition within the household. The role of enslaved alumni within the household appears to mirror that of Vernet in terms of privileges and opportunities. The alumni often earned trust and became integral members of the familia, with those in servitude having a significant chance of eventual manumission. That's their freedom from slavery if you didn't watch the first video. Some were explicitly provided for in wills, such as one case where a trust was established for a young freedman alumnus to be managed by the fosterer's friend until he reached the age of 25. The presence of alumni and Vernet involved in crafts and arts indicates a talent served as a means for disadvantaged children to garner recognition and access more opportunities. In families, whether technically free or enslaved, children as young as 5 years old could begin acquiring work habits. As they became developmentally capable of carrying out small and easy tasks. The transitional period from early childhood to functional childhood among the Romans typically occurred between the ages of 5 and 7, with the upper classes, of course, experiencing a more prolonged and sheltered infancy and childhood. Generally, 10 years old was the age at which child slaves were deemed to be useful enough to be traded as such. For families of some means, a child slave could be viewed as an investment. For instance, there are instances recording the juristic digest of a metalsmith purchasing a child slave, teaching them the trade, and then selling them at double the original price they paid. Both free and slave children were apprenticed for skilled work, with training typically commencing between the ages of 12 to 14, and lasting anywhere from 6 months to 6 years. Of course, that would depend on the occupation. children apprenticed for various jobs, including textile production, metalworking, shorthand, music, and construction techniques. In wealthy households of the imperial era, prepubescent children were often trained for serving food due to the belief that their purity conferred hygienic benefits. Citation needed on that one. Adolescents as young as 13 might be capably employed in accounting, office work, and various other roles such as heralds, messengers, and couriers. Child performers were also common, participating in performing arts troupes as dancers, singers, or gymnasts. In more rural settings, children born into slavery helped with tasks such as feeding poultry, weeding gardens, gathering fruits, and general tending to animals. There is evidence suggesting that children were employed in certain kinds of ancient Roman mining, especially in gold mines, where they retrieved ore from narrow shafts. Honestly, it's all a little bit horrifying to think of. While osteoarchaeology can identify adolescents and children working alongside adults, it is challenging to determine their status as free or enslaved, as verbal sources and art often don't provide any clear distinctions. Now, additionally, under Roman law, a father had the right to contract out all dependents of a household for labor, blurring the line between free and enslaved child workers. Scholarly perspectives vary on the extent to which child abandonment contributed to the pool of potential slaves in ancient Rome. Orphaned children of poor citizens were particularly vulnerable to enslavement, while those brought into households as fostered alumni often had uncertain legal statuses. Tradesmen might foster abandoned children as alumni, providing them with the apprenticeships and potentially passing on their business with an expectation of care in their old age. Early Christians also expanded their community by taking in abandoned and orphaned children, creating safe havens where children of various statuses mingled. However, slave traffickers targeted neglected children who roamed unsupervised, and we even have sources of these slave traffickers luring them with sweets, cakes, and even toys. Children obtained in this manner were at heightened risk of being raised as gladiators, beggars, or even more unpleasant professions, often subjected to maiming to evoke sympathy from passers-by. Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, it just gets worse. Child abandonment, whether due to family death or intentional actions, is distinct from infant exposure, a practice widely observed in ancient Rome and rooted in the myth of Romulus and Remus. Families unable to care for a child would often expose the infant, typically leaving it in outdoor conditions that were likely fatal. effectively constituting a form of infanticide. Even among the upper classes, serious birth defects, and sometimes even minor birth defects, were considered grounds for exposure. Surviving infants might be enslaved, potentially becoming a significant source of slaves. However, healthy exposed infants could also be taken in for fosterage or adoption, although this practice often treated the child as an investment, with birth families required to reimburse expenses if they later wished to reclaim the child. Traffickers could also collect surviving infants for slave training, though the profitability of investing in their nurturing for 5 years before they could provide valuable labor remains quite unclear. Predictable sites for infant exposure, such as urban environments and religious sites, facilitated the trafficking of exposed infants. The first Christian emperor, Constantine, formalized the buying and selling of newborns during their first hours of life. Now, this all sounds a little bit horrible, but he did this to aim to curb the exposure practices or to protect the property rights of unwitting slave owners. Certainly not an ideal situation for anybody. Over time, infant exposure evolved into a legal fiction, allowing parents to transfer control of the newborn to another family before it was ritually accepted into its birth family. The ancient rite of patria potestas granted fathers the authority to dispose of their dependents as they seemed fit, including the ability to sell their own children, similar to selling a slave off to the highest bidder. We'll be giving out a few Father of the Year awards in this section. However, don't judge too harshly. Fathers who resorted to selling their children were often doing so out of pure desperation, and they were completely impoverished. Owning slaves themselves was, of course, beyond their means. Not making excuses for them, but this was not an exercise in greed. By selling their child, the father relinquished his power over them, and the child entered the possession of a master. A law dating back to the 12 Tables, that's the old Roman codes of laws from the Republic, limited the number of times a father could sell his own children, allowing only 1 sale for daughters, but up to 3 sales for sons, hinting at the existence of nexum, a temporary obligation stemming from debt. To circumvent the free-born status of the child, some parents leased their child's labor up to a certain age, granting the holder of the lease full-time use without ownership. Roman law grappled with the conflict between the sanctity of free birth and the harsh realities of poverty or debt driving parents to sell their children. While there was no legal penalty for children, or parents rather, who sold their children, the sales contracts were technically void due to the child's free status. In better times, parents could redeem their children by reimbursing the original sales price plus an additional fee, of course. Most parents would only resort to selling their own children under extreme duress, such as during periods of heavy taxation or perhaps general economic hardship. The Christianization of the later empire brought about shifts in priorities, with efforts to address hunger and poverty and the eventual abolition of the paternal power of life and death by Constantine, the first Christian emperor. Nexum, originating in the early Roman Republic, was a form of debt bondage contract within the Roman legal system, categorized as a type of mancipatio. In this agreement, a free man would pledge himself as a bond slave or nexus as collateral for a loan. Sometimes a debtor would even offer his son as additional security. While the terms of the contract could vary, the bondsman, despite facing potential humiliation and mistreatment, was theoretically protected from physical punishment as a citizen under law. However, the practice of nexum was abolished by the Lex Potalia Papiria in 326 BC. It didn't last very long. The abolition of nexum was often accompanied by a traditional tale, albeit with varying details. Generally, it goes like this. It featured a nexus who, despite being a respectable and attractive individual, endured harassment from the creditor. This cautionary narrative underscored the contradictions inherent in subjecting one free citizen to another's control. The legal response aimed to assert the citizen's right to liberty, distinguishing themselves from slaves and infamis, those social outcasts. Even after the abolition of nexum, a form of debt bondage might still arise if a debtor defaulted on their obligations. However, enslaving a free person for debt or pledging a minor as collateral for a parent's debt remained very illegal. In such cases, the legal penalties were imposed on the creditor rather than the debtor. The concept of self-sales in ancient Rome, whereby a free-born individual would voluntarily sell themselves into slavery, was also theoretically illegal, as Roman law upheld the inviolability of a citizen's liberty. However, in practice, instances of self-enslavement could occur and might be overlooked unless directly challenged on a legal basis. While self-sales are not extensively documented in Roman literature, imperial legal sources indicate that they were recognized as a legitimate pathway to enslavement, alongside being captured in war or born to an enslaved mother. Instances of self-sales typically surfaced in court cases involving allegations of fraud. Fraud could be alleged if either the seller or the buyer knew that the individual being sold was free-born at the time of the transaction, especially if the person sold was under the age of 20. In such cases, if proven, of course, the enslaved person's liberty could be reclaimed. However, determining who had knowledge of the individual's freeborn status was often quite challenging. Solid evidence for voluntary enslavement often revolved around whether the individual received a share of the proceeds from the sale, indicating their consent to surrender their rights as a Roman citizen. Those who willingly relinquished their citizenship were considered unworthy of holding it, and permanent enslavement was seen as a fitting consequence. For instance, self-sale by a Roman soldier would be viewed as desertion, and the penalty for desertion is death. Cases of self-sale that reached the level of imperial appeal typically resulted in voiding the contract, even if the individual had consented to it originally. This was because private contracts could not supersede the state's interest in regulating citizenship, which of course carried tax obligations. Thus, the legality and consequences of self-sale were quite complex, with legal and societal implications that varied depending on the circumstances and outcomes of the individual case. Well, there you have it. Some of the more gruesome details. But there are plenty more gruesome details to come when we talk about things like slavery. Indeed, the topic itself does start from a gruesome point. Well, thank you very much for joining me again. It's once again been a pleasure to have you here. And if you've liked what you've heard, then hit that subscribe button. And leave your thoughts in the comments down below, if not only for the algorithm. I've been your host for this evening, and I will see you in the next video. Good night, everyone. The Third Servile War, known also as the Gladiator War, or the War of Spartacus according to Plutarch, marked the final uprising in a series of slave rebellions against the Roman Republic, referred to collectively as the Servile Wars. This particular rebellion stood out as it directly threatened Rome's heartland in Italy and posed a significant challenge to the Roman military. Commencing in 73 BC, the rebellion originated with the escape of approximately 70 slave gladiators from a school in Capua. These fugitives swiftly overwhelmed the Roman forces dispatched to apprehend them, and within a span of 2 years, their numbers swelled to include roughly 120,000 individuals, encompassing men, women, and children. Surprisingly, the able-bodied adults among them formed a highly effective armed force that repeatedly demonstrated its capability to resist or even defeat Roman military units, ranging from local patrols to trained legions led by consuls. This formidable slave army roamed across Italy, raiding estates and towns with relative impunity, sometimes splitting into separate but interconnected bands under various leaders, among whom was the renowned former gladiator known as Spartacus. Before we continue, I'd like to invite you, if you enjoy this content, to like, leave your comments down below for the algorithm, and subscribe to the channel. Well, back to the video, thanks in advance. As the slave army's depredations and military successes escalated, the Roman Senate grew increasingly alarmed, as of course they would. Ultimately, Rome responded by assembling an army comprising 8 legions, placed under the command of Marcus Licinius Crassus. After a protracted and arduous fighting retreat before Crassus's legions, and in the light of the encircling legions of Pompey and Lucius Varro, the rebels launched a final, full-scale assault against Crassus's forces. How did all of it end? Well, we'll have to get to that at the end of the video. Plutarch's account suggests that the slaves' primary aim was to escape to freedom and depart Roman territory by way of Cisalpine Gaul. However, other sources, such as Appian and Florus, characterize the revolt as a civil war with the intention of capturing the city of Rome itself. Well, whichever way it was, the Third Servile War wielded significant and enduring ramifications for Rome's broader historical trajectory. Pompey and Crassus capitalized on their victories to advance their political ambitions, utilizing their public acclaim and the implied threat of their legions to sway the consular elections of 70 BC in their favor. A little bit of corruption going on, it would seem. Well, their subsequent actions as consuls contributed substantially to the erosion of Roman political institutions and facilitated the transition from the Republic to the Empire. All of this we will explain in detail later. But first, we have to look at the situation before the revolt. So we'll come back to Crassus and Varro later. Okay, so let's get into that situation before the gladiators and the slaves went crazy. Throughout Roman history, the presence of a readily available and inexpensive labor force in the form of slaves played a crucial role in the economy. Now, these slaves were acquired through various means, such as purchase from foreign merchants or enslavement of populations during military conquests. Especially during the 2nd and 1st centuries BC, by the way, Rome's extensive involvement in conquests led to the importation of tens to hundreds of thousands of slaves from European and Mediterranean regions. Of course, when you had that many slaves, the economy around slavery was matching up with the numbers. The rules of supply and demand, of course, would reflect the pricing structures of the slaves, and the more slaves, well, the cheaper it got. You'd be surprised the class of people who could afford to get one. While some slaves served as household servants or craftsmen, a significant portion toiled in harsh conditions in mines and on agricultural estates, particularly in regions like Sicily and southern Italy. During the Roman Republican era, slaves were generally treated quite harshly and were considered property rather than individuals under the law. Owners had virtually unchecked authority over them, with the power to mistreat or even kill them without any legal repercussions. The lowest grades of slaves, predominantly engaged in agriculture and mining labor, endured lives of grueling physical work. Now, just a quick note. As we had just mentioned, you could get away with treating your slave poorly, or even killing your own slaves. Now, this of course leads one to believe, well, I would rather go to a owner who was perhaps not of the best economic status. Perhaps my living conditions would be a lot simpler, but if he could only afford a single slave, then perhaps there is less chance that he would dispose of you in a cruel manner. After all, he would want a return on investment. The oppressive treatment and sheer magnitude of the slave population, of course, fueled occasional rebellions, and the Third Servile War was not the first, and definitely not the last. In Sicily, for instance, the First and Second Servile Wars erupted in 135 and 104 BC. In these conflicts, small bands of rebels found widespread support among fellow slaves eager to escape their oppressive conditions. While these uprisings posed significant challenges to Roman authority and required substantial military intervention to suppress, they were not perceived as existential threats to the Republic. After all, they're just slaves. How hard could they fight? Well, foreshadowing. They are about to find out how hard slaves can fight for their freedom. Spoiler alert. It's pretty damn hard. So the dynamics had completely shifted with this Third Servile War. The First and Second Servile War were confined to the outlying regions like Sicily, and they were generally stopped before they could get in the sight of anybody in the main province. But this uprising brought the spectre of the slave revolt right to the heartland of Rome itself. So, let's get to the beginning. In the Roman Republic of the 1st century BC, gladiatorial spectacles held significant popularity as a form of entertainment. To meet the demand for combatants in these games, numerous training schools, known as ludi, were established across Italy. Not just in Rome either, all over the place. Where there was Roman citizens rather, there needed to be entertainment. And you know exactly what kind of entertainment the Romans enjoyed. These schools primarily trained prisoners of war and condemned criminals, regarded as slaves, to fight in the arena. In 73 BC, a daring escape plot unfolded at the Capuan school owned by Lentulus Batiatus, involving approximately 200 gladiators. Though their plan was betrayed, around 70 men managed to seize kitchen tools and fight their way out of captivity. They also commandeered several wagons carrying gladiatorial weapons and armor. I can imagine a gladiator charging at a Roman soldier with a frying pan, and another with a whisk. Upon gaining their freedom, the escaped gladiators elected leaders from among their ranks, choosing 2 Gallic slaves, Crixus and Oenamus, along with a figure named Spartacus. The origins of Spartacus remain somewhat unclear, while some sources suggest that he may have been a Thracian auxiliary in the Roman legions who later fell into slavery. Others speculate he could have been a captive taken by the legions. Well, we don't know. Perhaps one day we will find some more evidence surrounding his origins. Now, following their escape, this band of slaves clashed with a small contingent of troops who were dispatched from Capua, and the slaves emerged victorious. Of course, they had to loot the enemy, which meant they had brand new outfits. That's right, proper Roman armor and proper Roman swords. All the rest, everything that they needed. While the exact sequence of events immediately following their escape is not entirely consistent across sources, it is generally agreed that the group pillaged the surrounding region. While they were doing this, every slave they encountered more or less joined up with them. They recruited many slaves and eventually retreated to a more defensible position, right at the bottom of Mount Vesuvius. As the revolt and raids unfolded in Campania, a region frequented by the affluent and influential of Rome, Roman authorities swiftly took notice. They regarded the uprising as a significant wave of criminal activity rather than a full-fledged armed rebellion. However, later that same year, Rome mobilized a military force under Praetorian authority to suppress what they now realized was a rebellion. The praetor, Gaius Claudius Glaber, assembled a force of 3,000 men, hastily gathered militia rather than regular legions, as the Romans perceived the situation as more of a raid than a declared war. Of course, you wouldn't send out your best soldiers to fight a group of slaves, wouldn't you? I mean, how tough could they be? Well, Glaber was about to find out. His forces laid siege to the slaves on Mount Vesuvius, cutting off the only known descent from the mountain. Expecting starvation to compel the slaves to surrender, Glaber opted for a waiting strategy. Despite lacking formal military training, the forces of Spartacus demonstrated remarkable resourcefulness, utilizing local tools and employing clever, albeit unconventional tactics against the disciplined Roman infantry. In response to Glaber's blockade, the slaves fashioned ropes and ladders from vines and trees on Vesuvius's slopes, enabling them to descend the cliffs opposite Glaber's position. They maneuvered around the mountain's base, outflanked Glaber's army, and dealt a decisive blow, annihilating his forces. Subsequently, word got back to Rome, and a second expedition, led by the praetor Publius Varinius, was dispatched to deal with Spartacus and the rebels. However, Varinius appears to have divided his forces among his subordinates, Furius and Cosinius. Though specific details regarding the strength of Varinius's forces are unclear, both contingents suffered defeat at the hands of the rebel slaves. Cosinius even fell in battle, while Varinius, well, he narrowly escaped capture, and the slaves once again seized the equipment of the defeated Roman army. Of course, back in Rome, news was spreading, and the senators and upper-class people were beginning to feel more than a little nervous. These victories, of course, had the other effect of drawing more slaves and even local herdsmen and shepherds to Spartacans' forces, swelling their ranks to approximately 70,000. The winter came, and during the years of 73 to 72 BC, the rebel forces used this respite to train, arm, and equip their new recruits, extending their raiding territory to include towns like Nola, Thurii, Nuceria, and Metapontum. However, things were not all perfect. Amidst these triumphs, the rebel forces also began to face losses. You can't win them all, after all. One of their leaders, who was elected first, Oenomus, presumably perished in the battle during this period and is not mentioned in further historical accounts. By the conclusion of 73, Spartacus and Crixus found themselves at the helm of a formidable armed force, fully capable of challenging Roman armies. However, discerning their ultimate intentions poses a challenge for modern historians, due to the lack of first-hand accounts detailing the slaves' motives and objectives during the war. Consequently, historians offer conflicting theories when interpreting the events of the rebellion. One prevailing modern interpretation suggests a factional divide among the escaped slaves, with Spartacus aiming to lead his followers over the Alps to freedom, while Crixus sought to remain in southern Italy to continue raiding and plundering. This hypothesis draws support from the geographic scope of the slave raids, as regions like Thurii and Metapontum, distant from Nola and Nuceria, were also targeted. Lucius Gellius's attack on Crixus and his faction, numbering around 30,000, further underscores this perceived division. Plutarch also mentioned the inclination of some slaves to plunder Italy rather than seek escape. While this factional split aligns with the available evidence, direct proof is lacking, so let's not make up our mind about it yet. In fictional betrayals, the rebel slaves are often depicted as Roman freedom fighters, battling against a corrupt society and the institution of slavery. While this interpretation is not refuted by classical historians, no historical records explicitly state that the rebels aimed to abolish slavery in the Republic. Moreover, the actions of rebel leaders, which included numerous atrocities, do not appear expressly geared towards ending the practice. Even classical historians, writing shortly after the events, offer conflicting perspectives on Spartacus' motives. Some, like Appian and Florus, suggest he intended to march on Rome itself, though this may have reflected Roman anxieties rather than Spartacus's actual plans. Plutarch, however, does suggest that Spartacus primarily sought to flee northward into Cisalpine Gaul, and once there, disband his forces, seeking a quiet life in the countryside. The historical evidence does not conclusively support the notion of a homogeneous slave group under Spartacus's leadership. Other slave leaders, such as Crixus, Oenomus, Gannicus, and Cassus, are mentioned, but their exact roles and relationships with Spartacus remain unclear. They could have been aides, subordinates, or even independent leaders, traveling alongside Spartacus's contingent. In the spring of 72, the rebel slaves embarked on a northward journey towards Cisalpine Gaul, departing from their winter encampments. Concerned by the magnitude of the uprising and the defeat suffered by the Praetorian armies led by Glaber and Berenius, the Senate decided to dispatch 2 consular legions under Lucius Gellius and Claudianus. Initially, the consular forces achieved success. Gellius confronted a contingent of approximately 30,000 slaves, commanded by Crixus, near Mount Garganus, and managed to vanquish 2/3 of the rebels, including Crixus himself. From this juncture, the classical sources diverge in their accounts of subsequent events until the involvement of Marcus Licinius Crassus in the conflict. The extant histories of the war provided by Appian and Plutarch present distinct narratives. While neither version directly contradicts the other, they each focus on different events, with one account omitting certain occurrences mentioned in the other and introducing unique events exclusive to its own narrative. Appian recounts a series of strategic maneuvers following the victory of Gellius's legions over Crixus's forces near Mount Garganus. Spartacus's army, which at this time numbered around 120,000, pressed northwards towards Cisalpine Gaul, with Gellius and Lentulus seeking to block their path. In a subsequent engagement, Spartacus' forces routed Lentulus' legion and then turned to defeat Gellius' army, compelling the Roman legions to retreat. Allegedly, and it's only allegedly, Spartacus executed approximately 300 captured Roman soldiers, forcing them to fight as gladiators to avenge Crixus's death. Have a taste of your own medicine, Romans. Subsequently, Spartacus led his followers northward, and with haste, shedding unnecessary supplies and animals to expedite their movement. After further engagements with the consular armies in Picenum, Spartacus purportedly changed his intention of marching on Rome due to his insufficiently armed force, opting instead to withdraw into southern Italy. Plutarch's narrative diverges here from Appian's account. According to Plutarch, Spartacus's forces defeated Lentulus's legion after the engagement near Mount Garganus, and then proceeded into northern Italy, where they confronted a Roman army under Gaius Cassius Longinus around Mutina, which by the way is modern-day Modena. This resulted in another victory for Spartacus. Plutarch omits the engagements described by Appian, and does not mention Spartacus facing the combined consular legions in Picenum. Instead, Plutarch describes Spartacus retreating southwards from Picenum, following confrontations with Crassus, suggesting a different sequence of events and motivations for Spartacus's movements. In early 71 BC, Spartacus and his followers found themselves in the southern part of Italy, prompting the Senate to appoint Crassus to suppress the rebellion completely. Crassus, known for his harsh discipline, was granted praetorship and assigned a substantial force of brand new trained legions, bolstering his army to an estimated 32 to 48,000 troops. Employing brutal tactics, including unit decimation, Crassus instilled fear in his men, ensuring their utmost obedience and determination in battle. As Spartacus's forces moved northward once more, Crassus positioned his legions on the border of the region to interrupt their march. Plutarch suggests the initial clash occurred near the Picenum region, while Appian claims it took place near Samnium. Crassus dispatched 2 legions under his legate Mummius to flank Spartacus, but instructed them not to engage. Disobeying orders, Mummius attacked prematurely and suffered a defeat. See, that's what happens when you don't listen. However, Crassus himself, much more experienced and somewhat more alive than Mummius, emerged victorious. He confronted Spartacus and inflicted heavy casualties on the rebels. Following this setback, Spartacus's forces faced further defeats, as Crassus's legions proved superior in subsequent engagements. He retreated southward through Lucana towards the straits near Messina. Plutarch recounts Spartacus's failed attempt to secure passage to Sicily with Cilician pirates, who ultimately betrayed him, leaving the rebel slaves stranded. Yes, indeed, the pirates just took the money and said, "We're not helping you." Possibly should not have trusted the pirates to begin with. While the rebels attempted makeshift rafts and ships, Crassus prevented their escape to Sicily. This forced them to retreat to Rhegium. Upon arriving at Rhegium, Crassus constructed fortifications across the isthmus, effectively besieging the rebel forces and cutting them off from all supplies, despite continued raids from Spartacus's followers. As Pompey's legions returned to Italy after quelling the rebellion in Hispania, the Senate, whether at Crassus's request or seizing an opportunity, directed Pompey to bypass Rome and head south to reinforce Crassus. Concurrently, reinforcements under the command of Lucullus, likely Marcus Terentius Varro Lucullus, were dispatched to aid Crassus. Aware that credit for ending the conflict would go to the arriving general, Crassus pushed his legions to swiftly suppress the rebellion. Learning of Pompey's approach, Spartacus attempted negotiations with Crassus to end the conflict before Roman reinforcements arrived. When Crassus declined this request, Spartacus and his forces breached Roman fortifications and retreated up the Bruttium Peninsula, all the while pursued by Crassus's legions. During this pursuit, a portion of the rebels, led by Gannicus and Castus, were caught and annihilated. Despite suffering significant losses, both sides endured heavy casualties. Roman forces under Lucius Quincius were decimated when confronting a faction of rebel slaves who chose to fight to the death rather than flee. With discipline faltering among the rebels and groups breaking away to attack independently, Spartacus redirected his entire force against Crassus's legions in a final confrontation at the Battle of the Salarius River. The rebels were decisively defeated, with the majority slain on the battlefield, including Spartacus himself, although the body of Spartacus was never recovered. Creepy. The rebels of the Third Servile War were crushed by Crassus, with Pompey's forces capturing and slaying 5,000 fleeing rebels that they encountered along the way. Pompey claimed a significant portion of credit for ending the conflict. This, of course, made Crassus a little bit angry with him and caused quite a lot of attention. While most rebels perished on the battlefield, 6,000 survivors were captured. What did the Romans do with them? Well, they decided to crucify all of them, all 6,000 of them, along the roadside leading to Rome, as a grim reminder of what happens when you don't do as you're told. Both Pompey and Crassus, of course, benefited politically from their roles in quelling the rebellion, leveraging their legions to secure consulship in 70 BC. The war's impact on attitudes towards Roman slavery is, of course, difficult to quantify, but it did coincide with a shift in attitude on the treatment of slaves, as fear among Romans led to slightly improved conditions for slaves, albeit slightly. Additionally, the wealthy began reducing their reliance on agricultural slaves in favor of employing freed men for sharecropping arrangements. The legal status of Roman slaves continued to evolve over time, with Emperor Claudius enacting laws recognizing mistreatment of slaves as murder and granting freedom to abandoned, old, or infirm slaves. Under Antoninus Pius, further laws extended the rights of slaves, including the ability to appeal mistreatment. While these were not direct outcomes of the Third Servile War, they do reflect the changing attitudes in society towards slavery that were definitely afoot at the time. The Third Servile War marked the end of large-scale slave uprisings in Rome, and subsequent eras saw a decline in the prominence of slavery, with those legal reforms giving a light at the end of the tunnel. We may not be at the end of the tunnel, but we're certainly at the end of this video. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I hope that none of you out there listening are slaves. If so, I hope that the spirit of Spartacus lives within you Thank you very much for listening. I'm the ASMR historian. It's been a pleasure. Whatever trouble you're facing in your life, whatever perplexity you're having right now, know that you can conquer it. Perhaps the odds are stacked against you. Perhaps, like Spartacus, you are facing an impossible task. Well, in the spirit of the video, if you have no other choice, the best thing you can do is fight, even if it is fighting to the death. I'll see you next time. Good night, everybody. Gladiators, derived from the Latin word gladiator meaning swordsman, were armed combatants who entertained audiences in the Roman Republic and Empire. They engaged in violent clashes with other gladiators, wild animals, and condemned criminals, creating a spectacle for the onlookers. While some gladiators volunteered, risking their lives for social standing, the majority of these people were despised slaves, subject to harsh training, social marginalization, and even segregation in death. Regardless of their origin, gladiators embodied Rome's martial ethics, offering spectators examples of valor and skill. Their ability to fight or die with dignity could earn them admiration and popularity. Therefore, they were celebrated in both high and low art, and their role as entertainers was commemorated in various objects throughout the Roman world. The origins of gladiatorial combat are debated, with evidence dating back to funeral rites during the Punic Wars in the 3rd century BC. This practice quickly became integral to Roman politics and social life, evolving into increasingly elaborate and costly games. These gladiator games endured for nearly a millennia and reached their zenith between the 1st and 2nd century AD. As Christianity emerged, the disapproval of the games grew due to their association with pagan rituals, not due to their association of cruel and harsh death, though. That was okay. Eventually, in the 5th century, the popularity of the contests waned, leading to their eventual disappearance. So, let's go all the way back and try to first trace the origins of these gladiatorial games. How did they come about? Well, the origin of gladiators remained debated among early literary sources. In the late 1st century BC, Nicolaus of Damascus suggested an Etruscan origin. Etruscan means Italian, but not Roman. While Livy, a generation later, attributed their inception to the Campanians in 310 BC, after their victory over the Samnites. Later, in the 7th century AD, Isidore of Seville connected gladiator terms to Etruscan roots. Despite this, modern scholars reassessing pictorial evidence propose a companion origin or influence on the games. Campania, hosting the earliest gladiator schools, is depicted in tomb frescoes from the Paestum around 4th century BC, showing paired fighters in rituals resembling Roman gladiator games. While evidence on the Etruscan side is less conclusive, the Paestum frescoes may represent an older tradition influenced by Greek colonists. Livy credits the first gladiator games, 264 BC, to Decimus Junius Brutus Scaeva, who staged a munus, a commemorative duty, in Rome's Forum Boarium to honor his deceased father. The development of gladiator munera and types, heavily influenced by Rome's conflicts with Samnium, is evident in Livy's account. The Samnite, a frequently mentioned and popular gladiator type, emerged from this very war. The captured splendid armor of Samnite armies was used in Roman triumphs, while Campanians, in disdain of the Samnites, equipped their gladiators in a similar fashion, coining the term Samnites for them. Livy's narrative reflects the latter theatrical nature of the gladiator shows, portraying armed barbarians as treacherous and degenerate, conquered by Roman iron and courage. The gladiator munus evolved into a morally instructive enactment, emphasizing the gladiators' honorable choices in combat. And of course, the Romans always win. In 216 BC, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus received a 3-day gladiator munera in the Forum Romanum, featuring 22 pairs of gladiators. Scipio Africanus, 10 years later, organized a commemorative munus in Iberia for his father and uncle, attracting high-status non-Romans as volunteers. These events were linked to the overall context of the Punic Wars, celebrating military victories and expiating disasters, serving as a morale-boosting purpose. The next recorded munus, in 183 BC, for Publius Licinius, surpassed previous extravagance, lasting 3 days with 120 gladiators. Also, they had free meals for everybody, which certainly helps to draw the crowds. The popularity of gladiatoria munera extended far beyond Rome, evident in Rome's Iberian allies adopting the culture of gladiator games themselves. By 184 BC, smaller Roman munera became so commonplace that they went unremarked, with larger events like Titus Flaminius's 4-day games with 74 gladiators in 174 BC being slightly more notable. In 105 BC, Rome experienced state-sponsored barbarian combat, with gladiators from Capua offered by the ruling consuls as part of military training. This marked a shift as gladiator contests transitioned from private munera to inclusion in state games during major religious festivals. While traditional ludi were dedicated to deities, ludi is how we refer to as state games, munera could be dedicated to the divine or heroic ancestors of aristocratic sponsors. Gladiatorial games in Rome served as a powerful tool for self-promotion, particularly among politicians. Sponsors found these events, which combined extravagance with entertainment, also as effective ways to gain popularity without significant personal cost. And so, the gladiatorial contests became a significant business, benefiting trainers, owners, and even political figures. Ambitious individuals strategically timed gladiator shows to coincide with election seasons and used the lavish spectacles to secure votes. The old bread and circus strategy. In the late Republic, gladiator ownership equated to political influence. In 65 BC, Julius Caesar organized an unprecedented spectacle with 320 gladiatorial pairs, despite heavy opposition from the Senate. The spread of gladiatorial games throughout the Republic prompted anti-corruption laws that attempted but failed to curb their political exploitation. After the assassination of Caesar, Augustus assumed control over the games, regulating their provision as a civic and religious duty. Imperial authority limited private and public expenditure on munera, linking the greatest games with the state-sponsored imperial cult. Despite attempts to control all of the costs, the extravagance of gladiator games continued to persist. All the way up to 109 AD, Trajan celebrated his Dacian victories with 10,000 gladiators and 11,000 animals, holding these events over the course of 123 days. Legislation by Marcus Aurelius in 177 AD later on had very little impact in stemming these contests, and his son, Commodus, who I have also made a video about, continued the trend of escalating expenses associated with gladiatorial events. He even went into gladiatorial events himself, our boy Commodus. But that is a story for the Commodus video, which you can find in my Ancient Rome playlist. The decline of gladiatorial contests was a complex process. The crisis of the 3rd century placed a growing financial burden on the Roman Empire due to military demands, and lesser magistrates found providing various obligatory contests increasingly unrewarding in exchange for uncertain privileges. Despite this, emperors continued to subsidize the games due to sustained public interest. And in the early 3rd century AD, the Christian writer Tertullian condemned Christians attending gladiatorial games, considering the combats as murder and the witnessing spiritually and morally harmful, viewing the gladiator as an instrument of pagan human sacrifice. Now, one historian, Carolyn Osiek, has some comments on the violence itself, which I'll fill you in on. And I quote, "The reason, we would suppose, would be the primarily bloodthirsty violence. But his is different. The extent of religious ritual and meaning in them which constitutes idolatry. Although Tertullian states that these events are forbidden to believers, the fact that he writes a whole treatise to convince Christians that they should not attend the shows, that apparently not everyone agreed to stay away from them." In the subsequent century, Augustine of Hippo criticized the youthful fascination of his friend Alypius of Thagaste, who later became a fellow convert and bishop, with the Nero spectacle, considering it detrimental to Christian life and salvation. Amphitheaters continued to be venues for the dramatic administration of imperial justice. For example, in 315, Constantine the Great condemned child snatchers to be thrown to wild beasts in the arena. Fair enough, I say. Good job, Constantine. A decade later, he prohibited criminals from being compelled to fight to death as gladiators, stating, "Bloody spectacles do not please us in civil ease and domestic quiet. For that reason, we forbid those people to be gladiators who, by some reason of some criminal act, were accustomed to deserve this condition and sentence. You shall rather sentence them to serve in the mines, so that they may acknowledge the penalties of their crimes with blood." This action has been construed with a prohibition on gladiatorial combat. However, in the final year of his life, Constantine wrote a letter to the citizens of Hispellum, granting them the right to celebrate his rule with gladiatorial games. In 365, Valentinian threatened to impose fines on a judge who sentenced Christians to the arena, and in 384, like most of his predecessors, attempted to restrict the expenses of gladiatorial games. You see, they were just way too expensive. Always had been, and the emperors in later times were dealing with other issues, especially around the time of Valentinian. Well, the empire wasn't as prosperous as it used to be. In 393, Theodosius I embraced Nicene Christianity as the state religion. And you know what that means? It means that all pagan festivals were cancelled. Sorry to break it to you, kid, but the party's over. The ludi, however, persisted, gradually shedding their pagan elements little by little. Honorius officially ended the gladiator games completely in 399, and then again in 404 when he found out people were doing it behind his back in the Western Roman Empire. Remember, at that time, the Roman Empire had already split in half, by the way. So, the reason why he did this was because of the martyrdom of Saint Telemachus by spectators. And that's a whole other story on its own. But it was a scandal at the time, certainly. So by this time, the gladiatorial contests had more or less faded in popularity. The Romans had changed. It was a different world, and this relic of the old world pagan past had to go. Well, let's talk less about the games and more about the people, the gladiators themselves. Do you want to learn about them? I'm sure you do. Well, let's learn more about how they were divided and what they did. The earliest gladiator types, as we had said before, were named after Rome's enemies. Now, along with the Samnites, you also had the Thracians and the Gauls. Now, as Rome conquered these places, the Samnite became Secutor, and the Gaul became Murmillo, the most popular type, especially after Julius Caesar's conquest of Gaul and his triumph. Fighting Gauls became quite a popular pastime of the Romans. In mid-republican Nero, similar types typically fought. Later, fantasy types were introduced, set against complementary counterparts. For example, the nimble Retiarius faced the heavily armored Secutor. Depictions usually show common types, but literary references allow tentative reconstruction of others. Even novelty fighters included those on chariots, mounted gladiators, and even fighters with boxing gloves, called cestus fighters, and they were likely from Greece. The gladiator trade spanned the empire and was under official supervision. It wasn't just a touch-and-go thing, it was properly organized. Rome's military successes provided soldier prisoners, redistributed for state mines, amphitheaters, and open market sales. After the Jewish revolt, Jewish prisoners, rejected for training, entered arenas as other jobs. The strongest were sent to Rome, where surrendered enemy soldiers could redeem honor through gladiator training. So you imagine, you go out to Gaul, and you pick out the biggest, tallest guy with the scruffiest mustache you can find, and you say to your soldiers, do not kill that guy. Just capture him, because he is going to be awesome at fighting lions. During the Principate and the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, two additional gladiator sources emerged. First, the condemned slaves, damnati, or sent to gladiator schools, games, the ad ludum gladiatorium for crimes. So you would either get there completely forced into it, or if you committed a crime, your punishment was to become a warrior in the Colosseum. Second, paid volunteers called octorati, constituting about half, and possibly the more skilled half, were around by the late Republic. Now as for the poor and non-citizens, meaning non-Roman citizens, joining a gladiator school offered a trade, meals, housing, and even a chance for fame. Mark Antony even chose gladiators as his personal bodyguard. And here's something else. Gladiators retained prize money and gifts, with examples like Tiberius enticing retired gladiators back, and Nero granting spiculous property equal to triumph celebrators. Starting in the 60s AD, female gladiators emerged as rare and exotic markers of exceptionally lavish spectacle. Nero in 66 AD arranged a Immerse featuring Ethiopian women, men, and children to impress King Tiridates of Armenia. Now, Romans found the concept of a female gladiator either novel and entertaining, or just outright absurd. Juvenal and Petronius offered satirical portrayals of female gladiators, portraying them as hunting or fighting in unconventional ways. Some things never change, don't they? Immerse during Domitian's reign in 89 AD included a battle between female gladiators described as Amazons. A 2nd century AD relief from Halicarnassus depicted combatants named Amazon and Aquilia. In the same century, an epigraph praised a member of Ostia's local elite as the first to arm women in the history of its games. Female gladiators likely underwent similar regulations and training as their male counterparts. Roman morality dictated that all gladiators be from the lowest of the social classes, and emperors who deviated from this norm faced quite a lot of criticism. Some viewed female gladiators, regardless of their type or class, as indicative of corrupted Roman appetites, morals, and concepts of womanhood. Septimus Severus, before becoming emperor, attempted to introduce dignified displays of female athletics in Rome. However, the crowd's negative reaction led him to ban female gladiators completely in 200 AD. And that's not fair. Come on, just let them fight. I'm sure it'll be okay. Now, in terms of the higher-ups of Roman society, we're talking all the way up to emperors, there were some that were involved in the arena performances, either publicly or privately. Now, some names that we can put across is Geta, Caracalla, Caligula, Commodus, Hadrian, Titus, many of them. However, they were involved with very minimal risks to themselves. They didn't put themselves in real harm's way. Claudius, described as morbidly cruel and boorish, engaged in a spectacle where he fought a whale trapped in the harbour. This did not make him very popular, and earned him much disapproval from the commentators. Now, Commodus stood out as a fanatical participant. He compelled Rome's elite to attend his performances as a gladiator, and despite most of his gladiatorial performance being bloodless and fought with wooden swords, he consistently emerged victorious. Commodus claimed remarkable feats such as restyling Nero's statue as Hercules reborn, dedicated to himself, boasting of titles like Champion of Secutores. Well, his extravagant performances once included him killing 100 lions in a single day, likely from an elevated platform for safety, of course, and decapitating a running ostrich with a specially designed dart, theatrically gesturing towards the senatorial seats afterwards. In return for these displays, he received a substantial stipend from the public purse. But enough about Commodus. Now, the games were meticulously advertised in advance, with advertisements providing detail such as the purpose of the event, the organizer, the venue, the date, and the number of paired gladiators, ordinarii, to participate. Additional attractions like executions, music, and amenities for spectators, such as sun awnings, water sprinklers, food, drinks, sweets, and occasionally door prizes, believe it or not, were also highlighted. Enthusiasts and gamblers received a detailed program, libellus, on the day of the competition, containing names, types, and match records of gladiator pairs, along with their scheduled appearances. The night before the fight, gladiators enjoyed a banquet, a time to address personal matters. This event resembled a ritualistic or sacramental last meal, serving as both a family and public occasion. Notably, even the condemned, including those set to die the next day, and those aforementioned damnati with a slim chance of survival, likely participated in all of this. This pre-game gathering may have also served as a means to generate additional publicity for the upcoming event. Official Munera during the early imperial era adhered to a standard form known as munus legitimum. The proceedings typically commenced with a procession entering the arena, led by lictors carrying faces symbolizing the magistrate editor's authority over life and death. Following them, trumpeters played a fanfare, and images of gods were brought in to witness the events. A scribe recorded the outcomes usually, and a man carried a palm branch to honor the victors. The magistrate editor, accompanied by a retinue carrying the arms and honor to be used, entered with the gladiators presumably coming in last. The entertainments often kicked off with venations, or beast hunts, and bestiari, beast fighters. Subsequently, the ludi meridiani took place, featuring variable content that usually included the execution of condemned criminals. Some were condemned to fatal reenactments based on Greek or Roman myths, possibly involving gladiators as executioners. However, the preference of both the audience and the gladiators was for even contests, eschewing the dignity of fatal performances. Comedy fights, some potentially lethal, were also part of the program. Lightly armed fighters, like the retiarius, could endure longer in the arena compared to their heavily armed counterparts, and these were both brought out in even numbers. Sometimes the lightly armed opponents would face the heavily armed opponents, and each use their strengths and weaknesses of each other. Most bouts typically lasted between 10 to 15 minutes, with some stretching to a maximum of 20. In the Republican Nero, one could witness between 10 and 13 matches a day, assuming one match at a time during the afternoon. Spectators favored highly skilled, even matched with complementary fighting styles, although they were more expensive to train and hire. Of course, your proper gladiators, who had it as a career, had to be paid, and those condemned slaves usually went down pretty easily, a little too easily for the crowd's liking. General melees involving several lower skilled gladiators were less costly, but they were less popular. Even among ordinarii, winners might face a new, well-rested opponent, either a prearranged third-choice gladiator called a tertiarius, or an unadvertised extra called a substitute gladiator at the magistrate editor's whim. The arrangement allowed for 2 combats for the cost of 3 gladiators instead of 4, resulting in prolonged and sometimes bloodier contests, albeit of potentially lower quality. Experienced gladiators demonstrated a considerable degree of stagecraft, valuing bravado and skill more than they valued bloodshed. Some gladiators built their careers and reputation on bloodless victories. Trained gladiators adhered to professional rules of combat overseen by a senior referee and an assistant. Referees, who were often retired gladiators, held significant authority and could stop or pause bouts as needed, ensuring rest, refreshment, and a rub-down for the combatants. Now, believe it or not, during many of the gladiatorial contests, you had a band playing. That's right, musical accompaniment during the Ludi and Munera played a crucial role, serving as interludes or even building to a frenzied crescendo during the high points of the combats. The Zliten mosaic from Libya, which was done around 80 to 100 AD, depicts musicians accompanying provincial games with various instruments, including the ancient forms of a long straight trumpet, a large curved horn called a cornu, and a water organ called a hydraulis. Similar scenes of musicians, gladiators, and bestiari are found in several Pompeian tomb reliefs. Now, how did a gladiator claim victory? Well, a gladiator claimed victory by overcoming or killing his opponent, earning the palm branch and an award from the editor. Exceptional fighters might receive additional recognition, such as a laurel crown and money from the crowd. However, the most significant reward for those initially condemned to ludus was manumission, symbolized by the gift of a wooden training sword from the magistrate editor. In some cases, victorious gladiators could receive these gifts multiple times, as exemplified by Flamma's 4 awards, although some would choose to remain a gladiator. Matches were concluded either by the defeat of one gladiator or the death of the other. But a defeated gladiator could signal surrender by raising a finger, prompting the referee to stop the combat and refer to the magistrate editor's decision. In the earliest Munera, death was often considered the penalty for defeat. However, during the imperial era, the practice of sparing defeated gladiators' lives became more common, especially in matches advertised as sin missione, or without reprieve for the defeated. Now do remember that this decision was up to the magistrate, and a gladiator who was denied the privilege of living faced dispatch by his opponent, and to die well he should neither ask for mercy or cry out. Seneca described a good death as one where the gladiator offered his throat to the opponent, directing the blade to the vital spot. Some mosaics depict defeated gladiators kneeling in preparation for the moment of their death, with Seneca's reference to the vital spot likely indicating the neck, as confirmed by gladiator remains from Ephesus. The body of a gladiator who died honorably was placed on a couch of Libitina and then removed to the arena morgue, where it would be stripped of armor and its throat probably cut as confirmation of death. Tertullian, a Christian author, described a more humiliating removal method during Ludi Meridiani in Roman Carthage. Arena officials, often dressed as Dis Pater, god of the underworld, and Mercury used a mallet and a heated wand to strike and confirm the death of a gladiator, respectively. The body was then unceremoniously dragged from the arena. The bodies of the Noxii, and possibly some damnati, were disposed of in rivers or simply left unburied. Denial of funeral rites condemned the deceased to restless wandering upon the earth as a larva or a lemur. Ordinary citizens were usually buried outside town or city limits to avoid ritual and physical pollution, while professional gladiators had their own separate ceremonies. Well, thank you very much for joining me. I'm sure we learned a lot about gladiators tonight, didn't we? If you've enjoyed this content, consider subscribing to the channel and leaving your comments down below. I always respond to them. But until then, allow me to wish you good night. I'll see you next time, everybody.